Namaste, salam alaikum, sastriyakal, muy buenos dias, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. Hope you've all had a good weekend. And for those of you that celebrated, happy Diwali. And I hope you've had a good start to New Year. I'm Rico Full. And I have great pleasure in the man sitting next to me joining me once more. Good morning, Michael McCann.
Good morning, Rico. Good morning to our viewers across the world, whether you're on Fan Code in the subcontinent, keeping an eye on your fantasy selections, or across the rest of the globe watching on Sportsflick. You're welcome along to week 2 of the Barcelona Bash, the European Cricket Series. So good that we came back, and we start with match number 21.
Yeah, slightly overcast conditions for this one. I think the day's pretty much going to be as it is. Maybe the odd chance of a little bit of wet stuff later on in the day, but at the moment, all looks fine. Not cold at all. Very little wind. Expecting the ball to move around a bit. Two teams here, Raval Sporting versus Minaj. Minaj have won the toss, elected to bat. The umpires out there today for this very first game, Abdul Khan and Safwan Naheem. Week 1, well, what a week it was. We had 20 matches. 4,257 runs, 215 wickets, and in the tournament, number of sixes 294 so far, and the number of fours 259. 65% of those runs, Michael, coming in boundaries. That's T10 cricket.
And the most important stat: just how many minutes did it take you to painstakingly look all of that up?
You know, these people that think we just turn up and we just talk, you know, it's preparation is everything. In whatever you do. And talking of preparation, it's Manish Manwani, young man to take up to bowl the first ball, and he will be bowling to Jafar Iqbal.
So Minaj winning the toss, choosing to bat. Just to remind you, it's a 19 round robin competition. The top 4 make it through to the semi-finals. Minaj have already lost 4 of their first 4 games. And so far, Ravel with 2 losses from 2.
That was straight away. We saw the swing there. That swung big. I think was heading for a wide ball there, but Jafar Iqbal just getting a bit of bat onto it. There's going to be some movement out there today, Michael. That is absolutely certain.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to win the toss and choose to have a bat here. And when I say interesting, I mean surprising.
First runs off the day and off week 2. Match 21. Jafar Iqbal off the mark. And that puts on strike this man we know very well, Al-Muda Hussain, an aggressive batsman, if he gets going.
Now, he's had an interesting old tournament already. All sorts going on, the captain. Very animated in the field. Big hitting left-hander. Likes to walk his singles. Has played some really important knocks and has also had a 3-game ban. So he's had a licorice all sorts. What's he going to give us here from his first ball?
Oh, you see that swing there.
Swinging all over the place.
Shy at the stumps. Oh, 2 wides, that will go down. That's good running from the batsman. Raval Sporting, well, Michael, they've had a tough start of it, really. They've played the 2 best teams that I think are been in this series so far. Catalonia, of course, despite their loss, and then also the Catalonia Tigers. So they've had it hard.
Oh, I'm sure some Paco Care fans would be interested to hear you say that.
Yeah, they've had it.
Paco Care with 4 wins from 5, but according to the man to my right, not in the top 2 based on what you've seen.
I was very Catalonia, we know all about Catalonia. Catalonia Tigers, very impressive.
Defending champions from last time.
Catalonia were. The Tigers, they finished mid-table, but they made a good start. We'll give you some facts in a minute. See this ball from, it's going to be another wide. In fact, that's going to go all the way. That's going to be 5 of them. Struggling to keep this Kookaburra ball going where he wants to at the moment. Anish Mawana.
Well,
they long, big, wasn't it?
They wouldn't have minded, or they really shouldn't have been minded being sent out to bowl in these conditions. But just hasn't been able to control the swing so far at all. We've had 8 runs and only 2 legitimate deliveries.
Yeah, and also is that left and right hand combination. That won't help when you're struggling to get the line right. That's better. That's where it needs to be. Well bowled. So yeah, going back to Raval Sporting, the Tigers, Catalonia Tigers set them 148. Abhishek Borakar was the main man for Raval. He's bowled very well. No doubt we'll see him bowling soon. And this man, Manish Mawani. Oh, he's got it! There's a snick there. He's got to go. Well bowled. And, well, he struggled with the line to start off with, and he's got it bang on this time. Pitching and off, moving away. And, well, Jafar Iqbal has to go. First wicket of the day. Well bowled, young man.
He's been struggling to control the swing. Just see there, it's in that little channel. Touch of outswing. And just like a fish, draws the bite. The slightest of edges, but oh so clear. We have our first wicket of week 2 before our first boundary. As Safraz Ahmed, one of the key all-rounders in this Minaj setup, comes out to bat. He has 81 runs so far this week across 4 innings.
Just over pitched, got away with it really. Just sent it being dot ball. Trying to get that Yorker in.
Yeah,
swinging Yorker.
Of all the times where you want to do that, a new batsman is often the time where you can get away with it. Tight ring on the offside, 6-3. Everyone up inside it. Both sweepers out on the leg side.
Oh, that's going to be a no ball. And it's going to be, well, not just a no ball, and it's going to be 4 byes as well.
Well, the extras are mounting up here. That is wild and wide. We're still not done with this first over, which has now conceded 13. Only 1 of those off the bat. Can't remember many overs across 600-odd games of European Cricket Series cricket that have had more. And it's going to be hit for a boundary as well off the final ball. No, stopped. Brilliant stop out in the covers.
Well, he took one for the team there. I don't think he knew too much about that. That came to him like a rocket, that did. That was Gurwinder Singh. He's just examining that everything is still where it needs to be. That was hit hard. That was a long over. And, well, it was productive in the sense that it picked up a wicket. But also quite a few runs. And like you said, Michael, most of them in extras. 10 of them, in fact, going for 4 behind the wicket. And that was the 4 byes.
14 for 1 after 1.
And then the 4 wide. So, yeah.
4 byes, 7 wides, and a no ball as well from Manwani.
Fazan Ali, the bowler.
Naj, of course, the 2019 Spanish champions. They haven't had a great time here this week. They've really struggled, in truth. Had key players out. And it's with the bat in particular that their problems have come. Only win so far coming against Falco.
That's a lovely looking shot. He waited for it. Pushes it through the gap. 4 runs. And Mudar saying that's what he does so well.
Well, this is how to get the boundary tally going for week 2. And we may well not see many shots better.
No, that was a delightful shot. Waited on it and then executed it fantastically well.
Inside out. And in the same way, just as fantastic as that shot was utterly ugly.
He did lucky to get a bit of bat on it, didn't
It's a
he?
better length, though. It's that Goldilocks back of a length. Bit awkward. Ends up chopping it into his pad. He'll be quite relieved to have survived Alamdar. 5-4 field, both sweepers out on the leg side. Power play, of course. But you can't bowl there.
No, that's nice and easy. On his legs, he doesn't have to do much. Doesn't have to try and hit it hard. And, well, he was admiring the shot so much that it didn't even go for the 4 runs. I thought it was going to go all the way. It doesn't. It stops. The throw comes in. Well, should have been 2 runs there. He's cheated himself out of a run. Not wanting to take the singles either.
Well, I highlighted at the start that one thing you do get with Alamdar Hussain is he's a big hitter, but he's a very reluctant runner. And last week there was a game against Catalonia that was almost farcical, where he gave Catalonia 5 different chances to hit the stumps and run him out, and they didn't manage it. He's incredibly casual, to the point where frequently he's shown us that he would rather walk and not have to break into a jog than risk being run out. And that was yet another example. And one is a touch surprised, particularly with the exposure of this being televised, that maybe some of his teammates haven't yet had a word. But I guess when you're the captain, it takes a bit more courage to tell the captain how to do his job, particularly when he is still, of course, one of their very best batsmen and run scorers.
Yeah, that was a tidy over from Numan Ali. Just the 6 runs off it. And now it looks like the captain. Now, this is going to be interesting. Ishan Patel. He's gentle off spin. He tosses the ball up there.
Yeah, he struggled a bit on Friday, though. But he was last Friday in their opening couple of games. But he was their top wicket taker in the October series here in Barcelona. So he's normally a very dependable performer.
Well, that's what he does. He just puts it up there. It's almost like saying to the batsman, well, this is what I'm going to do. The rest is up to you. You either hit it. If you can, fair dues. If you don't, well, I'm going to have you. Normally bowls a very good wicket-to-wicket line.
Yeah, he's not afraid to give it flight either. He's not one of those spinners that likes to just skid it in flat all of the time.
No, and he's come on before Gurang as well. Normally Gurang, the young left arm leggy, comes on at this point. Oh, that's badly fielded. Straight through him, the bowler. And the captain won't like that. 4 runs. Courtesy of some poor fielding.
Well, we saw extras into double figures within the first over. And it doesn't help when you're giving freebies away in the field too. Swing and a miss. Alamdar misses out. Well, but for the extras, it's actually been a pretty tight power play. We still haven't seen our first 6 of week 2. He's changing his field here. He's putting deep mid-wicket out. And that is a sensible move, because that is Alamdar's favourite hitting area. So he's got mid-wicket and long off out.
Single taken.
Yeah, quite content to settle for 1.
Ishan Patel. Quicker one. Ooh, gets a wide for that. Didn't think that was as wide as it was. Good bit of work from Kish Patel, the wicket keeper. It's well bowled. That's a good line. It's not giving him any room.
Yeah, but he's tried to go inside out there. Whereas if he'd have come inside the line of the ball, he could have nudged it into one of the many gaps in the leg side for at least 1. See, again, he won't mind that 1 bit because he's got this close ring of fielders on the offside. He's got 4 in as well as the slip 2. And so the over ends with back-to-back dots, and so does the power play.
Yeah, so we're on 26 for 1. That was a nice, tidy over from Ishan. I think it was, well, it was one of those calls that could have gone either way. Ishan didn't have the best of first game. He didn't play the second game on the Friday. That was captained by Manish Manwani. But neither one of the spinners had a good day with the ball, so he's come back bravely and bowled well. Numan Ali to continue. That's it in the air. There could be a chance here. It's got to be taken. Oh, no. That is a huge let-off. Massive. Well, it's the wicket that they needed. It was really just, well, it was no more than a dolly up. And Gurang, the young left-arm spinner, lets it go straight through him for 6 runs.
And he's getting the ultimate humiliation because he's been immediately replaced by the captain, Ishan Patel.
Well,
and he's gone straight to him. Oh, he's made amends. He's held on. Having dropped the catch the previous ball, he was swapped out, humiliated, taken out of the long-on boundary of the firing line, and the ball followed him, and he was able to cling on and make amends.
Watch the bowler here when the ball goes in the air. He looks up, sees where it's going to. He's gone out your picture, and he's on the floor thinking, oh, no, it's not Gurang. And, well, he takes a good catch there. I think courtesy of his chest. And the captain, well, captain's probably thinking, okay, that was a good field placing from me. He'll take the credit for that.
Yeah, I don't think that's what Ishan Patel was intending when putting himself out there.
No, but that is a massive wicket. I mean, that let off when he was dropped and the ball going for 6 by Gurang eventually took the catch. Well, that could have been so expensive. Al-Mudar Hussain has gone. And remember, in the game against Barcelona Shaheen, he scored 64-30. That was their last game. So, well, Raval Sporting yet to register a win in their 2 games. They've lost to Catalonia and Catalonia Tigers. They'll be glad to see the back of him. Numan Ali. So far, apart from the odd stroke of luck, I mean, I'm just struggling to find these boundaries. It's been a good field that's been set here. Ishan Patel, the captain. That's hit well. Oh, that's an excellent effort from Manish Manwani. And what he has done. The catch I never thought was on, really. He's done a marvellous effort to get there. But what he did do also is he got plenty on it to stop the ball going through to the boundary. This is good work. Raval Sporting definitely up for it. There's nobody there on the leg side. It's a long old chase. Not going to get there. That's 4 runs. Just straying his line slightly, Numan. You see this one just, yeah. Whether he tried to follow him. Oh, this is going well for Raval. So just to recap, in that game, those games they've lost. Manish Manwani's been a key player, taken some wickets, also scored runs, scored 30 of 18 against the Tigers. Against Catalonia, it was a mixed bash. Ishan Patel was absent. That's a good shout, very good start from the young spinner. Takes a catch and comes back on, bowling his leggies. Not out this time. Kish Patel, the wicketkeeper, he performed well against Catalonia. He made 65 of 33. Then cameo innings from Gurpreet Singh and Govinder Singh, all in the 20s. Got them to a respectable 128 for 3, which was exactly the same score they scored against the Tigers. So they can bat, they can score runs.
Yeah, it's not been the batting that's been the problem, though. When you've got an attack that's conceded 148 in game 1 against the Tigers, and then, even worse, 165 for 4 against Catalonia, it's the bowling that's been their issue. But that's well bowled. Well, that is a proper grenade. He's really held that up and tempted him. Turns down the offer, and that gets them the dot ball.
Asking a question maybe on the legs again. Certainly a bit of pressure. I mean, not finding this easy. Safraz Ahmed. Just got to be a little bit more positive. Perhaps he's better form of defence, his attack here. He'll go after the ball, use his feet a bit. Once more, just standing, letting the ball come to him. Fielder goes down well. Just keeps it to a single. Nice diving stop there by Amit Das. Fielders certainly are throwing themselves around for the bowlers, so it's good to see for Raval Sporting. One more to the total. Safraz Ahmed back on strike. Oh no, it's not. That was the end of the over. Nice and tidy again. So 43, the score, 2 wickets down at the halfway stage. And at the moment, Michael, I would say that Raval Sporting will be more than happy with the way things are going.
I agree. Power play's gone. Got to be looking at 100 plus here, Minaj, and they've got to accelerate. Extras have really powered the total so far. So that's knocked away for 1. Just on the note of that extras tally, so extras have 14. Alam Dar hit 16, the nearly top scorer. This is Patel once more with his offies. Oh, that's swiped away. Is that our first 6 of week 2? Yes, it is. Just about over. Very much a bit of a mini-mo. But it doesn't matter how far over the rope it goes. You get 6 either way. It was an efficient 6. Does just enough. Quicker ball. It's nicely played as well, using the pace. Oh, and that is a wayward throw, so they'll pick up 1. What on earth happened there? Well, the batsmen weren't that interested in running either, and in sheer panic, it was thrown wild and wide, so they pick up a buzzer. But now, might well have picked up the wicket. He has. Caught at point. Isham Patel, the captain, gets his first wicket.
Yeah, went a long way up. Good catch that from Amit Das. We saw him do some good fielding in the over before when he had to dive, saving the 4. And this time taking the catch. So, well, another one goes.
Yeah, they just keep losing wickets. Haven't really established any kind of partnership in this innings. So 51 for 3 now. Mushtaq caught by Amit Das, and so Khalid Mahmood walks to the wicket. Capable middle order hitter when he gets it right. He's at the non-striker's end because they crossed from the catch. That's a real quicker one. That's pretty much a seam bowler's delivery. Pushed in, trying to cramp in for room. wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I mean, in terms of Raval Sporting, their spinners have certainly turned up today. They do rely very heavily on 4 overs from the 2 spinners here, from Ishan and Gurang, and today it seems to be working to plan.
It's another dot. Haven't really found a way to get either of them away. And that is Ishan Patel's set done. It's a very vocal Ravel Sporting side in the field. His 2 overs is bowled out 1 for 14, which in T10 is very good indeed. Remember, Gorang only went for 3 from his first over. So unsurprisingly, he's going to continue. 51 for 3 off 6. And it might be pretty cool, a bit chilly, and swinging overhead conditions, but the pressure cooker is growing here on these 2 batsmen. That's beautifully flighted. That's what we love. Proper spin bowling. Really clever stuff. This is not easy for Khalid Mahmood. He's got to come out and pretty much hit big immediately. Get some good left arm spin. He's off the mark there, finds deep cover. Now I just look at this action of Gorang, and I do have to ask about, just watch it very closely, that arm coming through. That's short, and he's got away with that. That was a rank bad ball. It's straight out to long on. It's fielded by Manish Manwani. Is there a bend there?
No, it looks good to me. We've seen him now the second time. Lights this one up. That's going to get punished. It's too wide. Fortunately for him, there's a sweeper there. Now, the problem here, Michael, I think, for Raval Sporting is who they're going to get to bowl. They need one other bowler here. Now, they're missing Abhishek Borakar. Now, he's been the pick of their bowlers for me. He's missing.
Took 4 wickets in their first couple of games and took the responsibility of bowling at the death.
Yeah, so this is going to be, somebody's going to have to step up.
Storing up problems. For now, it's working well for them. It's another very quiet over. Garang, with 1 ball of his spell left, has conceded just 6 runs. Can he finish with a wicket? Oh, he's really held that one back. Tempting and teasing in the extreme. Like a welcoming wedding buffet. And he drew the big shot. Didn't quite go to hand. Would have been a great catch at mid-wicket from Ishan Patel. He didn't actually get near it in the end. 56 for 3 after 7. And Garang Mahian Vashi is smiling. And why wouldn't he be? He's conceded just 7 runs from his 2 overs. He and Ishan Patel, between them, have conceded 21 from their 4. And Minaj is stuttering. 56 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, good comeback from Gurang. He's been also hiding the last 2 games he played. I mean, hence the 148, 147 scored against them. But they've come back strong. Raval Sporting would be happy to have their captain back as well. He's done a job.
We speculated how they were going to fill it. Hamid Rizvan comes on. Starts with a wide. You give yourself very little room for manoeuvre when bowling right arm around. Now Manish Manwani will surely come back and bowl the 9th. He's already conceded 10 from his first and picked up a wicket up top in the power play. Which means they're probably depending on Rizvan to bowl this over and the 10th. And if he can bowl like that, he'll get through it okay.
Yeah, that was a good reply after the first ball so wide. Once again, interesting why another bowler deciding he wants to come round the wicket as opposed to over.
Free sweepers out on the leg side. Desperately need a boundary, Minaj. Well, that will help. That will do instead. We've only had 2 6s and 3 4s in the entire innings. And the run rate is still below 8 and over. And we know now, because we're into game 21 on this ground, that par is probably in and around the 120 sort of mark.
Oh dear.
That is wild. And that's excellent wicket keeping to ensure that there's only one more to the score. So 2 wides coming from this delivery.
Yeah, this one, the no ball. Doesn't even pitch it on the track. You see this movement there. He's got to, I mean, surely the bowler, oh, he has. I was going to say, he's got to think how he's moving the ball. He's got to be better coming over the wicket. In he comes. And, well,
that's the commentator's curse for you.
Yeah, overcompensates. But he's not bowled one delivery the same so far. He's just got to get into a rhythm. We knew this was going to be an issue for him. With Abhishek missing.
Wides into double figures, extras up to 20. And if this becomes a low-scoring thriller, that could be pivotal. Oh, he's over-adjusting now. Worth reminding you, we've only had one legal delivery in this over. Wide, dot, wide, no ball plus a bye, wide, wide. We've had 6 attempted deliveries. We've all been there once upon a time, folks. It's a pretty lonely place. Right now it's Mohammed Rizvan who is in that place. Well, this is a legitimate delivery. He might have got a wicket with it. No, just over the fielder's head. Well, that would have been the irony of all ironies. They come back for 2. It can, in an odd way, be sometimes difficult to face this kind of bowling because you've got to keep your concentration. It was a wide half volley. Just threw his hands at it, Sarfraz. Gets a bit lucky.
Yeah, it was very wide. It was going to be another wide ball.
That's a better delivery. Still there to be thwacked on the half volley. And thwacked it was, out to extra cover. Stopped by Govinder Singh. 65 for 3. The big finish, they'll still be eyeing 3 figures here, Minaj. Well, this is going to take some catching. It won't be caught. It's over the rope. Just about enough on it. Didn't get all of it, but gets 6. Third 6 of the innings.
Yeah, he had to give that everything. It was short. It was in the slot. Just got bat onto ball, sent it away. Nice shot. Keeps the pressure on. Raval Sporting in this over. And the bowler goes back wide.
Yeah, Rizvan needing a bit of encouragement.
Yeah,
Give his teammates credit. You do often see at this point, you can hear a pin drop, but his teammates are still in his ear trying to.
Yeah, somebody just needs to come over to him. I mean, let's see how this ball goes. That's better.
That's comfortably the best ball of the over. Slower ball, held it back, that in-between awkward length. And it brings him the sweet relief of a dot ball. We've had 11 attempted deliveries in the over, so many I'm losing count. 5 of them successful in terms of being legitimate balls. And you can add another one to that tally. That's the 12th attempted ball. Well, quite extraordinary this. Wides is making a serious push to be top scorer. He's currently just behind Alimdar Hussain. Hussain has 16. Wides catching him up fast.
Come on, get one up there. Oh, not there. It's another wide. He's struggling, and this is where I think somebody just needs to. I mean, Ishant Patel, the captain's not that far away. He's got the ball now. Just have a word with him. Should have done it a while ago. Now he's only got one ball to try and get in there. But I think as soon as you see a bowler who's struggling, have a word. Just put him at ease. Say a few of the right words, and just try and get his mind back on the game.
So attempted ball number 14 of the over. Well, it is a legitimate delivery. Single out to mid-wicket. And that finally, belatedly, is the end of that. Khalid Mahmood will keep the strike and move into double figures with a runner ball 10. And Minaj, thanks to that boost of extras, up to 75 for 3 off 8. 18 conceded by Rizvan there. And this is exactly what we talked about. They'd stored up the fifth bowler problem due to absentees until later on in the innings. Now, Manwani will surely come back to bowl the ninth, but then do you bring Rizwan back again? You've got to go to someone else, surely, after that.
Yeah, you've got to. Very much so. I mean, it's obviously something that the team itself had worked out and planned. I don't think it was just a, off-the-cuff decision.
It's the penultimate over. And Wani, much more dependable operator than Rizwan. Starts well enough. Mahmood on to 11 at the run a ball. 1-6, but apart from that, not much. And Sarfraz is struggling here too. Got to go for it now. He does go for it. He may well have perished. Captain underneath it. Coolly taken. Was never going to drop it, Ishan Patel. Looked very confident. Judged it nicely. And they've got another breakthrough. 76 for 4. Sarfraz Ahmed gone for 15 off 22.
Had to go for this. They've got to be looking for the 100 plus. Raval Sporting, they know that they have lost 2 games, back-to-back games coming into this. They are a team that can score runs. They can and have scored 120 plus in both their games. So this is important. Not Ishan Patel, he doesn't drop those.
Majid Hanif is the new batsman. Hit a 20-ball 50 as part of their run to be Spanish champions last season. That was in their quarter-final against Sporting Alfes. Could be run out without facing. Direct hit, gone. Superb fielding. And 2 wickets in 2 balls. Ravel Sporting are on fire. They're loving life out there.
Yeah, just to recap, so Khalid is gone. And that was a great piece of work, but he could have thrown to any end.
Yeah.
Could have thrown to any end.
Batsmen were having a good old chat in the middle. Got to give credit to the fielding. Wakash Bashrat is the new batsman. Like his 3 predecessors, opting to wear a helmet. And Wani to continue. Can they get a team hat-trick if you believe in such concepts? If you're one that doesn't believe hat-tricks are just for bowlers. Well, they've surely got to push for 2 at this stage. And well, they don't go. Possibly scared by the run out the previous ball. But I'm surprised by that. That really does look like a chronic example of overvaluing wickets. We've only got 9 balls of the innings left. They've turned down the second. That's missed. Surely a run out here. Oh, he's missed. He's missed. It's like 10-pin bowling out there. Can anybody hit? Could be a run out the keeper's end. Well, we're going to need a long old replay of this just to take you through everything that happened.
I mean, Manish having a real shy there. If he just lobbed it up to the man standing at the bowler stumps, he would have taken spells off and he was on his way, but decided to have a big old shy. Mohammed Rizwan was waiting for the ball. He said, just give it to my hands. And he's going for the big throw.
Inside out. He's found the gap there at backward point. But it plugs. They do come back for 2 this time, and they'll get there. So 1 ball left of the 9th over. Wakash Basharat off the mark. Not the time where you'd really want 2 new batsmen in, and that's the criticism one would make of Sarfraz Ahmed and Khalid Mahmood. Both got into double figures, but ate up a lot of balls in doing so and then got out. 15 off 22. Batting at number 3 in a T10 game is not great when you've won the toss and chosen to bat. It's not great when you're chasing either, unless it's an incredibly low-scoring game. Boundary options here are extra cover. Other than that, he's going to have to beat one of the 5 boundary riders and get it over their head. Well, he's tried to do that and he's perished. Simple catch. Going for the maximum. Can't blame him at this stage of the innings. It's the right intent from Majid Hanif. And at the start of this final over, yet another one goes for Minaj. 81 for 6.
Good catch there in the deep from Manish Manwani. You can see what a key player he is in this side. They rely on him to bowl well. He's quite vocal. He's vice-captain, captain the last game as well, and of course, a very key batsman for them as well.
Faizan Ali is the new batsman at the non-striker's end. Usman Ansar has been trusted to bowl this final over, but he's caught a bit of wide-itis off Mohammad Rizwan. It's a disease that has spread rapidly through the Ravel Sporting side today. Should say Manwani only conceded 4 runs from that penultimate over and picked up a wicket, so he finishes with a very tidy 2 for 14 from his 2. That's short. And he's clinked that round the corner. Didn't get it cleanly. Might be run out. Yes, gone. Very good, tidy fielding again from Ravel Sporting. It's been a feature of this innings. They might have been leaky when it comes to extras, but the fielding has been very good. Wakas Basharat is run out quite clearly. 82 for 7 now.
Good work. They've been good in the field. There have been that one catch that went down from Gurang, but he came back the very next ball to take it, so no harm was done. And since then, since they got the main man out, well, Minaj just haven't got going.
And so his brother, his older brother, Babar Basharat, comes out. He'll be on strike. Just 4 balls left. For legitimate balls. The difference in this innings more important than ever, because wides are now on to 15. They are joint second top scorer along with Sarfraz Ahmed. Extras have 28. Oh dear. More than a third of the runs in the innings.
More to come as well.
And their total's going to be boosted. And, well, even if they'd have had half as many extras, they wouldn't be at the 70 mark now, Minaj. But with a big few balls here, the 100 mark is still there for them. That's another wide.
Well, this is something that Raval Sporting got to sort out. They had the same problems when we saw them on Friday. Now they're back after this to play the last game against a team that is very much on top of their game, Pak Care. And, well, they've got to sort out this bowling. They've got to get and find this extra bowler that's going to bowl them.
Well, he's coming right arm around now, but there's no difference. I mean, at this point, it is becoming the club cricket situation where it's like, who have we got that bowls occasionally but can just bowl 6 legitimate deliveries, even if they're not great balls? He's tried a little slow ball out the back of the hand. It's picked up easily, though. Lovely pull shot for 6. That's by miles the best shot we've seen all day. There's a crackle off the bat, like a shotgun. Gorgeous batting. And that takes them into the 90s. 1 bounce 4 was what we briefly thought it might have been, because that boundary's a long way away, but square leg signalling it went for 6. And that's 6 more. He's got that one even cleaner. Back-to-back pull shots for 6 from Baba Basharat. He is making a mockery of the batting order. He stepped out at number 9, and he's clobbered 2 in a row now.
Yes, and if you look at the captain, Hisham Patel, on the fielding side, and a couple of fielders, they're standing on the boundary with his arms crossed, thinking this is hurting them.
Well, I said a big finish could get them 100, and now with that wide, they're there with 2 balls to spare. And it is this 5th bowler that's really killed them. Ravel Sporting 18 off Mohammad Rizvan's over, the 8th over. And now this last over has gone for 18 with 2 balls still left, 19 in fact. So many we can barely keep up, but he's taken a wicket. He's got a 2nd in the over, Usman Ansar. Well, if that isn't T10, I don't know what is. We've seen a nigh on never-ending over. It's brought 3 wickets for Ravel Sporting, 2 to the bowler, Second, this one for Ansar. So Baba Bashrat, after back-to-back sixes, trying to clobber it across the line again, just puts a simple catch back. And out comes Dilsha Ahmed at number 10. The score 100 for 8. He will be on strike. Just one ball left of the innings. One legitimate delivery. And I say that because we've seen 19 wides across the innings. Wides are the top scorer. He's got that out to long on. They've surely got to push for 2. It's the last ball of the innings. Well, they don't. Rather bizarrely. Had absolutely nothing to lose by doing so, but Minaj quite content to settle for 1. And Dilsha Ahmed, the number 10, very much a member of the Average Protection Society, gets his red inker with 1 off 1. Minaj finish 101 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Raval Sporting, if you said to them, well, okay, you're chasing 102, I think they'd be more than happy with that. But they'll be looking at this performance from themselves and saying, in general, they did very well. They took the catches, they bowled well, as we see some of these highlights, but they let themselves, with that one missing bowler, almost 40 runs from him.
Well, they bowled some very good deliveries and they produced some magic moments in the field, but then they bowled some absolute filth, to be perfectly honest, as we see the extras from Manwani. 10 extras in just the first over alone. Wides ended up scoring 19 across the innings. Extras ended up scoring 32. Alamdar Hussain was someone who hit the ball as cleanly as anybody else. He was dropped over the rope, which helped him along his merry way. Well, a bit of luck there for Khalid Mahmood off the inside edge, getting 4. That was the first 6 of 2 from Safraz Ahmed, who struggled to get going apart from that one boundary. Some tight stuff from Isham Patel. He finished with 1 for 14 off his 2. Got Usman Mushtaq here for 7 off 7. Then Ahmed trying to go down the ground. Picked up a maximum there. Apart from that, really struggled to get the score going. And eventually that was where he went, caught by Isham Patel off Manwani for 15 off 22. Comical run out here. Khalid Mahmood gone for 11 off 12. As the 2 spinners kept things tight in the middle overs, but then late on, the assault eventually would come from Baba Bashrat, but only after yet more wickets. A second run out. Waqas Bashrat gone for 3 off 4. Then the older of the 2 Bashrat brothers came out and gave it a bash. Back-to-back 6s on the pull shot here. And in what could be a low-scoring thriller, these back-to-back 6s could prove oh so pivotal in the final over, taking advantage of Raval Sporting struggling with their 5th bowler. Did eventually go here for 12 off 3, 6-6 out for the number 9, which isn't a bad knock at all in a T10 game. And so Minaj finishing on 101 for 8, powered by 32 extras, including 19 wides. Only 3 batsmen getting 12 or more, 4 making it into double figures, a very scratchy batting card. And in truth, it was only the extras that put them over the 3 figures mark. Wanwani, the pick of the bowlers, with 2 for 14 from his 2, but the spinners as well were brilliant. 1 for 14 for the captain, Isham Patel, and none for 7 from his 2 for Gaurang Mahanvashi. As you can see, though, the big problem was the 5th bowler. Rizwan going for 18 off his over, and then Usman Ansar conceding 20 from his and picking up 2 wickets as well in an eventful final over. So Minaj with 1 win from 5 so far. Raval Sporting winless from 2. Join us in a few minutes for the run chase to see who can get the first victory of week 2 of the Barcelona Bash.
And we are back for match number 22 of this European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. Live coin toss. I'll tell you what, this match is shaping up to be a beauty. I think it's going to be match of the day. We've got Catalonia Tigers versus Pack Care. Pack Care have only lost one game this tournament so far. They've looked extremely strong, sitting pretty at the top of the ladder. But the Catalonia Tigers just came into the competition late last week. They've played 2 and they've won 2. They look really, really strong, playing some sensational cricket. They've posted 2 massive totals. So I think this one's going to be an absolute blinder. So let's toss the coin. Pack Care is a home team, so you'll toss. Devinder, you will call, mate. You'll call, yeah. Heads the call.
It's tails.
It's a tail. All right, buddy. So you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
Bowling first.
Bowling first. Talk me through it. Why are you bowling first?
बॉलिंग के बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम बॉलिंग की है कि चेजिंग में जो रन्स मिलते हैं हमें वो सामने आता है कि चेजिंग में फिर पता क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना तो इजीली फिर हम कर सकते हैं इसलिए बॉलिंग फर्स्ट.
Yeah, saying that they prefer to chase because they can work out what the equation is, what runs they need, and the team is better chasing.
You guys are going very well at the moment, sitting top of the ladder, but these guys came in late last week and have played 2 really good games of cricket. What's the strategy against them?
ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੇਮ ਵਾਲੇ ਅੱਛੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟੌਪ ਦੇ ਆ ਕੈਟਲੋਨੀਆ ਟਾਈਗਰਸ 2 ਗੇਮਾਂ खेलियां तगड़ी टीम लग रही है की ਤੁਹਾਡੀ स्ट्रेटजी है?
स्ट्रेटजी हमारी सेम ही रहेगी जो पहले है इंशाल्लाह. टफ टाइम होगा लेकिन हम कोशिश करेंगे कि जो भी ये बैटिंग में फर्स्ट बनाए कम से कम इन्हें 90-80 तक आउट करने की कोशिश करें और चेज़ करें.
Strategy is the same what they've applied all the time, just trying to get the team out for between 80 and 90 and get the runs.
It's nice and simple. Good luck. Have a good game. All right, mates. So you've been sent into bat. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, we have been batting as we have been batting as we have won the toss. Should have been batting first as well, eh? So the same.
So no problem.
No problem at all.
You guys have started really well. You've won both your games. You've been batting really, really well. I mean, how are you guys feeling? You up and about, confident?
Yeah, very much. We are carrying the same momentum from the last 2 games. Hopefully, we will post some big totals as from the last 2 games and try to defend it.
Well, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a big game. So have a good one, mate. So Pack Care have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Welcome back to this beautiful Montjuïc Olympic ground in Barcelona for the conclusion to match number 21 of the tournament, the first in week 2, under some cloudy autumnal skies and cold, chilly conditions that you normally wouldn't associate with Catalonia. We have Revel Sporting in the red shirts with the black trousers, the batting side, chasing this slightly below par target, we reckon, even accounting for the conditions, of 102 to win against Minaj TC, the Spanish champions of 2019, in their all-black uniforms with yellow trimmings. Minaj with 4 losses from 5 so far. Meanwhile, Revel Sporting desperate to get on the board after 2 losses last Friday in their first couple of games in this 9-team round robin. Sarfraz Ahmed set to bowl the first ball of the run chase. And they've taken a very daring quick single. Run out chance at the bowler's end. They squeak home. Bit of fortune for Kishjit Patel, and that brings the non-striker and captain Ishan Patel onto strike. A 5-4 field, everybody up on the offside. Remember, power play in the first 3 overs, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, and those 2 fielders are at deep mid-wicket and long on. Nudged around the corner. Again, quick, assertive running, but because both batsmen were on board and there was calling with conviction rather than calling with confusion, they're fine to scoot through. So both of them are off the mark. Kishjit Patel kept tidily behind the stumps. And now opens his boundary account here by flashing one towards the umpire's tent for 6. Classic left-hander shot when offered a bit too much width. Throws the hands at it. Goes inside out and gets 6. Gorgeous shot.
Nice shot. These two will do this. I mean, both can bat well. We know all about the quality of Ishan Patel. But they also will take the singles. And rotation is key. Left and right batsman. That's 4 more.
That's another belter. 6 followed by 4. He's a naturally aggressive opening batsman. The power play suit him perfectly. And this is just baseball style. Duck and run if you're the umpire. Thankfully, he did get out of the way. So 12 off 4 balls already. That's too short. Pulled away. Has got the sweeper there, so gets away with that. He's fortunate to do so. Fielded by Dilshah Ahmed. 13 already off 5. Well, the first thing Minaj will hope to do in this reply that Revel Sporting didn't is be pretty tight on the extras. So Ahmed finishes off that first over with a ball that is not a wide, but it's short and there to go, and go it does. So both batsmen open their boundary counts. It's just there for the captain, Ishan Patel, to rock back, swivel pull, keeps it low. Very good technique. And at the end of the first over, in his Revel Sporting, in a commanding position, 17 without loss.
Yeah, that was nice. We've seen the quality of both these batsmen. Kish Patel, the wicketkeeper, he's very much brutal force, will thump it if he gets a chance. Ishan Patel, very correct. Nice to play his shots all around the ground, and if he gets in, we'll see plenty more of those. 17 off the first.
Got to adjust to the left-hander on strike now. Oh, that's short. There to go, and go it does. 6 more. And it's all getting away from Minaj in the power play here. They've got to pull it back quickly. First ball from the captain, Amar Shahzad, is a real loosener of a loosener. And it goes.
That's a soft shot. Was an opportunity there, and in the end it goes all the way. It didn't really look like he timed it that well, but it's gone all the way for 4 runs. Nicely played. Great start this from Raval Sporting. So one down the leg side, one outside here through extra cover. Pressure is on. Amar Shazad, the captain. Short once more. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat. There's chase on for the fielder. They'll take the single.
Ishjit Patel with 71 runs across his 2 knocks on Friday. 65 not out. Highlight of the 2 for him, of just 33 balls against Catalunya in a losing cause.
That's very wide. And it's going to roll all the way for 5. Is it going to get to the boundary? It does indeed. 5 wides. Well, it's a little bit of, well, you gave us some. We'll give you some.
There's some real
Back.
wide-itis going on out
Yes.
there. We saw, just to remind you, we saw 19 bowled by Ravel Sporting. Wides were the top scorer. Alamdar Hussain, the top scoring batsman, with 16. 32 extras in total. There's 5 back.
Oh, that's through the gap. Ball rolling away. Fielder gives it chase. Might just get a foot on it. Good effort. Wasn't able to. 4 more. These two off to a splendid start. That was a lovely shot. Good old chase from the fielder. Safraz Ahmed. Couldn't just get the foot onto it. Well, they've certainly got the foot on the accelerator at the moment. Shazad. Oh, just getting it completely wrong. Not the first bowler to do so today. There's something in the air in Barcelona. The bowler struggling to get the ball in the right place. He's swinging around, it is, but, well, again, and that's going to keep going. There it goes. It's going to be 5 wides more. Well, मेरा ख्याल लगदा अपने मुंडे ने बर्फी बहुत खा ली और बोल ही नहीं कर सकते. बर्फी थोड़ी खाया करो. दिवाली तो बनानी है पर थोड़ी खाया करो. Michael, I think the boys have celebrated Diwali too much here. They've eaten too much of the sweets, too much of the jalebis and the barfis, and they're struggling.
Well, wides are into double figures. It's extraordinary. I don't think we've seen more wides across both teams in a game in the tournament.
Oh, that is classy. That's a T10 shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. He knows where the field is. Everybody's inside that ring, and over it goes. Beautifully played. The footwork and the placement here, absolutely fantastic. Really, really is good.
Yeah, that's gone. And they're just finding boundaries at will here, the 2 Patels. Kishjit and his son, not related. That was cleverly held back. Just a little slower ball. But this is a cracking start. You talk about one thinks with a below par T10 score, and we reckon this is probably around 15 or 20 below par. You break the back of it in the power play, well, they're nearly halfway there.
Yeah. And without taking
The
any
game
risk.
just gets away from you so quick. That's T10.
Safraz Ahmed is going to continue, which is a strange. Because they've got
Went
other
for
bowlers in
17
there,
off the
yeah.
first, and that over from Amar Shazad's just gone for 30, which is one of the biggest overs that we've seen here this week. There was one that went for 37. That's not a record you want to be rivaling.
Fires it into the pads. Batsman, good running again. Ishan Patel takes a single. Leg buys. Better length. Actually coming in with a little bit of determination now, Safraz Ahmed. It's nicely played, nicely bowled. Trying to tuck Ishan Patel up. Ishan Patel played a nice shot. in the previous over to Safraz, where the ball, you kept an eye on it. It did stay quite low.
I'm just wondering whether there's a good reason for all of these wides, whether it's maybe to do with the ball.
Catch goes down. Was a chance. Ishan Patel trying to hit over the top again. And, well, in the end, I was wondering if they were going to take the run they do. Well, you've got to take the opportunities when they're there.
I can hear batsmen shouting at the screen, saying you're offering the bowlers an excuse, but it's something we've consistently seen across both innings of the game. Both teams have seemed to struggle.
Firmly hit will be the single. Yeah, it was a hard chance from Almudar Hussain. It was hit hard at him. Man of his ability, you would expect him to take it. A wicket can change everything. We know that in T10. And Ishan Patel is the sort of batsman, Michael, that you give him a chance, he's going to make you pay. There's not too many opportunities that he gives. He's very quick to realise his mistake and get his mindset back on the game. And that's what he will do here now. He knows that he should be leading his team to their first victory. Wide ball.
Well, such is the adrenaline that is flowing through Tidge's veins. He decided to have a go at that when that was a long, long way down leg. But he's pumped up, trying to finish this one in a hurry. Can't blame him. His logic clearly there. If he gets much bat on it and beats fine leg, it's 4 or 6. And well, we have seen teams try and get a bit funky with their strategy, but Vale Sporting have gone very simple this morning. The 2 best batsmen are going to open the batting and take responsibility and get it done. And so far, it's working for them. Ishan Patel was their leading run scorer in the October European Cricket Series Barcelona. Before we came back for this, the Barcelona Bash, and Kishitage as well has been very impressive, not least with that 65 against Catalonia. Their problems in those first 2 games were with the ball. They actually conceded the 2 highest scores of the competition so far. 148 against the Catalonia Tigers, then 165 against Catalonia. But today, against opposition in Minaj, who have not been as strong as those 2 across the competition, they were very leaky with the ball, but just did enough to keep it to a manageable total. Power play done, 53 without loss. And Majid Hanif is going to bowl some spin.
Yeah, Majid. Familiar face to us. He's also been helping out with doing some of the book scoring for the European Cricket Network team. So wish him good luck here. Starts well.
But just in the same way, as you wish all teams the equal amount of good luck, because we are strictly neutral here in the commentary box.
Of course, yeah.
Amount of times we see teams coming across saying wish us well. Strictly impartial.
Ooh, I think missing leg stump. It was a good chance. Could be run out though. Well, we'll see that again. First the LB ball just drifting down the leg. Kiss Patel trying to get hold of this, giving it everything. Yeah, going to miss leg stump. And then he just, had no idea where the ball was and started coming down the track. Just trying to hit it too hard now. Left-hander, Kish Patel. Just needs to, anything like that, if he just helps it along the way, it's going to, go down for 4 runs without fail if he's just the one fielder there. Bit short. Majid Hanif just needs to get the ball, push it up a little bit. Adjusting his field to the right-hander. Very much offside. 5 men on the off. That's well hit. Hit very hard. 4 runs. That's just power and placement. Rocked back. Saw the gap. 4 more. Jokka Hogia, nice shot.
And the boundaries just keep becoming here for Ravel Sporting. This opening partnership past the half-century mark and continuing to charge along.
Changing the field, so sweeper on the off comes up. Another one goes down onto the leg side. Mid-wicket, extra cover. All back. That's well bowled. Flighted up. A good cricket as well from the Ravel Sporting side. Good backing up from Kish Patel. Takes a single. This is nice from them so far.
Well, these two have batted together a lot for Ravel Sporting across the last 5 years. And what's notable as much as anything else has been how brilliant the running between the wickets has been in this partnership.
One bounce. Safraz Ahmed doing good work. Asking the question about the run out, but Kish Patel was in there quite easily. And there again, it's exactly a demonstration of what Michael was saying. These two running very well in between the wickets. That's the way to do it. No hesitation. You're going to go, you go.
And I don't mean to labour the point, as Ravel was sitting pretty, 60 without loss off 4, but Alamdar Hussain has surely, whilst he's out there fielding, having a tough time, but he's got to be watching this, and this is the beauty of the exposure that these tournaments bring, and having 40 games on television across 2 weeks, that teams learn off each other. And he's known for his very casual approach to running between the wickets. He's got to be thinking that he can maybe learn from what these two are doing here as spin continues, and it is the aforementioned Alamdar to bowl.
Yes. Good start, right up there. Getting Kish Patel going across the line.
Of course, he won't want to watch how impressive their running between the wickets is for very long, because he'll want them out, but
the first chance of the match did go to him. It was a sharp chance that he put down. Well, he's going to come round to Ishan Patel. It's well bowled in the right areas. And at this stage, Michael, that's all the bowlers can do. You just need a bowler to be bowling good line, wicket to wicket, and see if they make a mistake.
Yeah, and it does look right now like the game is Ravel Sporting's to lose, but even if that is the case, there's a game within a game here of how quickly they can finish it off. But for now, they might have finally lost their first wicket. No. Fortune very much favouring the Brave there. But that will give Alamdar some encouragement.
Yeah, Kish Patel having a good old swing at this, slicing it. Fortunately for him, it's just gone over the man on the 30-yard line and couldn't get to the guys coming in from the field. Ishan Patel now on strike, the right-hander. Gives him some width. It's not something he normally misses out on, probably a bit quicker. Going for his shot, the extra cover. Remember, there's no sweeper now on that leg side. Single. Good over, Almudar Hussain. One to come in it. Still no boundaries. This is better from Minaj. But he needs to be supported by the other bowlers as well. Hit in the air, man coming in. It's Safraz Ahmed, takes the catch, well done. Well, Kish, you just felt that sooner or later he was going to go. He wanted to hit everything, going to hit big, wasn't timing it. Once again here you see, just trying to hit the ball too hard rather than place it. Got on top of it, head went up, offers an easy catch, so the first wicket goes down.
Yeah, and it's spin that's done the trick. Kishijit Patel gone for 28 off 17 with 2 4s and 2 6s. What an opening partnership. 64 for 1 off 5. And with a modest 38 needed off 30. Minaj now bring on Majid Hanif to bowl his second, conceding just 6 from his first.
Yeah, be bowling to Shubdeep Deb, the new batsman. Looks quite a little man out there, doesn't he? Looks really small compared to everybody around him. It's like they've sent a school kid out to have a bat.
Ooh.
Little Shubdeep.
I'll remind you that Sachin Tendulkar scored a Test match century whilst being 16 years old. It's not all about power and height. It's about timing.
It's about
And
timing.
he didn't
Well,
have that there.
There wasn't too much.
And if you don't have any of those three things, then yes, you really are struggling.
There wasn't too much of the master Sachin in that shot. But let's see. That was only his first ball. Get something on that. Maybe a bit of glove. We'll just see what the umpire signals.
Bit of glove.
No, leg by.
If what? If he's wearing a glove on his.
Well, I was just trying to get him a run.
Yes, it's that classic thing where you know if that's a catch, he's pointing to his pad, but he jogs down, points to the umpire, just a little nick on it. We've all been there.
Oh, he's got to go. Oh, now that's a good bit of bowling, but not the best bit of batting from the captain. They've just seen his opening partner go. He needed to stick around for a bit. Not something anchored, very not a characteristic shot from him. It's not like him to give his wicket away in that sort of style.
Just didn't need to play it.
No, not at all.
Comfortable situation. Well ahead on the scoreboard. But instead he goes as well. Stumped by Usman Mushtaq off Majid Hanif for 22 off 14 with 4 fours. And so now 2 batsmen both yet to score at the crease.
Just watching at Minesh walking in there, looks like he's struggling, doesn't he? He's not comfortable at all coming in there. He's picked up an injury.
And could this be one of those T10 games? We saw it in the first game of this tournament, way back last Monday morning, where it was Barcelona Shaheen in total control of the run chase against Falco. And then they scored just 20 runs off the last 4 overs and blew it and lost by 4 runs. I wonder if we got something of a repeat of that. One thing Manwani does give you is he gets you a left-hand, right-hand combination. And spin has been very effective in both innings of this game.
It has, yeah. I think the seamers have struggled to control the ball.
Too much swing.
Ooh, well, a bit of test match creeping in here now.
That is an interesting shot.
What shot? There was no shot at all.
Leave is a shot. It's a choice of shot. It's an active choice to not play a shot, but point taken.
Ooh, Minaj are up for this. Very vocal. They feel that they're back in this game. I'm surprised at the choice of batsmen that come out. Don't forget you got Gurwinder and Gurpreet in there. Then they've scored good runs, and I would have thought get one of them in, hit the ball around, get the win. Well, there we go. He never looked comfortable. He left the first one, gets a bit of pad on the second, a third ball straight through wicket. Majid Hanif gets another breakthrough.
So Manwani gone for a 3 ball duck. Hanif has 2 for 6 now with his 2 overs complete. Just turned enough to hit the middle of that leg stump. Otherwise it would have drifted down the leg side. And Manwani having a wild swing. His eyes are properly lit up. Departs.
Well,
65 for 3 off 6.
Yeah, great over that was. And it's got them back in this game. And, well, we are seeing...
It's one of the men you called for. Govinder Singh has come out to bat with number 26 on his back. He hit 27 off just 11 in game 20 on Friday evening against Catalunya. Albeit in a losing cause. They were chasing a mammoth 166 to win. For now, Govinder will be at the non-strikers end. And Shubdeep Deb, who is yet to score from his 2 balls, is facing.
Yes, well hit from the little man, takes the single.
Alamdar with 1 for 4 from his first over. And it's something of a collapse here. Remember that They added 64 for the first wicket, which fell of the last ball of the 5th over. Nudged away for 1. They are going to need a bit more than singles, these two, but for now, one can understand, given the calypso-collapso going on, they just decide to nudge it about for a bit. See off the threat of spin, which in both innings of this game has been pivotal. It's very flighted, teasing and tempting Deb, who couldn't resist. Falls just short of Ahmed. Suddenly, the surge of belief and noise has come back into these Minaj players who'd been zombies out there for the first 5 overs as Kishijit and Ishan led them on a merry dance. That again will only be 1. No shortage of encouragement here for Alimdar Hussain. The back end of a magnificent spell from him. Swing and a miss, just keeps a touch low maybe. Has only 1 ball left in his spell. He's conceded 8 runs and picked up a wicket. This game really has swung dramatically. Chopped down, straight back to him. And that is the end of Alamdar's spell. So he finishes with 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. Hanif at the other end with 2 for 6, 3 for 14 between them. And suddenly it feels like a long, long time ago, where after 4 overs, they were sitting pretty at 60 without loss. In the 3 overs since, they've added just 9 runs and lost 3 wickets. And now Minaj thinking about where they go next in terms of bowling changes with the 2 spinners bowled out.
Yeah, and, well, Raval Sporting, just 9, as you say, from 3. All of a sudden, the required run rate is now at 10. They cannot allow that to go any higher. Got to start playing the shots.
The problem they've got, though, Minaj, is that Amir Shahzad was smashed for 30 from his first over by the openers. And with both spinners bowled out and Safraz Ahmed bowled out, they've got to look elsewhere. So Dilshah Ahmed is going to come on with his occasional medium pace in a pressure situation. So both teams being very aggressive in their bowling changes, then leaving the 5th bowler until the end. And we saw how much that cost Ravel Sporting. That's a poor delivery to start with, helped on its way for 6. Well, this is the problem with saving the lesser bowling until the back end of the innings. You store up problems later on. It's got them back in the game. But that is there to go. Wasn't going to miss out, Govinda. Goes again on the half volley. And Ahmed does just enough out there and keeps it to 1. Oh, well, there's going to be buzzers. It's missed by Dilshah Ahmed. He's not helping himself with the fielding. And it can all turn so quickly from such positive noise to a scathing argument that's going on out there as to whose fault that was. Ahmed blaming Dilshah Ahmed, that is, blaming Safraz Ahmed, who was out on the road, which seems incredibly harsh. He did everything he could for him. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. That's over long on for 6. 2 6s in the over. Turning the game back towards Ravel Sporting. And Govinder Singh rapidly rebuilding from his team's collapse.
That's a top shot. He was under pressure. We know he likes to play his shots. He's continued to do so, not changed his game. And all of a sudden, Ravel Sporting dugout has found his voice back. He smashed this one as well. Balle, balle, balle. That is beautiful. That is big. And this is the way you take pressure off yourself in a T10 match. Well, it was 9 runs of 3 overs. And, well, this man's come on and he's
He said, "Problem? What
he's-
problem?
what
What's the
problem?
problem?"
What's
What's-
going on, guys? Just hit it.
Goes again. This is down the ground. And this will be 4. Surely, yes. And it's the batting dugout where all the noise is coming from now. 6-2, 6-6-4 for Govinda. We were a touch surprised that he didn't come in earlier. And he's doing his best to make a mockery of that decision now. This is now his highest score in European Cricket Series matches. And he's going to get even more there. This is an audacious shot. He knows that long off is out, and he knows that there's no one out on the cover rope. So just watch how he got inside the line of the ball and gets it on its way. So 6-2, 6-6-4. And then another 4 to finish the over. 28 conceded by Dilshah Ahmed in a match that has been defined by both teams' inability to find a fifth bowler. They tried to delay that problem as long as they possibly could. But eventually it has come back to cost them, Minaj. And so now it's just 5 needed from the last 2 overs. It should be Deb on strike. Gets this one away down the ground. He's quite content with 1, and why wouldn't he be with Govinda Singh on 30 off 8? Give him the strike back and say, you go and finish it off, pal. And finish it off he does. Finishes it in style. A swinging 6 from Govinda Singh, who has played the ultimate finisher's knock. It's a really poor delivery. Would have been at least 1 wide, if not more. But such was his form. Thought, why don't I hit it? And hit it he did. 36 off 9 for that man there with 26 on his back. 2 4s and 4 big 6s to take them home. And so Ravel Sporting Club win this match by 7 wickets with 10 balls to spare.
Well done to Govinda Singh. We've already mentioned a couple of guys out there. Now, when he came on to bowl, I said then, we should be thankful of Govinda Singh. He does a lot of work out early morning in the ground, gets everything ready. So it's nice to see somebody who puts a lot of effort in getting the ground and everything set up here in the morning. Also going out there and showing the world his cricketing abilities, and he showed that with some great hitting.
So Govinda Singh with 36 off 9, surely a strong candidate for player of the match. As we look back on this run chase that they were so in control of Ravel Sporting. Kshitij Patel and Isham Patel adding 64 for the first wicket off the first 5 overs. And at that point, it should have been a bit of a coast. But they hit some choppy waters when spin came on, much like in the reverse innings. Majid Hanif and Alamdar Hussain causing a bit of havoc. Alamdar Hussain picked up Kishijit there. And then Hanif had Ishan stumped for 22 off 14. Just charging down and missing it by a distance. Hanif had his second when bowling Manish Manwani. The ball turning back just enough to hit the middle of the leg stump. Gone for a 3rd ball quacker. A duck. Once the spinners were bowled out, similarly to the first innings of this game, the 5th bowler problem had been saved up, and Dilshah Ahmed went for 28 runs, 6-2, 6-6, 4-4. All of those runs scored by Govinda Singh. He played a good knock against Catalunya in game 20 and built on that here with a new ECS best for him. Hit the winning runs as well to end with 36 runs off 9 balls with 2 4s and 4 6s. Should they're very much playing the supporting role. More than anything, got the best front row seat view to things with 3 not out from 7 balls for him. So a first win of the competition for Ravel Sporting after defeats against the Catalunya Tigers in Catalunya CC on Friday. Meanwhile, Minaj now with just 1 win from 6 games, and so confirmed that they will definitely not be making Finals Day Friday. Of course, got to find 4 teams from this 9-team round robin. Nico Full is getting ready to speak to the player of the match, a choice that probably won't overly surprise you. In Barcelona, where of course we've got plenty more action where that came from. Still 19 games left here at the Montjuïc Olympic ground. But for now, we can look back on match 20 as Rico Full is on standby to speak to our player of the match.
Thank you, Michael. What a good match that was. Ravel Sporting coming into this with 2 defeats. They needed a win. They did the hard work in the field. A lot of extras, but in the end they restricted Minaj to a low score. And in the end, they went and got him quite easily. Well, I say quite easily, they struggled. Lost some 3 wickets quite quickly. And this man, the player of the match, Govinder Singh, went in, smashed the ball all over the place and got them a win of just 8.2 overs. Man of the match, ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ. Man of the match ਸੀਗਾ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੈਪੀ ਦੀਵਾਲੀ
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ
ਤਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੇਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋ ਸਕੋਰਿੰਗ ਗੇਮ
ਯੈਸ ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਪਹਿਲਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਨਸ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਪਰ 2 ਬੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲੇ 1 ਬੋਲ ਸ਼ੋਰਟ ਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਨ 2 ਓਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 40 ਰਨ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਗੇਮ ਲਈ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਪਲੈਨਿੰਗ ਸੀਗੀ ਥੋੜੇ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਰਨ ਤੇ ਰੋਕਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ 2 ਬੋਲਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਸਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੈੱਟ ਪਾਈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੈਟਸਮੈਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਬੈਟਸਮੈਨ ਵਧੀਆ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਨ ਇਹ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲਾਸਟ ਤੇ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਲੂਜ਼ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਸਿੱਟੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਿੱਟ ਮਾਰੀ
Yeah, just saying there that, yeah, they did a good job in the field. They did miss the extra bowler, gave too many runs away, but it was up to the batsman then to go out and do the job. He's quite happy with the start that the batsman gave. In the end, he got his opportunity and he did his job. Did his job, he did. 36 runs of just 9 balls. 36 got in, 9 balls ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ. ਜਦੋਂ ਕੈਪਟਨ ਆਊਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਵਿਕਟ ਕੀਪਰ ਆਊਟ ਫਿਰ ਕੈਪਟਨ ਆਊਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਥੋੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਤਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਹੀ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਸ ਵਾਰ ਤੋਂ 2 ਵਿਕਟਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਆਊਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਵਿਕਟ ਹੋਰ ਨਾ ਖੋਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੇ ਰਨ ਵੀ ਤੇਜ਼ ਬਣਾਏ ਜਾਣ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ 2 ਬੋਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੱਟ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਬੋਲ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਿਡਲ ਹੋਈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਹੋਰ ਵਧਿਆ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਖੇਡੀਆਂ
Yeah, so there was a bit of pressure when they lost those wickets, but in the end, he went in there, he felt good, played the balls well, and he did. He hit them really, really well indeed. Next game, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਲਾਸਟ ਗੇਮ ਪੈਕਾ ਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਲਾਸਟ ਗੇਮ ਆ ਉਹ ਟਫ ਗੇਮ ਹੋਣੀ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਪਲੇਅਰ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਬੋਲਰ ਕਿ ਇਹੀ ਟੀਮ ਹੀ ਆ
ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਪਲੇਅਰ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਸਾਡਾ ਚਲਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਚ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਟਫ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਛਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਗਲਾ ਮੈਚ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਤਾਂਗੇ
Just asking about the last game here today. They're playing Pak Ikea, saying it's going to be the same team. They may be losing one other player, so they've got to be strong. They've got to bowl tight because they know Pak Ikea can take them apart if you don't get it right. Anyway, at the moment, they've won this game. ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੀ game ਜਿੱਤ ਗਏ Ravel Sporting. And don't forget, we've got a cracking game coming up now. Probably going to be one of the matches of today. We've got the informed Pak Ikea versus the team that have introduced to this European Cricket Series last week. And they came strong, batting first in both games, scoring 140 plus, and that's the Catalunya Tigers. And they're batting first in this next one as well. It's going to be absolute cracker. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the beautiful Montjuïc Olympic ground in Barcelona, where the wind is whipping up, and it's something of a very cloudy autumnal English-style day, not the kind of conditions you'd normally associate with the Catalan state where we are for this match number 22 of 40, and it's arguably the game of the day, folks, the bumper fixture, the one we've been probably looking forward to the most of the four across this Monday. Pack I Care, who have 4 wins from 5 in action against the Catalonia Tigers, who didn't play until day 5 of this tournament, but by goodness me did they stride into action when they did, defeating Ravel Sporting and the Bangladesh Kings on Friday. So they've got 2 wins from 2 in this 9-team round-robin format where the top 4 make the semi-finals. These two both look well-placed to do so, and we'll hope to take another step towards finals day Friday here. Pack I Care in the predominantly blue shirts with the green trimmings that you can see, a rather stylish and unorthodox looking strip, and they are in the field because they've won the toss and chosen to have a bowl. And meanwhile, Catalonia Tigers out to bat. Umar Aftab will take strike the first ball. Ishtiaq Nazir will be at the non-striker's end, shaping up to bowl the first over of this match. There's a bit of a disagreement over who they're going to use here, because predominantly in this tournament, Mohamed Kamran has bowled the first over and the third over. He's bowled in the power play and taken charge for them. But they're just having a bit of a conference over what they're going to do.
Well, it's all sorts of costume changes going out there. While this is happening, I'm just going to move off cricket for very quickly and say welcome. And, well, we should say welcome to the world to young Lando Jepez Cantor. Being born, was born on Friday the 13th, which is lucky in Spain, and also was Diwali Day. So, Lando Jepez Cantor. And that, of course, is the first baby of James, part of the European Cricket Network team. So welcome to the world as we start with the first ball. Played away nicely for 4 runs.
First ball of match 22 is a loose full toss. Well, that's not the start you want when you've won the toss and bowled. It's not what the captain, Mohamed Babar, would have wanted first up. It's a gift of a boundary for Umar Aftab, who put it away well. Bowler is Farhat Azim. Hope for a better ball second up. Well, that one pitches, so it's a good start. Just jabbed away for 1.
Yeah, nice start from the Tigers. They're a team, like to remind you, they've been scoring 148 and then 147 in their 2 games. So they do like to bat first. So they probably would be more than delightful that they've been put in here.
Yes, but this will probably be their sternest test yet, we reckon. Pack I Care quite like to win the toss and bowl first, because then they know exactly what they need in the run chase. And they're predominantly a bowling team, as have the first wide of this second game of the day. And with the sun just starting to poke through the clouds and the ball maybe not swinging quite so much, we might see a few fewer wides than we did in match number 21, which was laden with them. 19 in the first innings and 14 in the second. 33 between Minaj and Ravel Sporting put together. Swing and a miss. That's lovely from Farhat Azim, just adjusting from the previous ball. It's of course a dangerous game though, because he's got everybody up on the offside except for a deep third man. We are in power play time. He's got a deep third man and a deep fine leg, so any shot with any conviction in front of square either side of the wicket is probably 4 or 6. Can't really afford to bowl full here at all. Minimal margin for error. Well, that's nice. That's his length. And Mohammed Cameron might have had a direct hit run-out chance. Yes, it is. It's a rare misfield from the Firecracker.
It's a rare misfield, but you don't want to run or chance a second to that arm. We've already seen what he can do in the field. He's hit the stumps direct.
You also don't want to have to try and back up to that arm because it's an absolute bullet. He just seems to have hurt himself there in fielding that, Mohammed Cameron. I hope that isn't a big problem, Paco Care, because he's a key player for them with bat and ball. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's where you want to be. Farhat Azim just adjusting well and easing his way into this spell after a loosener that got turned away for 4 by Aftab and a wide. And you think of concrete artificial pitches, we might just get to see a replay of this that would illustrate this if possible before the next ball. And you think of the ball getting up and nice and high, but it doesn't do that off this.
Now that was good bowling from him because he's kept the ball outside the off stump and short, and then that one he's fired well in. Batsman did well, Umar Aftab, to dig it out. Oh, he's pulled out of this one, didn't feel right.
But he's done the right thing. The amount of times you see bowlers say, oh, just as I was coming in, I lost my footing from that crucial ball that went for a boundary at a key stage of the innings. And you think, well, just got to just have the courage to pull out of your action and start again. And that's exactly what he did.
Not sure what Mohammed Cameron is having a discussion. Ready to go now.
Clobbered away. You get one, not the most convincing piece of timing. So that is the end of the first over. It is the first over in the tournament for Farhat Azim. And he's not come off too badly, given that it started with a boundary and, of course, win the power play, which is notoriously difficult time to bowl.
Yeah, a lot of discussion there again. Once again, the captain, Mohammed Babar, involved. And this time, Mohammed Cameron has been given the ball.
It's already a change, though, from what they've regularly done, though. And Mohammed Cameron's normally bowled the first and third over. Now, this should be really exciting viewing, folks. He's one of, if not the quickest bowler in this tournament. And off a pitch that doesn't get too much lift, he's managed to get a few shoulder-high bounces through. That's his loosener, and whilst the batsman's got to be alert, so does the wicket-keeper, and that is good keeping. It's made it look easy there, Mohammed Ihsan. But with some of the other keepers we've seen in this tournament, that could quite easily have scuttled through for five wides rather than one. Slow ball, and just on the pads and can be whipped away. Oh, that's some lovely whippage from Umar Aftab. He moves into double figures with his second boundary. Finishes with a flourish as well, all about the wrists.
Beautiful shot. I don't think you'll get another one in that zone. Talking of zones, this one will be up. You'll be sniffing this one, or it'll be Yorker length. Which one? What's your money on?
I'm going for the nose sniffer. I think he's gonna just remind him that I'm a quick bowler. Well, no, he's not, because that's 4 more. Didn't quite time it. Tried another little slower ball, Mohammed Cameron. A bit of a double bluff kidology going on. And Aftab was equal to it. Gets it just over Shiroz. That long on. Might as well chance his arm. It is the power play after all. Just about okay, not wided. Good response from Mohammed Cameron.
The 2 men that are out, third man, and one there sort of backward square for this shot here.
Turned round the corner, so fly along here to 20 without loss, and Aftab has 17 of them. Made a real impression on this tournament on Friday. Catalonia Tigers, and starting well here. Well, there is the bouncer. He's been hiding it all over. He's very high off the bat. And he just pulled out of this shot enough that he got away with it. Kind of like when a kid is trying to steal cookies from the cookie jar and he hears his parents coming down the stairs and just manages to hide the evidence in time. As that's him on the pads, is that gone? Oh, it's gone straight through and bowled him, in fact. Well, the dangerous Umar Aftab is gone for 17 off 9, and after an indifferent over, Mohammed Kamran, from the final ball of it, gets the one he wanted. A lot of in-swing back, and it did actually hit him on the boot, so it's hurt him as well. That really is a double blow for Umar Aftab, because he's got a bruise that is going to be pretty swollen in the morning when he wakes up tomorrow. And he's gone for 17 off 9, 21 for 1.
It's a beautiful delivery. It's not watching him coming in. I just thought he hadn't warmed up. He still got the jacket on. He was bowling half-heartedly. The first 3 balls were very uncharacteristic for him. But then that one, bang on the money, and that little bit of in-swing, well, it bowled him. If it didn't, he was LBW anyway. Good bit of bowling, and that's why he's such a top player in this team.
So Aziz Mohammed out to bat. He's at the non-striker's end. 21 for 1 off 2. He's only conceded 8 from his first over, so it's only logical that Farhat Azim will bowl his second here. Nearly gets a wicket there. Well, the call is for 2. Looks very ambitious, and it's rightly turned down in the end. Shiraz Ahmed with the fielding.
Aziz Mohammed, we know all about him. In the first game Catalonia Tigers played, he made 57 of 16. He doesn't hang around. He likes to play the shot. He's a good man to have in the power play. It's a good man to have in your team. He also took 3 wickets for 28 in that game.
Both sweepers behind square either sides of the wicket. And he's going for the boundary option straight, and he's missed it. You miss, I hit. And umpire Ali deciding that had that not hit the pads, it was definitely going to hit. Couldn't find a reason to not give it LB, and so another one goes. 22 for 2. Well, here we go. And based on that first look, cannoning into the middle of probably leg and middle stump.
Yeah, he made that trigger movement before, didn't he? Went right away across. And the ball, well, the only doubt the umpire, Nilkesh Patel, would have had is if the ball was going to carry on and perhaps miss leg. But looking at it from our screens, spot on decision. And that's a big wicket. Like I say, Aziz Mohammed doesn't hang around, likes to hit big. He's gone. And that brings in Devinder Singh Kaur, and he's a man that, well, very much the same, like to hit the ball.
Absolutely, but they'll be delighted to get rid of Aziz. Gone for a golden duck. 57 off 16 in game 1. And then 37 off 15 for them in game 2. So he was in good form on Friday. Here goes first ball here. Now this is second and arguably the biggest hitter in their side. Starts with a bit of a nervous prod, though, in the Singh Kaur. There is a case to say, after the way he batted on Friday, why is he at number 4? Got 57 not out off just 30 balls against Ravel Sporting in their first match, and in their second, hit 40 off just 19 in the win against the Bangladesh Kings.
That was a good ball first up. I think we played it well. I think the reason was maybe to see out the openers and then have him in so he could attack the lower end bowlers. Hasn't worked out that way.
Well, for the second time in his spell, Farhat Azim has run through his run-up without bowling. Well, maybe aware of the threat of Mohammed Kamran more than anything, because we've regularly seen in this tournament Kamran bowl the first and third over, 2 of the 3 overs in the power play, and get wickets up top. But Kamran, of course, still has a second over, and We'll wait and see if they decide to use him and go for the kill or hold him back for the death. Again, that's just blocked back. Lovely stuff, this from Farhat Azim.
I mean, there is a lot of talk, of course. I mean, Mohamed Cameron is class. But in terms of wicket takers, he's not been the man taking most of the wickets. I mean, Atif Mohammed, he's been in fine form. We also have
Hassan Gondal as well, yeah. They
Hassan
both got
Gondal.
8.
And when they come on, wickets happen. And it's almost like the batsmen try and see out the likes of Mohamed Cameron and go for them. And they get the wicket. So it's just a good party trick, isn't it? It's working to their plan.
Azim's come into the side today and continues there with another good ball in that outside off channel that can't be taken for anything more than a single. And well, a single or a dot in T10 is always a win for the fielding side, but all the more so in the power play. But worth pointing out with Cameron that before this game he'd bowled 10 overs in the tournament and conceded just 66. And that's where you go back to. He's picked up 3 wickets, which is decent, but teams have often been quite content just to try and get through him, but then have been almost disappointed to find that actually the rest of the attack is still at a very good level.
Well, they leave themselves a lot to do, don't they? You know, you get the 4 quick bowlers out, then you've got to attack the rest.
That's a almost comically slow ball.
Well, the
from
run out
Farhat
can even
Azim.
more comically. He's on his way. That's disastrous. What are they doing out there?
23 for 3. Well, this was a mess. Absolute mess from Nazir and Devinder Singh Kar. Hit out to mid-off. There was never a single there. Rightly sent back. And so Ishtiaq Nazir is run out for 3 of 5 balls. And at the end of the power play, Catalonia Tigers are in tatters here. 23 for 3. Babar and Hassan combining for the run out. And Razakat Ali is the new batsman. Not going to miss him with that yellow helmet on. He didn't quite get the team's memo about dark red and dark blue colours. Seen some interesting colour combinations across the European Cricket Series, and he's actually not even in the top 20 of the loudest ones. As Mohamed Cameron will come back and bowl his second here. So this is a very aggressive move from Pakai Care, and it's because of the man on strike here who they want gone, Devinder Singh Kar, who was superb on Friday, scoring 97 runs across his 2 innings. And a shine. Well, I make it that the bat was in the air from Razakat Ali. Could have been run out without facing here. It's a poor ball. Full toss.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how cautious Devinder Singh Kaur is. Normally would have put that away.
Well, he steps well inside the line here. Cameron deliberately cramps him for room. He's trying something unorthodox to get going. Kaur is on to 2 of 4. Razakat Ali at the non-striker. So a lot of pressure on Devinder Singh Kaur here because his 2 best accomplices both not out there. Nudge down to 3rd man. Razakat Ali off the mark. And that's what I mean. When Cameron gets into his spell, his second over's often a lot quicker than his first. Mohsin Ali's still in the hutch. I'm surprised we haven't seen him yet. Oh, just look at how that got up. Did really well to fend it and keep it down. Soft hands.
Played it really well. That was right into his body. You're going to bowl short. That's where it's got to be.
Blocked down the ground for 1. How often have we seen this in this competition? Both batsmen seem quite content just to nudge singles and play Mohamed Cameron from the non-striker's end.
Well, of course, Devinder Singh Kaur will know all about Mohamed Kamran. In the very first European Cricket Series, he took one on the helmet from him.
So that's just blocked back. A very traditional piece of cricket in very untraditional and brand new format of T10 that is sweeping the world.
This will be interesting. He's bowled the two balls he's bowled to Razakat Ali have been short. It's interesting where this one's going to go.
He's only got 2 balls left in his spell. Goes short again. Clearly feeling like he's unsettled him. Oh, he's going down for a little chat. Mohamed Kamran. He's someone who likes to have a bit of a natter with the batsman, and whilst I can't always necessarily tell you exactly what is said, partially because sometimes we can't hear it and partially because it's unbroadcastable on the odd occasion, it's not about a dinner reservation. As he goes short again, that's a very lovely little guide. Kane Williamson, eat your heart out. That is how to play nasty fast bowling. It's not a bad ball from Mohamed Kamran at all. And he just deliberately knows that there's no close catcher on the offside, works it away for 4. And so Mohamed Kamran finishes his 2 overs having conceded 20, his most expensive spell of the tournament. Did pick up the wicket of Umar Aftab. So after 4 overs, the Catalonia Tigers are 31 for 3. And Paco Care have bowled out both Farhat Hazim, who conceded just 1 for 10 from his 2, and Kamran, who is now done as well. So going to have to juggle their bowling options appropriately.
Yeah, it was nice to see a little bit of talk between Razakat Ali and Mohamed Kamran. A few words shared, but, well, it was the batsman that had the last laugh.
Not a bad man to come on, though. The second most economical bowler in the tournament. But that's going to hurt those figures. Half volley, and that has been crashed. New balls, please. That's gone miles over us in the commentary box and the scorer's tent. Well, almost as if Mohamed Singh Kaur wanted to hear me and say, take that for that economy rate. We know that he can hit big sixes. He showed them on Friday. And it's spin that has brought him his first boundary of Monday. Sikandar Ali, before that ball, with 47 runs conceded from 8 overs, fewer than a run a ball. And that misfield, again, will not help. Just releases the pressure. He will get a chance to bowl the man who seemed the less comfortable of these 2, though. Razakat Ali mistimes it and goes. Well, that's the breakthrough. Razakat Ali gone for 4 off 4, trying a huge swipe off the spinner, trying to get it into the gap at extra cover.
Yeah, this is poor from the batsman because he's fended off one of the best bowlers of this series, and then the first opportunity he gets, his eyes light up, he comes down the track and he's gone. Somebody needs to stay there now with Devinder Singh Kaur. He's the key. He's the man that's going to be able to set them a reasonable score, and that score's got to be 100 plus. That's what they need.
The man looking to do that is Mohsin Ali Basharat. He's the new batsman. And he might have gone here as well. Well, he was trying a very similar shot to that which from the previous ball. So Razakat Ali perish. Got just enough on it that it plugs for 2, though. Mohsin Ali is already impressed in this tournament. Got 47 off 25 in game 2 for Catalonia Tigers against the Bangladesh Kings on Friday. And it's shots like that that are why he hit 47. Well, it's all about the eye as much as anything else here. Picks up the length really quickly. just dances down to meet it on the half volley. It's not the worst ball from Sikander Ali, but he goes for his second 6 in the over. Holds this one back, but it's met once more just over the head of the mid-wicket sweeper. And it's 3 6s to come from that over. Catalonia Tigers finish it 52 for 4 at the halfway point. It's Sikander Ali's most expensive over of the entire competition. He came into it as one of just 2 bowlers in the entire tournament that had gone for under a run a ball, but he concedes 21. So Devinder Singh Kaur and Mohsin Ali are well into their stride. And this topsy-turvy clash between 2 of the key semi-final contenders reaches the midway point of the first innings with the Catalonia Tigers 52 for 4.
So another change in the bowling department. We'll be hoping to try and stop the flow of runs. These 2 are not going to hang around. They're going to play their shots. Mohsin Ali has already made his intent clear on 14 of just his 3 balls. Hassan Gondal, we know all about him. Oh, is that going down the leg? No, he's given him. He's gone. Well, big wicket that. Well, Mohsin Ali is not happy about that. Let's have a look at this again. He probably was a little bit down the wicket. Let's see. He does move very late. Oh, no, he's got to go.
No, it's plumb.
That's absolutely plumb.
He's playing French cricket. He's standing a long, long way across his stumps.
Yeah.
I mean, even before the bowler had released it, we couldn't actually see any of the 3 stumps. So Sufyan Ansgar comes out, and that is a really big blow because 2 of, if not their very best 2 big hitters there, separated from each other in Devinder Singh Kaur and Mohsin Ali. He goes for a very bright 14 off 4. It's Gondal's 9th wicket of the tournament. Pakaiker's top wicket taker. Now eyeing double figures.
Yeah, with that wicket, he's gone second in the wicket-taking column. Takes him to 9.
First ever bat on television for Sufyan Ansar. And he's avoided getting out to his first ball on television. Worth remembering, of course, that that's what the European Cricket Series is about. As much as anything else, it's a chance for these cricketers at the higher amateur levels of the game to get the world watching.
Hassan Gondala, he's been class. He's really helped his team. No end every time he's come on to bowl, taking wickets. That's why he's second in that table. At the top, Ibrahim Hussain from Catalonia. And in 3rd position, again, from Pakaiker. And we'll see him, no doubt, later on. Atif Mohammed is on 8. Also with Kuldeep Lal from Barcelona Shaheen. Gondal comes in. Oh, it could be another one. He just chipped it into the air. It's straight forward. He's gone. Well, that's a prize wicket. And if there was any chance really from this position for them getting to around the 110, 120, that is now gone. Comfortable catch taken there. And that man is Shiraz Ahmed.
Well, they've clearly worked out a plan to Devinder Singh Kaur. And this is, of course, what comes with a televised tournament. You can watch and really studiously take notes of what happens in the games you're not playing. So 57 not out and 40 for Kaur on Friday. But they worked out a way to bowl to him. They didn't give him any width. They didn't give him anything full. They cramped him for room. And he's gone.
All of a sudden, this uncertainty between the batsmen. They're not taking the singles. An easy single there. Bit of yes, no, yes, no. Ends up being a dot ball. And unsurprisingly, a top over from Hassan Goldo, taking 2 wickets just for 2 runs.
So Gondal, only the second bowler in the tournament to get into double figures. He has 10 now. He's moved from joint second to outright second in leading wicket takers in the competition. And he's also got the 6th best economy rate in the entire competition. So he's not just a man who gets you wickets, he gets you control as well. Really does bring you the best of both worlds.
Speaking of wickets, Atif Mohammed comes on. He's got his fair share, but this time he's got to take some battery. That's a big hit. Welcome to the attack. That's well played by Mohammed Kashif. What a lovely shot. 6 to open his accounts here. And, well, Atif Mohammed probably thought, well, now that the big men are out, I'm just going to come on, put the ball there and get some wickets. Not going to be that easy.
Slow ball went straight through everybody there, just about stopped by the keeper. Well, whatever happens from now, Mohammed Kashif and his friends and family watching, I'm sure will be studiously grabbing a clip of that 6 that's just been hit. And you can always say the first ever ball that I faced on TV with a worldwide audience, I battered it for 6 over mid-wicket with my team in the midst of a collapse. This time Atif pulls out. 8 wickets at an average of 9 for him, but unlike Gondal, he has been expensive. He's gone for 9.5 and over.
Slow ball again, full pitched. Well, we've given you some information of the top 3 bowlers. Batsman, well, Mohammed Ishan from Pakai Care, he's on 178, and he no doubt will want to push on close to the 200 mark. Well, after hitting the big 6, Mohammed Kashif can't get back onto ball. Those are full balls over pitch. He should be hitting those straight.
Mohammed Atif, only 20 years old, but he's got plenty of experience in the ECS. He actually played for Falco in the first tournament.
Takes a single. So Sufwan Ansar, he's only got the 1 of these 3 balls. These 2 just got to try and stay together. Take whatever they can. Try and get as close to that 100 as they can. That's very good bowling. The end of the over. 61. 6 wickets gone. 3 overs left.
Well, we did see in game 1 both teams store up 5th bowler problems, but with the depth of their attack, it's not a problem Pakai Care generally have. I would expect that Gondal's going to bowl out, and it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. 2 for 2 from his first over. He'll be looking for more wickets and see if they can bowl the Catalonia Tigers out.
Good hit. Will only be the single. Sufyan Ansar now goes on strike. Going back to the batting, so Mohammed Ishan top. 5 innings, 178. Yasir Ali, no surprise, of Catalonia. He's sitting there on 172 of his 5 knocks. And then Kuldeep Lal, once again from Barcelona, Shaheen, featuring in batting and bowling stats. He's on 144 of 6 innings. As well struck, the fielder is there. Good work again in the fielder of Pakai Care. These 2 struggling to find the boundaries.
Yeah, they're an impressive all-round outfit, Pakai Care, and I'd be really surprised if they're not at Finals Day Friday. It seems that with this 8-game round robin, 9 teams, everyone playing everyone once, 5 wins is almost certainly enough to guarantee you being through. They've already got 4.
Another single. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, having played the game less, being this one, their 6th game, Catalonia Cricket Club have won 5, lost 1 on 10 points. Pakai Care, before this game, are sitting 2 points behind them. Win this, and they'll be joint with the Catalonia Cricket Club. And that should be enough to see both those teams progress. Let's hit harder and better, and this time it does go to the boundary. Acha Chotiga, good timing, good positioning. Chokka ho gaya. That's what they need. They need to have belief, these two. They need to take on the charge now. Nothing less than 10 and over will do.
We've seen teams win T10 games from much worse positions than this. Big finish here, get to around 100.
Say that's probably too high. Maybe going down leg. Nobody backing up. They've got to come back for 2. Mohammed Kamran, single ho gaya, bas karya karo, bas karya karo. Basically saying, you know, they've got the single, just hold on to it. And I would agree with him. 2 men, you know, back here are on the boundary. There was absolutely no need for that throw.
Well, without meaning to get all Plato or Aristotle, it's a question of your cricketing philosophy. There's some pretty fierce debate on this, whether shying at the stumps is the right thing to do. Some say concedes needless runs. Some say good teams back the fact that their fielders should be backing up.
Yeah, I mean, but that's absolutely right. It depends what team mindset is. A lot of teams we've seen, Catalonia, who have just mentioned at the top, they play that way. The Tigers also very much the same. They're all for attacking. Battle on the Shaheen as well. They'll have shies. But if that's the way you play, every single player on the pitch knows you've got to be ready to back up. That's not the case here, and you saw that quite obviously. It was evident that throw was coming in. I could see it from here, but the 2 men on the boundaries made no effort to back it up.
But for example, VOC Rotterdam, the current champions of Europe, having won the 2019 European Cricket League, who will be back to defend their title in a 16-team field in the coming summer of 2021, have a policy that you don't shy at all.
That's well hit. It's going all the way over. Kinna, Badda, Shaka. That's what they need. Mohammed Kashif. Once more, Atif Mohammed's first ball disappears for 6. Very much like, and in the same area as his first ball in over number 7. He needs a reply. He'll probably revert back to his slower ball like he did back then, does he? Well, yep, he does. In good areas. Mohammed Kashif, he likes the first ball and then he misses out on the next. He can't afford to do that now. Cannot have dot balls. And Sufyan Ansar has to have a chat with him, say, look, buddy, bat on ball, whatever happens. That's better. Rotate the strike. Sufyan Ansar needs to play a few shots himself now. Played 8 balls just for 6 runs. Needs to find the boundary ropes. Score 76 or 77 now. Pitched up. Oh, he's going to... Oh, that's a good shout. The only thing that could have been missing his leg stump. It was full. It was straight. Batsman's played across. Let's watch this again. Batsman just goes across here. Well, I don't know how that's not out. I have to say, I have no idea what that was missing. That's well hit. Oh, that's 4 runs. His foot was on the other side of the boundary anyway. And that's Shiraz Ahmed. Not very good work from him. We'll see this again. You see as the ball is hit, even if he did manage to stop the ball from going over the rope, it was going to be 4 runs. No time to see that. Atif Mohammed down the leg side this time. Unless he made any contact. Should be a wide, but not. Oh, it has been signalled.
Well, the umpire doing the right thing that many club umpires forget, which is technically shouldn't give the wide until the ball is dead. Took his time. Now
That's
remember
the
that.
end of the over.
Oh, pardon me. I was just going to say. Now remember that these two came together at 54 for 6, and they've added 30 in the 3 overs since. Now it's by no means remarkable for T10, but it's just steadied them and given them a chance, and that's pretty good going, particularly by Mohammed Kashif, who has 21 off 12. Because remember, on day 1 of the competition for the Catalonia Tigers, we never actually saw more than 6 bat. We never saw anyone beyond the top 6. They only lost 4 wickets in both innings. A lower order here, showing their value.
Yeah, they are indeed. And what they mustn't do is to try and do anything different here to Mohammed Baba, who's the captain coming on to bowl. Just try and keep getting back on the ball and taking runs. That's what they've got to do. Whatever they can get now is bonus.
Now they've thought of 2 there. They turn it down, and that's
Well,
why
they should
Kasheras
be
has got a
taking
good
it. They've got
mark.
to go. Sorry, Michael. I saw the throw coming in. As soon as it was thrown in the air there from Shiraz, I thought that's going to go too far. The batsmen were alert to that. Good on them.
And it's important because it's exactly what Mohammed Kamran is now saying. Mohammed Kashif keeps the strike. He's the batsman that's hurting them. Sufyan Ansar at the non-strikers has 7 off 9. And it's this man Kashif who's doing the damage.
Oh, that's a glaring misfield from the fielder. You won't want to see that again. That was not good work at all. Faizan Raja and Mohammed Baba, the captain, just standing there with hands wide, waiting for him to turn and look at him and say, what was that about? 4 runs, that's what it is. We're up into the 90s. 10 more runs if they can scrape here. Catalonia Tigers, they'll feel that they've made a very good recovery.
It's exactly as I said. It looked so desperate at 54 for 6, but it all changes so quickly. And that will help. Should be at least 1. Well, they don't chance the second, and that's why that was excellent fielding by Shiraz Ahmed. He's running to his weaker side. He has to get the ball onto his right arm as well.
Yeah, doesn't fire the throw in either, does he? This time just gently 1 bounce take back to the bowler. And he'll be in action again. And it'll be the same again. Yep, that's good. Good cricket. Good cricket all round at the moment.
Now, we've only got 2 balls left. Surely they've got to be pushing 2 here. Kashif has the strike. He's going to want the strike back for the final ball because he's been the man dominating this partnership.
It's got to come down and have a go.
Ooh.
That's certainly not coming down and having a go. That's an interesting shot. You can see what he's trying to do. Big gap over there.
He didn't get your message in the bottle, did he?
Didn't get the message. I mean, that's dot ball. That's criminal. Absolutely criminal. We're talking about going for the 2 runs of a single, and there's him playing a dot ball out.
The big thing I'll say in his defence, one of his only gaps is behind square either side of the wicket. If he belts the ball down the ground, unless he gets all of it for 6, it's probably only a single.
That'll do. It could go all the way. It's fielded. It's a single taken. Good work there by Mohammed Latif. And that is the end of the innings. So 94, 6 wickets down. That's a good recovery. Remember, they were 52 for 4 at the halfway stage, at 7 overs, 61 for 6. So these two have done well. What they've shown us is that Catalonia Tigers, even though they have great strength at the top of their batting, they still have batsmen that can come down, lower down, and do a job for them. So, if anything else, that's promising from them. More importantly, is they have put some runs on the board. They had a good start. Mohammed Kamran was expensive for him, but did get his man in the end. Relying on this in-swinging Yorker. There it is. That's an absolute gem of a delivery. That was the first wicket down. That was important. In the end, they just didn't really, the top order didn't get going. Devinder Singh Kaur, we know what he can do. That run out was absolutely horrendous. Fazgat Ali came in, playing with soft hands. Mohamed Cameron targeted him with the short ball, and then when his eyes opened up to Sikinda coming down the track and just looping up a simple cut. Has to be said that apart from the Yorker from Mohamed Cameron, all the other wickets were soft dismissals. That one, no doubt about it. And he's the main bowler for them, isn't he? Hassan Gondal. He's always in the wickets. Whenever he comes on, he's got the golden arm. And there, well, the captain won't want to see that again from his side. The glaring misfield, which helps Catalonia Tigers get to 94 off 6. Just looking at those bowling figures, well, undoubtedly Hassan Gondal, just 9 runs from each 2 overs, and he picked up 2 wickets as well. Mohamed Cameron there at the beginning, 20 off each 2. Well, for T10, that's good. But for him, 20 runs of 2 overs and the 1 wicket, that's not what we're used to seeing from him. Fazat Azim, 2 overs for 10 and the 1 wicket. Sikinder Ali picking up 1, but he was expensive, 21. They took a liking to him. Atif Mohammed, wicketless this time round, 2 for 21, but two of those balls going for 6. That was the first one of his first ball in each over, so that was 12 of those 21 there. Mohamed Baba, the captain, coming on at the end. Well, fairly tidy for him. He'll be disappointed to see the misfield going for 4, 1 over for 10 runs. So, Pak Ikea, I think they'll be relatively happy with what they've done here this morning. It wasn't going to be an easy match for them. They know what the Catalonia Tigers are capable of doing, but they got the danger man out early, and though there was a little bit of a wagging from the tail of the Catalonia Tigers, Pak Ikea will believe that they've done enough. Anyway, we shall be back. We'll just take a short break, and we'll be right back to see how Pak Ikea go about this attack. Myself, I'm believing that they'll come. They won't do anything different. They'll come out there and attack right from the word go. And my prediction, and really this is just based on what I've seen them do so far, I reckon they're going to go for it and probably get it in about the 8 overs. Anyway, we shall see. Be right back in a very short while. Hasta pronto.
Welcome back, European cricket fans, for match number 23 of this tournament here we have in Barcelona. Bottom of the table clash, not going to lie. We've got Minhaj versus Fateh. Now, Minhaj have played 6. They've only won 1. They are desperate for a win. Fateh only joined us late last week. They've played 2. They've lost both of them, but we know that they're a quality side. We know that they can play some good cricket. So this is actually shaping up to be a bit of a belter of a game, actually. So Minhaj is the home side. So you'll toss the coin. I'm happy you'll call. Rob Kemming, our trusty tournament referee, to provide the coin. Heads the call.
And it's tails.
It's tails. Right, so you win the toss again, mate. What are you going to do?
हम बैटिंग करेंगे. They would like to bat first.
Batting again, so talk me through it. Why? Because it's working for you?
क्यों बैटिंग क्यों करनी है पहले?
क्योंकि देखेंगे मतलब ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा टारगेट दे सकें और क्योंकि लास्ट वीक से अच्छी परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे तो कोशिश करेंगे बैटिंग से पिक करें.
Well, as a team, they are comfortable batting first, and they would like to repeat some of the batting performances. Yeah, they've not performed well as a team, but they'll try and try and do it better this game.
Yeah, I mean, you must be a little bit disappointed. 1 win from 6 outings. How are the boys feeling at the moment?
टीम काफ़ी डिस्टर्ब है क्योंकि हम इतने मैच कभी हारे नहीं हैं लेकिन कोशिश करेंगे. चलो ये टूर्नामेंट हम अब तो हाथ से निकल गया लेकिन गेम कोशिश करेंगे ये गेम अच्छी करें.
Well, as a team, they are quite disappointed because they've never had so many losses on the trot. But they're going to use the rest of the games as practice, and they're going to try and perform better in the next tournament.
Okay, good man. Have a good game. Good luck. Happy, my friend. You're now in the field. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What would you have done if you'd won the toss?
Even we decided to field first because in the last game we bat first and our batting got clashed. So in this game we try to strategize that we are going to chase and if we strict them between 100 and 110, we are able to chase.
It's a big opportunity to win your first match of the tournament. Are you guys feeling confident?
Yes, very much. Even we have some strategy and on Saturday we done some practice sessions. Now boys are feeling good. Hope we will win this game.
Okay, good luck, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you. So Minhaj Cricket Club have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Welcome back to the Montjuïc Olympic Ground for this run chase in game 22 of 40 in the European Cricket Series Barcelona Bash, where Pac Icare are looking to secure their semi-final spot with a run chase of 95 to win after restricting the Catalonia Tigers to just 94 for 6 after they'd won the toss and chosen to bowl. And whilst that might look like an under par score, is cloudy, difficult conditions for batting, and this new ball should swing a bit for Mohammad Kashid. All set for him to bowl the first ball to Sikandar Ali, who's really struggled in this competition so far. Pac Icare's star batsman Mohammad Hassan oddly at the non-striker's end. Oh, well, he's struggled in the competition so far, but that will get him going here. Offered a half volley and gratefully accepts Sikandar Ali. That's how you start a run chase.
What a beautiful shot that was, yeah. He knows he's under a bit of pressure. There's no time like the current to get yourself back into form. Top shot.
Only had 27 runs from 5 innings in the tournament before that shot. And he might get more runs here, or he might perish. Just enough on it. The power play favouring him. The cover sweeper coming in would have likely caught that. Instead, he gets back for 2.
I think he's decided the best way to get back into form and out of this rut is to attack.
He's just going to hit his way into form, which in the power play one can understand. Everybody's up on the offside. 5 in the ring. 2 fielders out in the power play at long on and deep backward square leg. So that's a wide. Seen plenty of those today, not quite able to control the swing.
It'd be interesting to see how Ghulam Sarwar, the captain, keeps his troops motivated and utilises his bowlers. He's very much involved always with his team. A good captain to see the way he works and the way he gets his troops to perform.
That's there again in that half volley slot. It's a 1 bounce 4. The boundaries keep coming in this first over for Pac Icare, and Sikandar Ali has decided he's going to bash his way into form. Fetched it a long way from outside off. Almost a second 6 in the over. 17 off 4. Pressure now firmly on Mohammad Kashif. Keeps low, skids through, nutmegs the wicketkeeper. They'll run 1, so clean sheet for Catalonia keeper. Sufyan Ansar is gone. His first bye of the innings. That brings on to strike Mohammad Ihsan, who's a name that needs no introduction if you've kept your eye on week 1. More 6s hit than anybody else in the tournament. The top run scorer in the competition, and with the 3rd highest strike rate as well. And that's why. Short, pulled away, and that's towards the batting dugout. 6 runs for Mohammad Ihsan. His 19th 6 of the week. And this first over is going all over the place. 20 off it now with 1 ball still left.
Yeah, what an introduction. And this is why he's so awesome. Punishes anything short. He's a good man to have in your team. I was talking to Sharad Brumbat from the ECN team, and he was saying that he would be his pick for the wicketkeeper any day. Wicketkeeper batsman.
Oh, that's too full. Well, you go too short, you get punished. You go too full, you get punished. He's a ruthless batsman to have to bowl to, and he starts with back-to-back 6s to complete the first over. Mohamed Hassan up to 20 for the tournament. He has 12 off 2. And with the first over complete, Pakai Kera flying along on 26 without loss.
Yeah, you see Ghulam having a chat with the next bowler. And it's Mohamed Azam. He's a good all-rounder. Didn't perform with the bat today. Now he needs him to perform with the ball. Had a quiet word with him. Said, don't worry about it. Just concentrate on what you do best. It's going to be a challenge here.
Joint top wicket taker so far. Love one here. Instead, that's a wide to start off with. That slingy action, not quite adjusting, needing that loosener. Aziz Mohammed taking 41 for 3 from his 3 overs across their 2 matches on Friday. It's very expensive, but did pick up 3 important wickets, all of which were against top 4 batsmen. Just jabbed for 1 by Sikandar Ali, who's content to let Mohamed Hassan have the strike. Have maybe just at times, Pakai Kera, been a touch dependent on Hassan, though. We know how quickly things can change in T10. If he gets out here, it will be a rare time in this tournament where he's not fired and the pressure is on those that follow. He gets that away, though, through the offside ring. Flat batted. More power than finesse. The runs just keep flowing, and Hassan now has 16 off 3 balls.
Yes, we've seen his strength on the legs if it's short. That one was wide. Gets himself into position, gets on top of the ball, and that just raced through the gap for 4 runs. The captain having a word with the bowler and say, right, okay, if you're going to bowl that line, I will push a man back, but don't stray on the leg side now.
Swing and miss, but he'll get the wide. He's got this very slingy action, Aziz Mohammed, but he hasn't quite adjusted and got himself into rhythm. If he's going to keep his arm that low, you'd think he's got to come a bit tighter into the umpire to avoid it being a wide outside the off stump, or he's got to just lift that arm a touch higher. Well, it's a better ball in that it's legitimate delivery, but it's thumped down the ground. 20 off 4 for Mohamed Hassan. And he just loves that pace on the ball, half volley, field up. You're not going to get away with that. It's his first scoring shot that's not a boundary. Just a trot to the non-striker's end on 21 off 5. Pakai Kera in this tournament so far with a comprehensive 9-wicket win against Minaj. They lost to Barcelona Shaheen. That was a real surprise result. They didn't just lose, they were thrashed by Barcelona Shaheen by 9 wickets. As Ali goes down the ground. Doesn't get all of it. Will stop just short. They come back for 2. There was always 2 there. But good aggressive running to make sure that they got it. So many times when we've seen teams casually run the first and miss out. They had that defeat on day 2 against Barcelona Shaheen Pakai Kera. But they came back on the same day and demolished Falco. Mohamed Hassan, the man on strike now with 71 not out from 21 balls. And he'll get a free hit here. It's probably the only way you can make bowling to the best batsman in the tournament, or one of arguably, more difficult, is to bowl a front foot no ball. Talk about putting yourself under pressure. That is pretty much like putting yourself in an oven.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing that the bowler was able to do there is get his foot down on the ball and stop the ball itself being more than just the one no ball. It's a free hit.
And it's a low full toss as well. just not going to miss out on that. He's seeing it big, Mohamed Hassan, even when it pitches, never mind when it doesn't. And with a flash and those fast hands and that bat speed, gets it away for 6 more to end the second over. 47 without loss. Pack in total control. The midpoint of this run chase. In fact, I do him a disservice. Such is his impressive hitting and the way he's got himself into form. It was Sikander Ali who hit that 6. Should give him his dues. Now it is Mohamed Hassan facing at the start of the third. Hassan goes as well, but picks up one of the only 2 sweepers, so he'll lose the strike. He has 22 off 6. That's his 200th run in the tournament, Mohamed Hassan. He's been out just 3 times, and he's scoring at a strike rate in the region of 2.5 runs a ball. Those figures very much speak for themselves. Amish Azad might be a bit pleased that he's not having to bolt him, but he's got to bolt to this man, Sikander Ali, who's also hitting well. And that's a wide. Can't hit that, but 1 more to the total. Sikander Ali scored almost as many runs in this innings as he had in his previous 5 in the whole tournament. I'm sure from halfway there he'll be eyeing a nice little not out here.
Yeah, it's what he needed. It's what his team needed. They're performing well as they are, but if they can get the men that have not been performing in tip-top shape, well, they're going to be a very, very difficult unit to break down. And hiding the ball is not going to help. Consecutive wides there.
Brings up the half-century partnership. And we've seen what an impressive side they are, of course, because they beat the defending champions who won the first ECS in the 3rd game of this tournament against Catalunya, won by 6 wickets with 3 balls to spare. Again, a wide, just too far outside that off stump. You can forgive what he's trying to do because both of these batsmen have very similar scoring areas. They hit the bulk of their 6s between square leg and wide long on. He's trying to stop that, but he's just over-adjusting.
Yeah, but the other thing they're not thinking about here, the Tigers, if he does make contact, it's going to fly over the ring. And there's no protection there. You can see where he's trying to hit it. I know these balls are wide, but he makes contact to any one of those. It's going to go over the 30-yard ring to the boundary, and there's no protection there. So,
4 wides in a row. He's got long off, but apart from that, everybody's in on that offside. 5-4 field. Well, now he's coming right arm around. And this, from past tournaments that I've seen, tends to not end well often. The margin for error is very small here. And that's why, because it goes right into that arc and whacked down the ground. These two are having all the fun out here. 4 consecutive wides ended. Kept his concentration, good batting. Waited for the bad ball that was a legitimate delivery, Sikander Ali, and gets it away for 4. Now coming right arm over. And that is a half volley again, and this has gone over us towards the nets. It lands on top of them. 6 more. They're doing this in a hurry, Pak I Care, and Sikander Ali, who's been quiet as a field mouse all tournament, is coming to the party.
it's a beautiful pickup. You can't pitch up to him. It's his favourite shot.
Back of a length. That's a much better ball. It's the kind of ball he's been looking for all over, Amir Shahzad.
Well, he got it right after trying for, 4 times, and it was wide. He came round the wicket, got hit for 6, come back over 6, and then this time he's finally got it right. Now the question is, has he finally got the radar set to where he wants it to be?
This will be 1. Not too long off. That's it. Has started with those 4 wides in a row to become that over in club cricket, where by the end nobody's got a clue how many balls are left. Thankfully, at the European Cricket Network, we're all over things like that. Just 1 ball left of this over, 18 from it. That's just a bit too wide, so that's the 5th wide of the over. We've had 10 attempted deliveries. It's that point where, and we've all been there as club cricketers, you get sent out to do your 10 overs at square leg, and really you just want to keep an eye on the run-outs and the stumpings. Apart from that, just enjoy watching the cricket and hope your teammates bat well. But then an over like this happens, and the standing umpire turns to you and says, how many left? And you just, more often than not, end up looking at them saying, I've got no idea. Shazad trying to finish it off. Well, they'll finish it off, but they'll concede 4. Exactly as my co-commentator mentioned, the problem with this field is when hanging it outside that off stump, you've got so little protection out there when you get it right. That's the brutal nature of power play bowling. And so Mohamed Ihsan goes on to 26 from 7. Sikandar Ali has 34 from 12. And after 3 overs, it's comfortably the best power play in the tournament, beating their own record that they set against Falco when they put 58 on the board, these two. Pak Ikare 70 without loss from 3.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because bravely the captain of Catalonia Tigers, Ghulam Sawa, deciding maybe he should have a go at some of his spin to try and break this partnership. I mean, challenge is up.
But in fairness, Mohamed Kashif has gone for 25 of his over. Aziz Mohammed went for 21, and Amir Shazad has gone for 23. So there is a limit to how much worse it can get.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that I believe Pak Ikare will get this in around about the 7th over. Well, at the moment, they're looking to try and do it before the halfway stage.
That's huge. That's 6 more. And for once between these pair, it is Sikandar Ali playing the dominant hand. And there is a first ECS 50 here for him if he wants it.
Well, he's 2 shots away, and the way he's hitting the ball, and the way he hit that one, I think he's gonna go for it off these next 2 balls.
Why not?
Sawa will have to try and push this one through. I'm sure he won't flight it up again, or will he?
Oh, he's almost comically held that one back. And that's a 1 bounce 4 down the ground. So he's now 1 maximum away, Sikandar Ali.
He's enjoying himself, so why shouldn't it be all smiles?
Well, he'd had a stinker of a tournament last week. 27 runs in 5 innings at an average of just over 5. But new week, new man. Here he is. He's 1-6 away from a televised 50. He faces probably the best ball he's faced his entire innings. It's a sign of a good batsman or a batsman in form. Even a good delivery, they find a way to get a single. Oh, he's really held that one back, but Mohamed Ihsan is far too wise to the plan. You can't bowl grenades to him. All he'll do is pick it up and lob it back 50 yards further from whence it came. Lovely swivel pull across the line for 6. Full toss. Ihsan will get 1, so he has 33 off 9. They need 7 runs to win. Now, Sikandar Ali wants his 50. He's probably got to go this ball, because it's the last ball of the over. Or does he keep the strike? Well, no, he does go down the ground for 6, and that's his 50. 51 off just 16 balls. From a man who struggled opening the innings in week 1. He is straight into the action of week 2. He's made mincemeat of this run chase. The scores are level, and Sikandar Ali has done the bulk of the work.
Yeah, that's the end of the over, and a very, very expensive one. It was a brave move. Got to give the captain some credit. He's got to try. He had to try and break that partnership to give them any hope. There were 70 off the power play. Well, that one's gone for 24 runs. The scores are level. And I suspect very much that this will probably be the last ball of the innings. And of course, I'm
Maybe
wrong.
not.
I'm wrong. They're going to just drag it out a little bit longer.
Razakat Ali, the unfortunate bowler.
Well, didn't want to do it on a wide, but they'll do it on an extra anyway. That's a leg bye taken. There's the winning runs. Well, it took 4.2 overs for them to get to that target of 95. They've done it in style. And, well, Pakai Care showing once more what a strong outfit they are. We all know about Mohammad Ishan, 33 of 11 this time round. Sikinder Ali, he's been very, very good with his bowling. But he's more than just a bowler, and he had to prove that. And he's proved it today, scoring 51 of 16. Well done to him, scoring a European cricket half century. You just see some of these highlights where it was all about batting strength, no wickets going down. The Tigers, they've got to pick themselves up. I think they know they definitely let themselves down in the batting. Against good top teams, you cannot afford to throw wickets away. You've got to make sure that any wicket that is lost because the opposition have deserved that wicket. I think the Tigers, well, apart from the wicket taken by Mohammed Kamran with that beautiful Yorker, I think the others were gifts. And when you've got top batsmen who are gifting their wickets away, you're not going to beat good, strong teams like Pakai Care. Pakai Care, well, they've sent a message out to the rest. Watch out, because we're on a roll and we're getting stronger and stronger. They will be back to play the last game today. And the team that's got to try and stop them is Raval Sporting. Raval Sporting will be watching this and saying, well, this is one team. We cannot afford to give them 20 plus extras as well. We've got to bowl tight. They've got some work to do. Going back to this game, well, one of those two men, I'm guessing, will be the player of the match. Michael McCann will be walking over there and be given the information shortly. Well, what a demonstration that was of good power hitting. This is what T10 is all about. We've seen the Tigers with the same bowling attack pin teams down. Ghulam Sawa has bowled and batsmen have stayed inside the crease and struggled to get to the other end, let alone getting any runs. And here you see he's one over, going for 24. Mohammed Kashif, he's one over, went for 25. Aziz Mohammed, one over for 21. Amar Shahzad, again, the one over in the 20s. That's what it was all about. Just hard work for the Tigers. And they've lost their first game. Remember, going into this one unbeaten. It was always going to be tough. Always going to be one of their toughest games, as will be when they meet Catalonia Cricket Club themselves. So just to remind you, next match up, it's going to be the match at 12:30. It's going to be between Fateh, a team very much struggling. Good unit. Play well as a team. They always seem to be chirpy and happy. Well led by their captain, Mahindra Singh. Lovely. But at the moment, yet to really make an impact on this European Cricket Series. Play 2, lost 2. Struggling to score runs. They rely very much on the captain who I've mentioned and Happy Singh to score runs. Minaj, well, they themselves struggling. If their top three batsmen don't score, they're under the thumb straight away. So it's going to be an interesting contest. Somebody's got to win it. Minaj will be looking to bounce back and get back to winning ways. Whereas Fateh, they will want to register their first win of the series against probably, they'll be thinking, and no disrespect to Minaj, but against probably one of the weaker teams in this series. Minaj, of course, hampered by not being able to have their best 11 playing. It's one of the problems that some of the teams have had, bearing in mind that these games are being played midweek and work commitments. So it's going to be an interesting game. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring thriller, but certainly Fateh will be up for the challenge to try and get their first victory on the board. Pakai Kia. They are back later as well. Got a little break now before they come back. I'm guessing they'll come back unchanged against Raval Sporting. Well, looks like the Maka McCann has been given the information of who the player of this match was. And we're getting ready for him to let you, our global audience, know. Hope you've enjoyed the cricket so far, whether you're watching via Fan Code or Sportsflix. Don't forget, EuropeanCricket.com, where all the information is there. Michael McCann, are you ready, my man? Tell us who the player of the match was.
So match number 22 saw a comprehensive victory for Pakai Care to secure their semi-final place in style. They didn't even need half of the required overs in the run chase, finishing this one off with 34 balls to spare to defeat their opposition by 10 wickets, no less. The Catalonia Tigers routed. We can hear from the player of the match now, a man who struggled a bit for form in this tournament, but got himself going with 51 not out from just 16 deliveries. Sharad is going to translate for us as well. 27 runs in your first 5 innings. You must be delighted to get a half century like that with the world watching.
आपके पहले ये टूर्नामेंट अच्छी नहीं रही, पहले 5 गेम में सिर्फ 27 रन आए और ये मैच में आपने इतनी अच्छी हाफ सेंचुरी की और जब पूरी दुनिया देख रही है तो आपको कैसा फील हो रहा है?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। अल्लाह ताला का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि पहले 5 मैच खेलों में से परफॉर्मेंस नहीं हुआ, तो आज था, दिन था, हर प्लेयर का एक ना आधा दिन होता है, तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि आज बैटिंग मेरी बहुत अच्छी हुई। यही था कि लंबी बारी आज खेलूँगा, बैटिंग करूँगा, तो लाख लाख शुक्र है अल्लाह ताला का।
Well, he would like to thank God that after disappointing start to the tournament, today was his day and he made the most of it, and he wanted to play a long innings and see his team through, and that is what he did.
And what did you do differently today to get yourself into form that wasn't working in week 1?
आपने क्या चेंज किया जब पहले 5 गेम में नहीं रन बन रहे थे, तो ये गेम के लिए क्या चेंज किया था कि फॉर्म में आई है?
आज सोच के आया था कि आज बारी जो है ना, लंबी बारी की तरफ जाना है, कि बॉल जिधर बॉल हो बॉल के साथ ही जाना है, तो बस वही आज किया। कोई स्ट्रेटजी नहीं चेंज नहीं की कि पहले ही था, तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है सेम।
Well, he had not thought a lot about it. The plan was simple: play a long innings and just play in the area where the ball is bowled. No predetermined shots, and it worked for him.
So 51 not out from 16 balls and seeing your team into the semi-finals. Is there anything that you believe you guys need to work on to go ahead and win this tournament?
आपने 16 बॉल में 51 किया और अपनी टीम को सेमीफाइनल में लेके गए, पर एज अ टीम आपको लगता है कोई और चीज़ में इम्प्रूवमेंट करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि आप फाइनल जीतें?
इंशाल्लाह, बाकी बॉलिंग हमारी अच्छी ऑलरेडी और बैटिंग भी है, स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं सारे। हमारे पास नंबर 8 नंबर 9 तक बैटिंग है, तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है सेमीफाइनल में हम अच्छा खेलेंगे और मज़ीद इससे अच्छी बेहतर क्रिकेट और ज़्यादा खेलेंगे।
Well, they have a very strong team. They have a good bowling. Their bowling is clicking at the moment, and even they have batsmen still number 8 and 9. But it's about who clicks on a particular given day, and they'll try and make their combinations better and win the semi-final and enter into finals.
So we'll see Pakai Care in action later today, and once again that magnificent opening duo of Mohamed Hassan and your player of the match for game number 22, Sikander Ali, will be in action. Don't miss their destructive talents, but before that we've got game 23 against two sides who desperately need a win. Minaj with just one victory so far, Fateh yet to get their first victory of this campaign. Join us for match number 23 very shortly.
Hello and welcome back. Match 23, Minaj Cricket Club versus Fateh. So welcome back to Fateh. Fateh Cricket Club have played 2 games so far in this European Cricket Series and yet to register a win. They've lost both. They're struggling with the bat a little bit. They're relying heavily on Happy Singh and their captain Majinder Singh Lovely to score runs, but well, having been all out for 54 in the first game and then managing just 80 in the next, they haven't quite got it right. And in that last game, after scoring 80, Badlana Shaheen got them off 4.3. Remember that superb hitting from Babar Khan, who hit 37 off the first over. I'm Rika Full, joined for this match once more by Michael McCann.
Hello.
Michael just doing some fancy colouring there, highlighting the players and whatnot. And in this sunshine, these highlighter pens, I'm going to have to put my shades on, Michael.
Well, yes, we've both had our moments of missing things that's seen us wonder if we need new prescriptions. Spin to open the bowling here. A bold move, Govinder Singh to bowl.
A good start, probably just drifting down the leg, but worth a shout. Oh, and some sloppy fielding, needed to get the ball in quickly. Everybody's looking at each other. See the replay here of the first ball. Yeah, probably just going down, but a good shout.
Well, everybody was asleep because everyone was looking to see if the umpire's finger was going to go up.
And that leg by brings Almudar Hussain onto strike.
It's Govinder Singh Senior to bowl. Govinder Singh Junior not involved in the team for this one. Nice to see a father and son combination here. That's blocked back.
Nice bowl, nice length.
Majid Hanif and Alamdar Hussain out there for Minaj. Left-handed Hussain facing now, arguably their best batsman. Just content to take one here. Made 16 off 9 for Minaj and was their top scorer in their first game of week 2. They got 101 for 8 against Ravel Sporting, but must be said, they had plenty of charity, 32 extras, including 19 wides in that innings.
This is a good start from the bowler, Govinder Singh. He's nothing short at the moment. He's making the batsman play straight. Now, Fateh with their bowling, they've got, there's nobody that that's lightning quick or does anything special with it. They just concentrate on getting each bowler just to bowl wicket to wicket. That's picked up. That's well hit. And a good effort there from Happy Singh coming across in his normal fielding position, just to the left of us here in the commentary position. Made good ground, was trying to flick this back in, but the ball, in fairness, had already gone past for the first boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, nothing he could do.
Good firm shot. Almudar Hussain gets his first boundary and his teams, they're up and running. That one's been given as a wide. He certainly gave that one some flight and held it back.
Alamdar Hussain with that shot now on to 99 runs for the tournament. Across 4 previous innings and now this one.
Go down leg. Leg by taken. And end of the first. 9 runs from it. No wickets down.
And Alamdar Hussain will keep the strike out there with Majid Hanif, who's been promoted from the middle order. 9 runs across 4 matches for him so far, although he was not out in 2 of those innings. But it's still a bold choice, given his relative lack of form, to send him up to open. but they've struggled to find an opening partner for Alamdar Hussain throughout the tournament. He's the fourth man to try and perform that role. Now this is interesting. Alamdar's arc is very much the leg side, so they've gone for the unconventional field of having 5 fielders on the leg side and just 4 on the offside. Trilochan Singh to bowl.
Just setting his field. Minaj, well, just the one win in their 6. They were the ECL 19 representatives for Spain. It's a wide ball. So one thing they'll be hoping to do here, Michael, is really finish on a high, show what they are capable of doing. Understandably, they'll be missing some players.
You would have been meaning to say 2019 Spanish champions.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, and would have been representing if it weren't for this coronavirus epidemic. They would
have got the chance this
summer.
summer.
They would have shown what they're made of in this ECL 20. That's not to happen. Mind you, they're still going to have another opportunity in the Spanish playoffs, which are not yet scheduled. And there we go. It's a wicket straight away. That's a horrible looking shot. And the big wicket has been taken. And that's been the story of Minaj so far, Michael, hasn't it? The guys that have to perform haven't. This one, look, straight up and down, played right across it. It's a terrible shot for a man of his ability.
It's a wild swipe across the line from Alamdar Hussain. He's shown us better in this tournament, but not on that occasion.
But I give credit to them, Michael. They've changed things around a little bit in terms of their bowling. They obviously are a team that they know that they haven't got all the stars. They haven't got the strength and depth of some of these other teams. Once again, probably down to availability. They've reshuffled the pack. Trilochan Singh has been one of their bowlers that I'm impressed. He's normally bowled a lot later in the innings, as well as Gurvinder Singh. But seeing that they bowl well, they've been promoted. Normally we would have seen Majinder Singh Lovely, the captain, opening up perhaps with Happy Singh. So they are trying new things, so credit to them. And so far it's working. They've got a wicket here in the second over. Usman Mushtaq, new batsman on strike.
Yeah, and they're going to get plenty more wickets if they bowl deliveries like that. That is a really good channel to be in. Just where you want to be.
Yeah, well, they're going to be on a high. They've got out the danger man, Alamdar Hussain. And they'll just do, this is what they do, Michael. They just bowl wicket to wicket, get the ball on line. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And like I say, they'll be very, very keen to register the first win here. Usman will start getting off the mark. Majid Hanif now on strike. Just looking at the field, the 2 men straight. Happy Singh to our left. Mid off. We also have a mid on right on the boundary as well. It's hit hard. Happy Singh coming across. He's got safe hands normally, and he's got safe hands today as well. The second wicket goes. And yes, Trilochan Singh puts his hands in the air saying, yep, thank you very much. That's another one. This is good cricket from Fateh. A good comeback from them. They're looking strong at the moment.
Well, it was treated as a half volley, but it wasn't a half volley. It's a little slur ball cutter. Held it back really nicely. Majid Hanif gone for 1 off 3. And now, Usman Mushtaq is joined at the crease by Jafar Iqbal, who already has a 50 here in this tournament from week 1. He's one of 3 batsmen in this Minaj lineup who has scored a 50 in the tournament. 53 not out of just 20 balls against Falco. And their run chase that got them their only victory so far. And it's been a bit of a surprise that he's still not come in the top 3 so far in the tournament. But out he comes here. He'll get off the mark just about.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy fielding there, trying to stop the ball with his feet. You've got to attack it with your hands, and that allowed the batsman to take the single.
That being said, in the other 5 knocks that weren't that unbeaten 50, he scored just 30 runs. So apart from that one outstanding performance, he struggled.
Usman. And once more, the same fielder. I can see Rajinder Singh Lovely changing around. The captains have been very harsh in all the teams. If there's been any bit of misfielding, they've been quick to replace the guy and move things around. It's the end of a very good over, top over that from Chirachan Singh. 5 runs coming from it, but more importantly, 2 wickets.
I make it he was even better than 5.
Yeah,
I make it he went
four
for
actually,
4.
4 runs, yeah. I'm just having a look at that again. That's excellent.
Now they've decided Govinder Singh is going to bowl out here. It's the first time in the tournament that we've seen spin used for more than 1 over in the power play, but why not? Now he's got both of his options at straight. He can't afford to drop short at all here.
And it's a chance here straight away. Did he come in too quick? No, he didn't. Catch taken. That's absolutely brilliant stuff. And what I liked about that, Govinder Singh, before he bowled, he looked back, looked at his fielders. He just made Happy Singh come a little bit finer, checked that his man there on mid-on was on the boundary, pushes it up there. Another one bites the dust. It's as easy as that.
But you have to question the shot here from Usman Mushtaq. He goes for 2 off 4. But we'd just spoken about where the sweepers were. If he'd have gone for, say, the slog sweep, you could have understood the shot. Or even if you try and go inside out through the covers. But when you've got only 2 fielders out in the power play, to decide that you're going to just try and hit the ball over their heads, it's a very bold move. So Sarfraz Ahmed comes out at the non-striker's end. 13 for 3.
And when you're under pressure, you're forced to play shots like that. We saw Pak Ikea take the spin apart. That's when they were on top of their game. But when you've got pressure on you, it's a whole different game. There you go again. You see, shaped up to play the shot, then stops himself. Kuldeep Singh, the man who'd taken that catch, waiting to pounce again, as is Happy Singh. The Singhs are singing at the moment, and they're singing joyful songs. They're on top. It's in the air, could be another. Oh, just to the left of the fielder. Uppish. Gets away with it.
It's uppish, but it's a calculated shot. It would have been an exceptional catch if it was taken. It's a calculated risk. We are in a power play after all, and can't block your way into a good position in T10. Something had to give.
And this one's well hit. Balle, balle, balle. This one is out of the ground. Well, if you're going to hit, you've got to be positive. You've got to have belief, and that was hit with a fair amount of belief. That's a top shot, Jafar Iqbal.
Well, that certainly took belief from Iqbal, because he'd seen Usman Mushtaq previously in the same over get caught at long on. He decides that rather go over the head of the only 2 players who are out in front of us, and now back to blocking. Sort of an odd mix of Jekyll and Hyde through that over. Power play done.
Plower play is done, and a good one it was.
Plower play.
Plower play. Plower. Well, it was a little bit of plower, wasn't it? There's a ploughing way these shots were going. But yeah, power play. Wasn't so much power, apart from a couple of shots there from Jafar Iqbal. 23 for 3. Fateh will be more than happy with this so far. They know, if they've been watching this Minaj team, that missing some of the key players. To get another 2 wickets in the bag, and that 100 is going to be hard to get.
The only ploughing that's happening out here right now is the Minaj batting lineup being ploughed through, and it's not the first time in this tournament by any stretch. They're a side that has often collapsed.
Chirachan will continue to try and put more pressure on them and complete the collapse, really. 2 more wickets. It's very well bowled. It's in the areas where, as a captain, you want your bowlers to be bowling.
If one was to be polite, would say that it is by no means the most stacked batting lineup we've seen in this competition. And it tends to be very dependent on the top four who have failed here.
Very much so, Michael.
They need Iqbal to step up again. I mentioned he's got that 50. So when he comes off, it can be destructive.
Wide ball. Yeah, and what Minaj have to believe as well is that one of these batsmen, and if you got it's like we always say, if you've got a bat in your hand, you're a batsman. Doesn't matter what number you're going in, but if you go out there with belief and play your shots, you can change the game, and that's what they're going to do. Somebody's got to do that for them. Reply from Chulachan Singh from his wide ball. Just get the feeling sometimes as he's delivering, he falls away from the stumps, which means the ball just tends to follow his body and ends up bowling the wide. Just got to get closer to the stumps. That one's dragged across. Fielder giving it chase. Good work from Kuldeep.
And the throw as well. Right over the stumps. Good crisp work from Fateh. You've still got to believe, even after those first two defeats, that they're in the semi-final hunt. Probably need 5 wins from their last 6, though, to get there. But they're already showing us a lot more in the opening exchanges of this game than they did in either of their first 2. But it's the batting that's cost them. Bowled out for 54 against Falco, and 80 for 8 was all they posted against Barcelona Shaheen.
That's another catch, surely. Or is it going to go? Oh, it's gone all the way over, Kuldeep. It didn't look like he middled this at all. But in the end, the timing was good. Lobs it all the way for 6 runs. So maybe look at this again. He's just like flicked it.
It's just a little chip shot. It's sort of like a par 3 on the golf course. Flicked onto the green, and the catch nicely pouched by Sharad Brandbat, part of the European Cricket Network team behind the scenes here. Iqbal that time gets 1. He's the only batsman into double figures here for Minaj.
Yeah, and of course, Minaj in that first game when they lost to Raval Sporting, well, none of their players got to 20, so, you can see.
Yeah, that was their most. I mean, they've improved from there, but they've by no means been a destructive batting side. You look at what they've done since. They've had 5 consecutive scores of between 100 and 115, which is okay, but all of those we reckon still below par, which is probably 120 to 130. But they are missing quite a lot of key players from that side that were Spanish champions last season.
Rajinder Singh Lovely, the Fateh captain, coming to bowl. 34 for 3 at the end of 4. Ooh, and could quite easily have started with a wicket. Zafar Iqbal, he must understand the importance of his innings, and that was not the best of shots. Lucky the ball didn't hit the stumps straight from the bowler, but the way he played that, he could have quite easily just chopped it onto his stumps. He's still got work to do here. He can't throw his wicket away. That's in the air. Somebody's got to get to it, surely. Oh, I'm just looking at the fielder at point. He's just standing there, and he hasn't moved from the position of arms on hips. And I'm thinking, surely he had to have gone for this.
He just thought he couldn't get there, but certainly wasn't interested in trying to even make it look like he was having a go at it.
Didn't want to know, and they've making a little bit of reshuffling going on there. So the ring getting a little bit closer. They've sent the man out sweeping. So 3 on the leg side. Now 2 out here on the off. That's well hit. Nobody's going to get that. That's good timing Good placement, gets right on top of the ball, hits that, backward a point, 4 runs. It's a nice shot.
Yep, it's that traditional umbrella field, which one often sees off a medium pacer, where the gap is behind square of the wicket on either side, and so when dropping short, can be helped away. Have now got a deep backward point out now, but it's a bit of follow the ball captaincy in truth. Oh, he's just about got away with that, I think.
Good work from Manish Kumar Toki, the wicket keeper.
The problem can
Good
be when
take.
when you set a field that's as split as this, what do you want him to bowl?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you look now, they've brought the man in from the leg side. They've put the sweeper there. And they've already got one man there, so he sweeps this. So really, yeah, I mean, not too many teams have done this, Michael, where they've followed the ball. But, I mean, there was one ball. I mean, all right, it was a good shot. But the answer to that is you don't ball the ball there again, because I think taking the man out from the leg side is probably going to hurt them more than putting the man out there on the boundary at backward point. We shall see.
Well, it's setting the field for the ball that's just been bowled.
Yeah.
As opposed to what you want the bowler to bowl next.
And, well, I was going to say, there you go. But in fact, he's hit it straight to the fielder. It smacked him quite hard, Ravi Singh there on the boundary. And then just gone over for 6 runs. And Happy Singh to our left, Michael, wasn't very happy about that. Yaar, ye ki kar raha ho? Guy, what you doing there? He was never in a good position to take the catch. So we're on 46 at the end of the 5th over, the halfway stage. At this moment in time, Fateh will still be the happier. They would have been happy if that catch was taken. It wasn't to be.
Well, they'd definitely be a lot happier with Jafar Iqbal gone. He's looking dangerous. 26 of 13. 6 of those coming from that drop over the rope by Rajiv Singh. He's going to need some support, though. So the hand of the man on strike now is important. Sarfraz Ahmed facing up to Ranjit Singh Dade. Sarfraz will get 1. Always a single there if he went with conviction, which he did. Sarfraz struggled this morning, 15 off 22 balls against Ravel Sporting. Oh, that is pulverised through the offside. Just 2 full and 2 wide. One of those balls that sits up on the half volley and allows the hands to be thrust through it. And Jafar Iqbal's seeing it big. He's not going to miss out on that. It's his second 4 to go with 3 sixes, 30 off 14. He's single-handedly pulling this round. Might have perished here, though. No, he gets lucky. It streaks away off the outside edge. He'll only get 1 with some slightly more assertive running. There might have been the chance of 2, but I think he was just relieved that he'd survived. Yeah, confirmation thanks to the man to my left. He's got a better prescription than me. That was, of course, 6 rather than 4. Apologies.
Yeah, Jafar Iqbal, good on him. He's doing what I was talking about. A batsman just going out there, being positive and playing some nice shots. All right, he's been lucky. He's had a few strokes of luck now, but sometimes you've got to take that and move on.
He is known as a bit boom or bust, and that's exactly what he's been in this tournament. 5 busts, but then when it was a boom, it was one heck of a boom. An 18-ball 50. That's jabbed away for 1 by Ahmed, who's much like in his first game this morning where he scored very slowly, not looking great touch, but he's at least shown good game awareness. He's just trying to take singles and get Iqbal on strike. He now has 9 off 8. Does Iqbal look to keep the strike here, or does he go again? I'd suspect it's the latter. I'm not sure he was actually looking for a single there. Comes off the inside half of the bat, but he will keep the strike. So 56 for 3 off 6. 6th over, the first by Ranjit Singh Deg concedes 10. And Minhaj rebuilding well from the despair of 13 for 3. This partnership now worth an unbroken 43 for the 4th wicket. The vast majority of those runs scored by Jafar Iqbal.
Yeah, I mean, everybody else in the Minhaj team, it's been all tiki-taka. But thankfully, Jafar Iqbal is adding a little bit of boom boom to it, and that's what they need. Gets to the striker's end. Interesting enough, 6 overs, 56 for 3, but the Minaj dugout are very, very quiet, not being very supportive to these guys out here, not being supportive to Jafar Iqbal, who's doing a good job for them so far.
Kuldeep Singh to bowl the 7th. Got two sweepers very close to each other at a wide long on and a deep mid wicket. This is out into the offside. They might fancy two. Well, in fairness to Sarfraz Ahmed, he was very aware of his role in the piece and was looking for it, and he was sent back by Jafar Iqbal. Just wonder whether, with time starting to eke away in the innings, they might want to be a touch more proactive about trying to get Iqbal facing as many balls as possible. Ahmed will get one there. Nothing wrong with that. Hit the sweeper hard. Hits his pad hard as well in frustration afterwards.
I think he hit the pad harder than he hit the ball there, Michael.
Hit them both pretty hard. I've seen people do that before and cause himself a mischief. It's a little off-cutter, spooned in the air, and he's got him. Oh, no, no, put down. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, that was a terrible drop. He almost had it, and then as he was getting his balance, it just popped out. Let's watch this again.
So it's just a little off-cutter just back of an length. He was through the shot very early, completely deceived by Kuldeep. And it was in the hands for a good couple of seconds, but just wouldn't stick. And that was the big fish, the one they really wanted, who's firing today for Minaj in this game. And Jafar Iqbal's now been dropped twice, once over the rope for 6, and now on 30 as well. It's been dropped on 10 and 30.
Fateh will know that's going to cost them. They're a team that haven't batted very well, haven't scored big runs. Most they've got to, as we see, there's the overthrows here.
Conceding buzzers as well.
Yeah, so they're giving extra runs, they're dropping catches. They want to try and keep this to 80, 90. That's, they know, is within their grasp. Any more than that, they're going to struggle.
Well, even 80 or 90 looks somewhat optimistic. They've had 2 innings. They've posted 54 all out and 80 for 8 from their 10 overs. In their 2 games so far. Oh, that's a deft late cut. Classic, taking it almost out of the wicketkeeper's hands. And Sarfraz Ahmed is not remotely interested in the second run. One does have to wonder why, because had they taken a second, it would have kept Jafar Iqbal on strike, which has got to be the preferred option for Minaj. Instead, it's an over of 6 singles, so 6 from it, 62 for 3 off 7. Sarfraz Ahmed in that over, moving into double figures, accompanying Iqbal, on whose shoulders this run chase is being almost in run chase, run set. Is being pretty much entirely carried.
So looks like the captain Majinder Singh. No, it doesn't. He's passed the ball to somebody else. I thought Majinder Singh Lovely was going to bowl his second. We've also got Happy Singh hasn't bowled yet.
So Ranjit Singh Dade is going to bowl out here. Conceded 10 from his first. Kuldeep, I'd be imagining, will come back to bowl his second after all his first only conceded 6. That's a half volley in the slot. It's well stopped. Coming around to his left-hand side. Rajiv Singh, who's already taken a decent catch out there. So now Iqbal on strike. It's a bit of an axeman's swing. Sort of like a farmer chopping in a wheat field. It's effective enough. They'll get 1, and this partnership grows. Past the half-century mark now for the 4th wicket. And that will add to the tally even more. Sarfraz Ahmed opens his shoulders and hits this into the nets behind us. His first 6 of the day. He was pretty slow scoring in game 1. And in game 2, after playing second fiddle, now he shows us what he can do. Goes again, Sarfraz Ahmed might have perished. Would have been an excellent take. Sarfraz left thumping his pads again at the non-strikers. He's on to 20 off 14 though. He's got Iqbal on strike. Oh, and you could hear the cry of anguish from the bowler. And one has to feel for Randeep Singh there. Well, what could he do about this?
Well, I mean, you say one has to feel. Well, that was going to wide ball, wasn't it? It was wide ball. Batsman getting a touch to it, ends up being 4. And, well, you saw the wicket-keeper. He couldn't go any wider than what he did to try and get that. It's a sneaky one, but it's 4 runs. Boundaries were hard to come by. Now we've had 2 in the space of a couple of balls.
Oh, didn't fancy the catch out on the long-on rope, but it would have been a very good take from Kuldeep Singh. Instead, forgivably given the circumstances, thought instead the priority was just to make sure he stopped the boundary, and he did that, so it very much justified that decision.
They're doing a good job, those 2 there, Kuldeep and Hargurjeet Singh, stopping the boundaries.
So 76 for 3 off 8, and that 8th over. So another mini swing towards Minhaj, 14 from it. This partnership still not dislodged, and Sarfraz Ahmed now starting to get going with that big 6 from him. Jafar Iqbal has the strike, and he's got 43 at almost 2 a ball. Got to find an answer to him. As Manjinder Singh Lovely, the captain, comes back. His first over went for 12. He starts with a dot.
It's good work from the keeper there. I think slight little snick sounded like off the bat.
But those edges standing up, pretty much any take standing up that's got an edge is a very good one. Pummel down the ground. Missed time though. And fielded by Happy Singh Lovely.
Yeah, well backed up by Happy. He went behind Kuldeep. Kuldeep overran it. Happy was there to safely stop the ball going to the boundary. Just keeping it to 1.
Sarfraz bunts this down the ground. Cross bat. Baseball or hockey star. He's under 21. A few lusty blows here, and they will get to the 100 mark. And that is a big run chase for Fateh, considering their poor batting so far in this competition.
Looks like
well, he's calling for a change of bat here, which he's just seen something that he's unhappy with, Jafar Iqbal. There's some batsmen I know who get very suspicious here. He would have had the shout from his teammates that he's in the 40s. Maybe won't have helped the superstition to be changing bat when so close to the milestone. He'll hope that he'll be raising this new blade shortly to celebrate his half-century. He has 44. It's 1 hit away. And that is the hit. Jafar Iqbal gets his second 50 of the tournament. 25 balls it's taken him. 5 6s and 2 4s. A magnificent knock to bring this innings back from the despair of 13 for 3. He hit an unbeaten half-century in their win against Falco, and he's at it again. That's another lovely shot, deliberately played. 1 bounce 4 through the vacant extra cover region. Deliberately goes inside out here. He knows his gap is between cover point and long off. And that is not just brutal batting, but very clever batting.
Yeah, I mean, he's had his chances. We've seen that. He's had a struggle of luck, but he's kept on going. And if it weren't for him, for this score for Minaj, well, it would have been a disaster.
Goes again, though. He's got enough on this. That will go for 6-2. 6-4-6 to finish the 9th over. Iqbal flying on to 60. He's got almost 2/3 of the entire innings total. And this is number 6 of the innings for him.
Yeah, Kuldeep, I would expect, will bowl this last one. At the moment, he'll be quite happy that he's not bowling to Jafar Iqbal and bowling to Savas Ahmed instead.
Well, he only went for 6 of his previous over, Kuldeep, so understandable that they've held him back to now have this difficult task. And from 13 for 3, these two have added 81 unbroken for the 4th wicket. And the team total of 100 should be comfortably surpassed in this final over, which will start with Sarfaraz facing on 21. And Sarfaraz goes big, gets enough of it. It's a very flat 6, his 2nd of the innings.
That was well picked up. You see the bowler called it after he bowled it, turning around, saying, all right, guys, I know. He put it right in the slot. Safas Ahmed was up to the task.
Slow ball. Slow ball Yorker. Very well executed. Ahmed, much like a fencer, can only just jab it away. He'll get 1. Again, furiously thumps his pads at the non-striker's end. It's been a regular feature of his innings, but he's played a good accompanying hand to the man on strike now. Iqbal facing 60. Iqbal goes again for that extra cover region, and for the 2nd time in his many overs finds it perfectly. Like a professor with his geometry set out. Got his protractor, set it for extra cover, midway between cover point and long off. And the fielder running back was never going to get there. So they've plugged the gap, but this is the problem. It then opens up space elsewhere. Oh, he's miscued this. And it's dropped over the rope for the 2nd time in the innings. Oh, you lucky sausage, you jammy dodger, Jafar Iqbal. For the 2nd time in the same innings. He has a miscued shot dropped over the boundary, this time by Happy Singh Lovely. It gets him his 7th 6 of the innings. 2 of those coming as fortuitously as one possibly can.
Yeah, I think Happy Singh, the best he could have done in fairness with that is to stop it. Try to stop it going over the boundary. I don't think the catch was on. It's too high. These two moving along nicely. They're almost at the 100 partnership. Just a run away.
So 71 not out for Iqbal. Last ball of the innings. It's Sarfaraz Ahmed to face. Excuse it. Now surely they've got to push for 2 here. It's the last ball of the innings. Oh, well, they ran that so slowly, and Jafar Iqbal gets run out. Well, that was after a quite extraordinary partnership that passes the 100 mark with the single here. Some comedy cricket to finish. They only decide to attempt the 2nd run, having ran the 1st, or should I say walked the 1st. And if they'd have really got their heads down and pedalled both ways, they'd have had a good chance of nicking an extra run. So if they do lose this game by the finest of margins, that will hurt them. But for now, Minaj will be feeling pretty good about themselves as they finish with 113 for 4. Early on, things were not good. It was a sinking Minaj batting ship for by no means the first time in this tournament. Trilochan Singh bowling Alumdar Hussain here, a wild swipe across the line from the opener. He went for 5 off 5. The 2nd one went here when Happy Singh took the catch off Trilochan. Majid Hanif gone for 1 off 3. And then it became 13 for 3 when Usman Mushtaq, was held by Kuldeep Singh off Govinder Singh. But then the rebuild started, primarily from Jafar Iqbal. He'd failed in 5 of his previous 6 innings in the tournament. When he did fire, he had an 18-ball 50, and it was similar spectacular fireworks here. He was dropped on 10, dropped on 30, and dropped on 60. 2 of those drops taking the ball over the rope. That was the drop when he was on 30. And fair play to him. It's part of the game. Took advantage of the lives that he kept being given. Some really good clean hitting from Iqbal. Sarfraz Ahmed providing support at the other end. These 2 shots through extra cover were actually arguably his best shots despite not going for 6. Precision inside out through the offside. Good calculated batting. This was his 3rd life, dropped over the rope by Happy Singh, a difficult one. And then we had this bizarre last ball where they walked a single, and then only once the ball was pretty much in the bowler's hands thought maybe we should run a second, and so weren't able to get back. So Jafar Iqbal run out off the final ball by Majinder Singh Lovely and Kuldeep Singh in combination, but it's his 71 off just 30 balls, his 2nd half-century in this tournament, that has given Minhaj a very good chance in this game against the Fateh side that have struggled with the bat so far. Sarfraz Ahmed played his best knock of the tournament so far, a supporting hand of 29 not out off 18 balls. As for Fateh, well, Trilochan Singh was good with the ball up top, 2 for 15 from his 2 overs, and Govinder Singh only conceded 17 from his 2 whilst picking up a wicket. But it was the change bowlers that were met with the destructive blades of Sarfraz Ahmed, and then the aforementioned Jafar Iqbal. Majinder going for 30 off 2, Randeep Singh conceding 24 from his 2, and Kuldeep Singh getting a bit of a battering in the last over, going for 19. And so that means that at the midway point of game number 23, Minhaj have posted 113 for 4, and we'll be back shortly for the run chase, where Fateh will need 114 for their first win here at the ECS Barcelona Bash.
Welcome back to the toss of the coin for match number 24 of this European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. Got an interesting match here for you. We've got Pakai Care versus Ravel Sporting Club. Now, Pakai Care, we've seen them. They're the strongest team in the competition at the moment. They've dropped 1 game. They've won 5. Very, very impressive. They look like the team to beat. Ravel have notched up 1 win from their 3 games. We know what a quality side they are. We know they have the potential to upset extremely strong sides. So I think this is going to be a really big one. Let's toss the coin. Pakai Care is the home team. Cheers, Rob. So Manish, you'll call. Tails is the call.
It's heads.
Okay, it's a head. All right, buddy, you won the toss, my friend. What are you going to do?
Hey, batting first.
Okay, well, talk me through it. Why are you thinking about first?
अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र है बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम के 6 मैच खेले हैं 5 जीत गए हैं तो सेकंड ही बॉलिंग की है अभी थोड़ी सी प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी जो बाकी लड़के हैं चलो उनकी बारी आ जाएगी तो इसलिए फर्स्ट बैटिंग की है.
Well, they won 5 out of 6 and they're feeling pretty confident, so they want to try and change and they're bound to bat first so that other guys who have not got a bat in this tournament can express themselves and get into groove.
Very good. So you're going to try and give some other players a go to get them in form. You're the in-form team, though, let's be honest. You've dropped 1 game, another massive win this morning. Everyone must be feeling pretty confident about your chances this tournament, right?
बिल्कुल इंशाल्लाह टूर्नामेंट जीतेंगे. एक आज का मैच और कल का मैच है तो कोई भी मैच हम इजी नहीं लेंगे सबको मैच ही समझ के खेलेंगे. इंशाल्लाह हमारी पूरी कोशिश है सेमीफाइनल और फाइनल दोनों जीतने की और जीतेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
Well, yes, they're going to give it their all in the remaining matches, and even in semifinals and finals, they're going to perform together as a team, and they'll try and look both.
Excellent. Good luck. Have a good game. Cheers. All right, Manish, you're in the field, mate. How do you feel about that?
No problem. Every time we are fielding first, it's normal for us. Let's see what happens. We'll try our best to restrict them under 120 and in 100. we know that there's very good team, very tough team, but we'll try our best.
Yeah, they're a very good team, but you guys are a good team as well. I think you've got the potential for an upset here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Because we have tough batting lineup. We have Kashitik Patel, the keeper, and more guys also there, Gurvinder Singh. So we'll try our best to chase down everything.
Good stuff. All right, well, good luck, mate. Have a good game. Cheers. So Pak Ike have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Well, welcome back, Nukesh Patel, Abdul Khan. The umpires are men in black. They've taken their positions. So have the Fateh batsman, Manish Kumar Tukhi. He's going to be on strike. Captain, Majinder Singh Lovely, non-strikers. And remind you, the target, 114. And Fateh, who have struggled with the bat, highest they've managed so far in this European Cricket Series. Barcelona Bash 2 has been 80, so they've got their work cut out. And they will need, similar to Minaj Cricket Club, one batsman to stand up if they can find a Jafar Iqbal in their team. Then they should be able to get to this target with a little bit more conviction than what they've shown so far. Nice start. First ball, dot ball from Safraz Ahmed.
It's got to be said, though, that in their 2 innings so far, 80 for 8 was the better of the 2 they'd managed, something of an improvement after their miserable 54 all out in game 1. And the highest individual score was 21, which Happy Singh managed in that second game. You're not going to win many T10 games if nobody even gets into the 20s.
That's well hit, and that's gone for 4 runs. You say he moved very early, gets into position, clubs that away. He's in for a little bit of clubbing, Michael. He's in the clubbing mood.
Well, why not? Yeah, it's power play time after all. Got nothing to lose here, Fateh. Only lost a couple of games. One of the underdogs at this tournament.
Better ball, angled it into him. Majinder Singh Lovely, has to be said. He's if he gets going, he can give the ball a fair old whack. But what he doesn't do very well, Michael, is run between the wickets. You see, no backing up there at all. And when he does run, he tends to, well, he might as well have the bat under his arm while he's running. That's hit well again. He's picked the short ball up beautifully. 4 more. That's good hitting. He's under pressure, Manish Kumar Tukhi, with the first few balls being dots. But he's come back strong. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, very all or nothing cricket. One does notice that the better players in these ECS events tend to do the small things well, and running between the wickets, backing up, tend to fall into that kind of category.
Wanted the single, but Majinder Singh Lovely had not moved out of his crease. End of the first. 8 the score, courtesy of those 2 nice shots. Playing the short ball well. They need to remain positive, and that's a positive start.
Well, it is and it isn't, Rico. 2 boundaries is handy, and it will give Manish Kumar Tukhi confidence. But without me need to get too nerdy, you can't afford that many dot balls. I'm not going to go on a big soliloquy, I promise you, about dot ball percentages and all this kind of thing. But to keep things simple, you negate the positive impact to the boundaries by those 4 dots. And so actually, 8 off a power play over, it's Minaj who will be the happier. So now go with spin in the power play.
Yeah, Majid, he bowled very well. Majid Hanif in the earlier game.
Also bowled the very first maiden we've seen in this tournament in game number 21. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 2. And that's why they've decided to trust him in the power play. No protection of the boundaries on the offside.
Well, Majinder Singh choosing to let that come to him and going on his back foot. Risky to play that on this pitch. You do get the odd one that's going to stay low. They don't come up that much anyway. You would think he, like many batsmen, would prefer to go forward. Front foot. Takes a single. He's off the mark. Tukhi on strike. Let's see if he continues to attack. Oh, and that's a very, very soft dismissal. He moved early. The ball was fired wide outside the off stump. It probably could have, once we see it again, been called a wide if he didn't play that shot. Oh, what a soft way to get out. You see here, just reaching. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be one that the umpire was going to have to think about and just lobs up. Well, probably one of the easiest catches fielder would have to take there. So the first wicket goes down and is a gift, really. Didn't have to work hard for that at all, Minaj. 9 for 1. So Happy Singh makes his way out earlier than what he would have wanted. And I've said so many times, not just in this series, but in previous one as well here, that so much now depends on him. And to a degree he's captain. These two are going to have to score and score big for them to have a real chance. Majid Hanif decided to come over the wicket. I think he's aiming for the LBW here. He's seen that Majinder Singh Lovely is choosing to stay in his crease. He's going to have a swipe at this sooner or later. He's blocked 2. See a shot coming here. There it is. It was going all the way though. Balle, balle, balle. Hit that well. And in his swing, one hand coming off the bat. There you go. That was well hit. A little bit of Malcolm Marshall in that. Remember the old Malcolm Marshall shots? The hand used to come off. That was well hit. There we go. One hand off the bat. Gets enough on it though. This time, it's a fielder there. We'll keep him to 1. So Majinder Singh Lovely scoring the first maximum for his team. And we'll now, after taking that single, go back to the other end. He'll have a little chat with Happy Singh, who's probably saying to him, look, boss, it's me or you all the way if we want this one. 2 overs gone. 16 for 1.
So they've got 1 over left in the power play to capitalise, but as it is, the pressure's building and they're behind the rate, which is now above 2 a ball. So spin's working. Why not persist with it? Alamdar Hussain comes on. Wasn't he good this morning? Based on that evidence, he's not going to be bad this afternoon either. 1 for 8 from his 2 overs in that game against Ravel Sporting, which they eventually lost by 7 wickets with 10 balls to spare, due to the same problem that could eventually become important here, which is their lack of a 5th bowler.
That's played nicely. Bit of a risky shot. And, well, a very casual single taken. Happy Singh getting low really well here. But if he had missed this one, he was right in front. Bear in mind, he does tend to shuffle across his stumps anyway. It's hit hard over the ring, and the ball goes for 4 runs. So Majinder Singh showing good intent, making the use while he can of this, the last over in the power play. Over the top it goes, 4 runs.
And that's what they need, but actually their problem here hasn't been hitting boundaries. They're finding boundaries. It's the amount of dot balls. They've got to find a way to nudge those dot balls into gaps for singles. That will help though. It's a poor ball, and that will go.
It's well played. Again, staying a little bit low. But both these batsmen, one thing they are doing is getting low, and rather than trying to hit the ball over the top there for 6 and missing out on it, just concentrating, getting back onto ball. That was a freebie offered there from Mahmoud Hussain. They'll take that. Sensible. Got a couple of boundaries of the over so far. Take the single. This is good. Just keeps rotating the strike.
Well, that's better. The intent to run there, and they're very deliberately placing it in front of the fielder on the edge of the ring, and that now sees Minaj starting their recriminations about why there was such an easy single there. It turns the tables very quickly.
So Fateh, power play over, 27 for 1. Majid Hanif to continue, and just get the feeling now, this over, that Majinder Singh Lovely is going to try and play a couple of big shots. So Majid Hanif will, well, he's going back round the wicket. He did bowl over the wicket to him to the end of the last over. We'll be trying to get him trapped inside of his crease. Gives him a bit of width here. That's hit well. Good field set. 3 men waiting there. The leg side. Happy Singh has just faced the 1 ball. Got the single from it. Wasn't the best of balls, but this time, having seen Majinder Singh Lovely hitting a boundary there, there's a man there now, just a single. Swing and a miss, that'll be byes.
Yep, he'll go down against Usman Mushtaq. The other thing these two have got to be aware of, if they can build a partnership, is that Minaj have had huge problems with finding a 5th bowler throughout this tournament, and we saw it again this morning. Now, what Minaj are gambling on is that by the time their 5th bowler is needed in this run chase, they will have run through this Fateh lineup, so it will be relatively inconsequential. And that will help them do it.
Yeah, another soft. I mean, we've seen 2 wickets, haven't we, of Fateh, and both of them have been really soft. And, well, for somebody of the ability of this man and knowing how important his innings is, you can't be getting out like that. Just look how far across he went. And another very straightforward, simple catch. Fateh, once more, creating their own downfall. So the big man, Happy Singh, who you'd think had to be out there if they were to be in contention to win this game, depart. So, is there a hero in the making here in this middle order for Fateh?
Well, we've seen games won from much stranger positions than this one. Kuldeep Singh on strike.
He's got to be careful, going right across. Obviously the bowler won't help coming round the wicket. To see this again. No, probably just pitching outside the line for me. And of course the umpire has to take the bowler's action into account. End of the over, 30. Only 3 runs from it, but also the 1 wicket. And that puts the pressure back on Fateh.
4 for 17 across his 4 overs today for Majid Hanif. So if Minaj lose both of these games today, he's one person that can stand up and say it definitely wasn't my fault.
Yeah, don't point no fingers at me.
Alamdar Hussein's bowled very well as well, but probably need to see more from him with the bat for Minaj.
Well hit, and that's what he needs to do, the captain. Stand tall and deliver. That's a big one. Shakka ho gaya. No foot movement at all. You'd watch this. He just stands there and just clubs it. Anything that's outside of the arc, he's not going to get anywhere near it. And that's an example of that. If you don't move your feet.
And as if to prove your point.
Yeah.
Can't just have one prescriptive shot that you try and play for every ball. Jinder Singh going well here. Need him to double up though.
Well,
what was that?
You can see the idea. I'm just looking at the umpire, whether that's going to be sig. Yeah, I was going to say that had to be a wide. I mean, the batsman was diving at it to try and get to it. Was the captain, Majinder Singh Lovely. The wicket keeper couldn't get to it. It had to be. So 2 wides. It's well hit. It's going to go through the gap. It's hit fielder coming across.
Ooh, he's
that's
kept it in.
Very good work. Excellent commitment from the fielder there, Jafar Iqbal. Hasn't run out of steam after his mammoth batting.
He's just running on pure adrenaline out there. That was a great stop.
Kuldeep Singh, take the single.
Now there, you're in a difficult run chase, trying to get your first win of the tournament. Surely you have to push harder. Sarfraz Ahmed fielded that well, but those 2 at least is a possibility.
He's on his way. Clean bowled him. That was in his arc, it has to be said. It's ones he normally makes contact with. Maybe guilty of trying to hit this one too hard. And the captain.
He's tried to hit that to Madrid.
Yeah. He's on his way back, and more pressure mounts now on Fateh. And this is where it all goes wrong for them. Now you've got the key men back. It's going to be very difficult for Rajiv Singh, who's joining Kuldeep Singh out there. Now the 2 of these halfway stage. 41 the score. 3 wickets down. Where did it go from here, Michael?
Well, if they're going to go from here in a positive direction, it will be a surprise, shall we say. Rajiv has only 14 runs from his 2 innings so far, and Kuldeep has only 19 runs from his 2. So Amar Shahzad might fancy some wickets. If he doesn't, he really should. Because we know that this Fateh batting lineup can fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah. Do you bowl, Michael? Do you have the odd bowl?
Dodgy leg spin, wicket keeper's leg spin.
Well, I reckon we're going to put a challenge to these teams, me and you.
Right, okay.
Are you ready to accept the challenge? I think we're going to say to these teams, look, I mean, Rico Full is getting a little bit irritated about these wides. I reckon me and you can go out there and make sure our first ball doesn't go for a wide that you bowl. What do you reckon? You up for the challenge?
I reckon the game is, can you bowl 6 on a pence through? That is a wide on cue. Now, this morning we had 31 wides across the first game. That's a no ball, pardon me, so it's a free hit will follow.
Yeah.
And Minaj, in their batting innings, actually had the top scorer as wides, because wides managed 19, contributed generously from the Revel Sporting Fund.
That was the free hit. Chase on for the fielder. It's got to take 2, the batsman. They do.
And I understand why you jokingly do bring up the point of that there has been a couple of points today where it's got to the stage where you're just like, can somebody come on and just, even if they're dreadful deliveries, just come on and bowl 6 legitimate balls, because the wides were stacking up. That's nicely bowled. That will be a dot. Should be said, the game always looks simple from the commentary box.
Yeah,
always looks so easy out here. The pressure of being on TV, a stage that most of these cricketers have never played on before.
You get it to your feet. I mean, you can see here, I'm almost knocking Michael out. I'm warming up. Captain, give me the ball. Let me show you how it's done.
Swing and a miss. Well, Amar Shahzad showing us how it's done right now. But yes, we've had 4 overs today that have seen 12 attempted deliveries or more. Which, once you get to that point, you really are at the stage of just, can someone get 6 down?
Well, there's a no ball. You know, the other thing is, I'm quite surprised, especially with that game today with Raval Sporting. I'm quite surprised that they actually completed their 10 overs within the timescale because, of course,
They bowled 12. They genuinely did bowl.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean.
In fact, pardon me, they bowled 13.1. They bowled 19 wide.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Swinging off his feet. And that's okay from Shazad, just in that channel. Just about okay.
Big hit here keeps it interesting for Fateh. That's a wide, more extras.
I think there's a lot of life left in this game. I tell you for why, because Minaj, just like this morning, are storing themselves up a problem. There's Pandora's box that's going to have to be opened.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know where you're coming from. Oh, dear.
Right now, the bowlers who aren't even in Pandora's box are struggling. It's turning into a bit of a Medusa's cascade of a mess this over from Amar Shazad. That is another no ball, the third in the over, to go with 2 wides. Extras mounting up. They've flown into double figures. Takes Fateh past the 50 mark.
See if they can capitalise on this free hit. Haven't been able to so far. Well, that was high again. There's not been any signal from the umpire, so it obviously dipped. Well,
one wonders whether there was almost a touch of umpire to bowler sympathy there of, well, I've been there once upon a time, so I'm not going to call it.
So that's 6 gone, 52. I mean, most of those runs coming off extras, to be honest. Not too many off the bat. 52 for 3.
Pandora's box, though. So, in their first game this morning against Ravel Sporting, they kept things very tight for the first 8 overs. But then the problem was, by bowling all 4 bowlers out, they had to use not just a 5th bowler, but a 6th bowler to get things done. And Rizvan and Ansar went for 40 between them from there too. Now on comes Dilsha. He starts with 5 wides down the leg side. Well, Dilsha went for 28 from his only over this morning. And that over saw 14 attempted deliveries. So this is an interesting move. They've decided they're going to try and get their 5th bowler, or one of the overs of their 5th bowler, out of the way now. But that's not the ideal start, to say the least.
It's not. I mean, maybe the other theory here, Michael, is, I mean, these are all obviously Spanish cricketers. They're normally playing nice sunshine. Maybe they just can't get it right when it's overcast and the sun's not shining. You reckon they're powered by the sun, these bowlers, and when the sun's out, they get it right?
Right, I'm around. This is flicked away, but they've got a sort of long stop in there now, which I wouldn't say it without authority normally, but in the case of Dilsha Ahmed, is clearly there for the big leg side wide, because he's actually bowled as many balls that are wide so far as legitimate deliveries throughout his 2 spells today. He's 7 and 7. Well, that is a legitimate ball, and he's nearly got a wicket with it. Instead, it's hauled in by Alamdar Hussain. Big moments in this game, because this is where Fateh have to go. Kuldeep and Rajiv got to be alert to this scoring opportunity. That's a half volley, and that's put away. Lovely shot, flashing blade, quick hands. They'll need more of that, but they're still alive here, Fateh, still fighting. Without we need to go all Kevin Keegan on you. And they've got to go and take plenty off Dilsha Ahmed here.
What's Kevin Keegan got to do with this match?
Ah, well, I was going to explain at the ample moment.
Well, I'm glad.
Half volley again. It's come off the inside half of the bat for a single. There's an infamous clip of Kevin Keegan from Premier League title race in 1990. the mid-90s, if memory recalls, when Newcastle United had been set to win the league and were hauled in. And Dilshar Ahmed continues. And, well, he's got a bit of fortune there. Fortune favours the brave, and it favours the flashing blade of Kuldeep Singh. He knows he's got to go in this over. The fifth bowler on, chances his arm and gets lucky. And so there's a clip of Keegan very angrily, having been riled up by Sir Alex Ferguson, saying they've got to go to Middlesbrough and they've got to get something. And in my wordplay there, slightly sort of fell into the exact same description inadvertently.
Don't worry, viewers, I'm lost as well.
That comes off the toe at the bat. Well, our younger internet-savvy generation may be aware of the clip. If you haven't, it's well worth watching. If you just look for Kevin Keegan.
I mean, Kevin Keegan managing.
Well, no, but in the internet generation, it's
I
kind
see.
of been. It's one of those where that clip of they've got to go there, they've got to get something, has been recycled for different scenarios, and so it's, as things often do in the internet world, it's kind of built up a life of its own. 7 overs gone, 69 for 3 Fateh. So as predicted, the fifth bowler providing plenty of runs, turning that run tap on, and much like a toddler who's run a bath and forgotten about it, leaving it to leak all over the place. 16 runs conceded by Dilshar Ahmed, which was actually 12 better than his effort this morning. And that's brought it back. Sarfraz Ahmed is now on, and he's got a bout of wide-itis as well. No profile wides here. So if the batsman steps away and it misses the leg stump by a whisker, it's still a wide. Anything down the leg side.
Sarfraz obviously back on to try in his second over. Remember, he opened the bowling to try and get a wicket, or at least make that run rate go up to around the 20 mark. That's the idea here. And right on cue, he gets a wicket. So just a job for his captain. Wicket down. And it's one they'll be happy to see the back off. This partnership was building. It has to be said, most of the runs were given to them through wides and no balls.
So 70 for 4. And Hargurjit Singh comes out, crossing the white line after seeing his teammate dismissed. He's on strike. 5-4 offside field. All 4 sweepers on the leg side on the boundary. He's content to just knock one into the offside, Hargurjit. Kuldeep Singh gone for 10 off 8, caught by Alamdar Hussain off Sarfraz Ahmed. Well, yes, that stand for the 4th wicket, 29, and I suspect around half of them coming in a very generous helping of extras. Much like when you're having tea at an opposition's ground, back in the days where one could have tea before coronavirus, and the tea distributor from the home team, normally an old man or lady who's made some magnificent spread, comes and offers you seconds or thirds, happily helping on the extras, and now Fateh helping themselves as well. They're still right in this, fighting along here. That is the first boundary in 7 balls. And Rajiv Singh into double figures.
Yeah, it's important. They keep taking these boundaries. So that required run rate per over is around the 17 mark. So they've got to keep taking these singles as they're doing here now, and playing their shots. One magical over that can bring that down to around 13, 14. That could be key here.
And of course, there's still one over left from the Pandorica box that is Minaj's 5th bowler. Ahmed comes wide with the crease this time, beats him. That's good from Sarfraz Ahmed. So he's come back on a bowl really well. Went for 9 from his first. And then his second has seen him concede 7 runs to his figures, plus the leg by, picking up the wicket. So 8 overs gone. Fateh 77 for 4. They're still in this. We've got just 2 overs left, but one of them has to be bowled by the 5th bowler or even the 6th bowler, because Dilshar Ahmed has gone for 16. So I'd be surprised if they're going to trust him again. Have, of course, got Amar Shahzad, who only conceded 9 from his first 2, will come back. But they've decided they're not going to go for Shahzad now. They're going to try and find another option out of the Pandora's box to try and solve the 5th and 6th bowler crisis that has befallen them throughout this tournament. Baba Basharat is coming on. Doesn't need to do anything remarkable, just needs to keep things relatively tight, but that hasn't kept things relatively tight. That is out of the park, over the head of the scorer's tent, just in that inviting half-volley length, but goodness me, didn't he put it away well.
Right on cue, the sun came out, and Rajiv Singh thought, that feels better. Picked that up beautifully. 6 runs. They need a few more of those, Fateh. Well, they've got a man out there that can deliver. And immediately, Baba Basharat is changing his action to come over the wicket.
And this is his first over of the entire tournament. It's a pressure over, particularly now that 6 has been hit. Oh, swing and a miss. Just took his eye off it. That's the problem with this required run rate. So steep. All of the good work of that brilliant previous shot is undone.
I think it was getting a little bit lippy there, Baba Basharat.
Oh yeah, there's some chat going on out there. They're not talking about dinner reservations, I can tell you that for sure. He's beaten him again. And there's a fair few words in the ear of Rajiv Singh, who got pretty excitable after his first 6 and has just lost a bit of his composure here. Comes wider of the crease. It's a low full toss. It's just about stopped by Safraz Ahmed in front of us. We've all too often seen fielders reluctant to dive, but he was willing to do so there. It's a good thing, because otherwise it probably would have gone over the rope.
Yeah, did well. Body behind it as well. Good little bit of bowling this for Baba Basharat. He's getting the ball to certainly swing away.
Need a boundary. He's gone through the legs of the keeper. Again, such has been the regularity of misfields from wicket-keeper, Usman Mushtaq, all big wides. They've got something of a long stop-in, and there it saved a run. So 1 ball left of this over. Rajiv Singh has got to go big here to keep them in the hunt. And again, just trying to hit the ball too hard. And that is a really good over by Baba Basharat. He's rightly getting applauded by plenty of his teammates. He concedes just 7 from it, which is all the more remarkable when you consider that he wouldn't have been expecting to bowl. He's come on for the penultimate over, and the first ball disappeared over our heads for 6. And so coming into the last, they're 84 for 4. It is their best score of the tournament so far, Fateh, but that will be little consolation because they've got to find 30 against the very dependable Amar Shahzad. Well, commentator's curse. That will help. Direct hit from the man at long stop, but they got through. So 30 to win off the over becomes 28 to win off the over. And the strike has changed. Rajiv Singh, who's been hitting the ball the better of these two, has it back. Wides are into double figures.
Well, we've seen amazing things happen in T10 matches as we've gone all around Europe. So this is by no means over.
Now he's
got to get bat onto ball, Michael. He's got to send this few aerial shots here over the ropes, and pressure is right on.
Got to send some big bombs now into Andre Russell kind of stuff. Switch the angle, Shahzad. Right arm around. Well, that would have been a wide if he'd have left it, but instead he hits it for 4. Well, that will help. 24 off 5 now. Could have taken the wide, chose not to.
Yeah, interesting decision. What would you have done there, Michael? Come put you in the spot. Taking the wide. You still have 6 balls to come?
I think in his defence he'd already sort of jumped outside the line of it before the ball came down, so he didn't really have the option. It was clever bowling from Shazad, who followed him, but it was too short.
No, I disagree. Sorry, Michael. I'm going to disagree with you there. I don't think this is clever batting. Good example there. We saw the last one, he played the shot. All he needs to do is step inside it, take the wide.
No, so I'm in agreement with you. What I mean is that
he
by that
to the
point
shot.
he couldn't
Okay.
pull out really.
Yeah, so that one ends up being a dot ball.
Of course, everything down leg is a wide. That's better from Shazad. That's why he's normally a dependable player in this Minhaj lineup. I was looking for what would be just their second win of the tournament. Both of them powered by 50s from Jafar Iqbal, it would seem. They should close this out now.
That would have hurt. It was hit hard. Jafar Iqbal is the man there, and as soon as the ball hit his hand, you could see he's giving him a rub.
So dotting the I's and crossing the T's surely now, bar an explosion of extras. That will be a single. And it is Jafar Iqbal who's inspired Minhaj again. 71 off 30 he made, run out off the final ball of the innings. This half volley is placed nicely in between mid-wicket and long on, who do just about enough between them. That brings this one to the close. Well, looks like we had a really tight run chase on our hands, but just at the end, Fateh running out of steam. Amar Shazad finishes with 18 runs conceded off his 2 overs. Rajiv Singh with 24 off 22 just couldn't quite provide the acceleration that was needed. And so Fateh now have 3 losses in the tournament. Minhaj with their second win from this.
It just goes to show there, Michael, when we were saying that when you've got key players in your team like Fateh, they've got to perform. If they don't perform, you end up going 10 runs short in the game, which when you look at it now, you think they should have had it, Fateh. They should have had it. It just needed somebody. Happy Singh, cheap wicket. We're going to see some of those cheap wickets here now at the beginning, and that's cost them this match.
So Minhaj winning this game by 19 runs in the end, a run chase that appeared close for a long period of time. Ended up seeing them get their second win from 7 games. They've been very disappointing, the Spanish champions, but they've had players out. So we see that chase. Once again, the spin really doing the trick. Spin was oh so deadly. Majid Hanif with 2 wickets to go with the 2 that he got against Ravel Sporting. Alamdar Hussain also picking up a wicket. Plenty of wides as well. Into double figures. Jinder Singh Lovely was a man that their hopes were so dependent on Fateh. He eventually perished here for 25 off 16. Rajiv Singh did continue the hitting, but in between the hitting, what you won't see on these highlights packages, there was a lot of dot balls from Rajiv Singh. Hit 24 off 22, which is not dreadful, but hardly power-packed stuff in a T10 game. So Fateh finish on 94 for 4. To their credit, it's their best score in the tournament so far. But it's a score that saw them fall well short of the target eventually. Majinder Singh Lovely with 25 off 16. And then Rajiv Singh with 24 not out off 22 coming in at the end. As for Minhaj, well, they had their 5th bowler problem once more, but found a better solution than in their first game today, where it really hurt them and cost them a game against Ravel Sporting. Dilshir Ahmed going for 16, but Baba Basharat coming on and bowling the penultimate over that went for just 7 runs. Spin was key once more. Majid Hanif with 2 for 11 from his 2 overs. And Alamdar Hussain wasn't bad either. 1 for 21 off 2. Reasonable going in a T10 game. And Safraz Ahmad very dependable at the top with 1 for 14 from his 2 overs. So it gets Minaj a second win from 7 as they, despite missing many of their key players, will want to remind us of why they were top dogs in Spain last season. Remember, they've got that playoff coming up as well. Playoff against the Spanish champions from this year to fill the last available spot of the 16 going at the 2021 European Cricket League to be played in May and June of next year. But now though, Minaj with 2 wins from 7. They've got just 1 game left. That game actually the final match of the tournament, not until Thursday evening, the final pool match of the tournament I should say, against the Catalunya Tigers in match number 36. As for Fateh, well, they're next in action tomorrow morning against the defending ECS champions Catalunya CC. They're also in action tomorrow against Pakai Care, so a pair of really difficult games for Fateh, arguably between the 2 strongest teams in the tournament. The current top 2 could well see themselves going 5 losses from 5 unless they can pull a surprise out of the hat. Remember that we've got match number 24 coming up not too long later today. Pakai Care looking for win number 6 from 7 against Ravel Sporting, who are struggling thus far. But for now, we can get a bit of reaction from match number 23, which has seen Fateh fall 19 runs short in this game against Minaj. Rico Full is on standby with the player of the match.
Welcome to our player of the match interview for a match against Fateh and Minaj. Both teams struggling, scoring runs. Somebody had to step up and score. Well, for Minaj, thankfully, it was this man to my right, Jafar Iqbal, the player of the match. It was a very important knock for you. I mean, Minaj, let's be fair, haven't had the best of series. I know that you've been short of a number of players. In that innings, it looked like it was going to be low scoring. Somebody had to stand up, and it was you. Good knock from you.
Thank you, first of all. My team was struggling with the pressure, with struggling. So we guys are supporting well, me too. So it's very good to perform for my team to second win. But we are trying our best. But the guys are like under pressure because our full team is not coming, so it's very difficult to come out and play with the team.
Yeah, try your best and try your best. You did. I just had the feeling that when you came out there that you'd made up your mind, and now you've already scored 150 in this series already. Then you struggled with your own form. I got the feeling that you had already made up your mind is that I'm just going to go out there and just attack. Yeah. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, doesn't. Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, you are right. Yeah, my mind was I have to play big shots because low scoring, we are going low scoring. Our batter is not batting well. So I was trying to hit big six. In my mind was very clear to hit the ball line. You see, when we start the game, we lose wicket early. So it's very difficult to come and hit the ball. So I was very clear. It's do and die,
Do and die at worst, and you did the doing. That was good for your team to get a good score up there. Now, the other thing is, I think when your player's short, you're missing another bowler, I believe. And in the end, in this game, unlike the last, I think Babar Basharat bowled. And in fact, he bowled very well. I think you found your extra bowler.
Yes, we are. When the batter hit the 6, I was under pressure. So the guy bowled very well the rest of the over. Yes, we are shorting our bowlers. The best bowler, our best team bowler is Riaz all-rounder, it's missing. So few bowlers are missing, but we are trying hard. So we find 2 spinners, bowl well, but unfortunately we lose first game, but we win that.
You won this one and you won it well. Congratulations. Man of the match.
Thank you.
Well batted indeed. It was a very exciting knock to see from you. Well, there you go, folks. Remember, we have one more match to come today, and that's going to be on the half hour. So join us for match 24, which is going to be between Pakai Care, a team that is in awesome mood at the moment. They're getting their runs when they're chasing very, very quickly. In fact, on 3 occasions, getting there before the halfway stage. And they'll be taking on Raval Sporting, who after 2 defeats the first 2 games got their first win again today. So that's coming up. Join us for that one.
Welcome back to this delightful Montjuic Olympic ground in Barcelona for match number 4 of the second week, match number 24 of the tournament, which is PAC Eye Care, the table toppers, winning the toss and choosing to bat against Revel Sporting. Sikander Ali on strike, Mohamed Hassan at the other end. Hassan, one of, if not the best batsmen in this competition, and Sikander Ali breaking his run of poor form with an unbeaten 50 in the comprehensive 10-wicket win against the Catalonia Tigers earlier on in the day. That's the juggernaut that Revel Sporting have got to stop. They have 1 win from 3 in the competition so far, and they've gone for the bold choice of Garang with his left arm spin to open the bowling. And we've seen both of these openers really enjoy pace on the ball throughout this competition. So maybe that decision, that factor has influenced said decision, which starts off well enough with a dot ball. Then drop short, and you can't afford to do that in a power play against batsmen of this calibre. Just not going to miss out. Easily blinked away for a boundary. And he's off and running, Sikander Ali.
Yeah, nice easy shot from him. And Gurang, pressure on him early on.
Went for just 7 from his 2 overs against Minaj, but this is a high level of batting opposition, no doubt. It's like misfield, extra cover. By Govinder Singh, by Michael McCann, and Rico Full is alongside me for this one once more. As we build towards finals day Friday, we find out steadily as time goes on which 4 will make it. We know that PAC Eye Care and Catalonia CC both will. They've already got 5 wins in the bank from 6 each. That's mistimed. And there was a brief thought to shy at the bowler's end, but no backing up because long on is out. And so it's a very sensible decision, calm decision there by Usman Ansar to resist the temptation to have a go. Power play, of course, only 2 fielders allowed out, and they're both straight until now. So now long off has come up, and square leg has gone out. Bring of 5 in the offside, all in. Oh, that's the moon ball, and it's been sent to the moon. Absolutely swatted away, like dealing with a disdainful fly. A swipe of the newspaper to try and get rid of it. Sikander Ali gifted his first 6 of the innings, and he accepted the gift gratefully.
Yeah, it was a slow full toss. He was going to miss out on that one. Manish Mamwani on the boundary. The young man is doing all the field changes in the absence of the captain, Ishan Patel, for this match.
Well, that's in the half volley slot. Flat 6. Just not going to miss out again. And a really harsh lesson for the young spinner Garang, who's bowled very well this morning. Only conceded 7 from his 2 overs against Minaj, but against these two of the very best batsmen in the tournament, comes unstuck, opening the bowling. So at the end of the first over, PAC Eye Care having, for the first time in this tournament, at the 4th opportunity of winning the toss, decided to have a bat. They're going well enough. 17 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, if they score at the sort of rate that they have done when they're chasing, they could post a very, very big target here, couldn't they? Abhishek, it's good to see him back. Abhishek Borakia. He's in place for the captain, who's missing from this game.
Yeah, so that's the one change from the defeat to Minaj. PAC Eye Care with the same side that won against the Catalonia Tigers earlier today.
And dispatched. Well, there's no messing around here. Sikander, that's big. He's gone all the way over out of the ground. That's a nice shot. Well, it's mind-blasting stuff here at the moment. Just class. It's all dynamite at the moment here. Hitting it big. Abhishek, welcome to the game.
And again, half volley. And these two are going to put that away. Did bowl well for them last Friday, Abhishek, with 4 wickets from those 2 games. but really finding things tough here against two very, very high-class openers in the power play. Unenviable job he's got. This again will go. That's a one bounce four, thudding into the umpire's tent. Won't make him friends with the officials, but he won't be too bothered, Sikander Ali. He's come straight out of the blocks like an 100-metre sprinter here, and it's no surprise because he's got his eye in earlier on. Hit 51 not out of just 16 balls against the Catalonia Tigers. Oh, but he might have perished here. This is a big moment, big chance to get the man in form out, and he's dropped. You just cannot give a life like that to someone in the kind of nick that Sikander Ali has been in today. And after 3 consecutive boundaries, 6-4-4, he then gets a life, dropped on 19.
Norman Ali, the fielder in front of us here, never really got under it properly.
Swing and a miss. And that's a good response from the man trying to keep his head up after that drop. Abhishek Borikar.
Yeah, did well. I mean, he must be feeling it. He's just been hit all over the place by the man.
But then you induced a full shot, and
yeah, if he could have got his wicket, he would have had the last laugh.
Swung away, and Sikander Ali already making that drop catch pay. 6 runs, and with 2 overs gone, these two are having fun. In fact, that one was Mohamed Hassan, but at the moment they look one and the same in so many ways. Sikander Ali, the slightly taller of the two, but both providing meaty and well-timed blows. They put on 95 without loss in that 10-wicket win against the Catalonia Tigers, and they're firing here 38 for none off 2.
Manish Manwani will be hoping he can stop the flow of these runs and maybe even break up this partnership. The stand-in captain coming in to bowl this 3rd over.
That's wristily flicked away. Good finding of the gap. Knew that the sweepers were out straight. So instead, as soon as he met the ball, he just got the bottom hand on it. Lots of whippage through the leg side. And 4 to Sikander. Just watch those hands there. The swing of the bat coming through. Very unorthodox way, but it works out very well.
Well, he's brought Nouman Ali up and pushed mid-wicket back.
It's a more traditional off-drive. And they'll get 1. Well, I realise this might be early to say, but the biggest score in the tournament so far is Catalonia's 165 for 4 in match number 20, scored against, guess who, Ravel Sporting. And I would strongly posit that that is under heavy threat here. Heavy artillery fire from Mohamed Hassan and Sikander Ali, which for once misfires there.
It's well bowled. It's good from the young man. He's keeping his head, keeping his shape. I mean, in a situation like this, as we've said so many times, a bowler is going to take some whacking, especially with 2 good batsmen that are in form. You've just got to do what you do and do it well. Bowl a bit of Goldilocks there.
That was the Goldilocks length. Not too hot, not too cold, not too short, not too full. It does, if you get it in that right spot, it does a little bit for you, this, despite being an artificial pitch, because it's not a concrete surface. It's that short and wristily flicked away again. That's very much his area, and great fielding to keep it in the field of play. And that was Gurung Mahayam Bashi, who had that nightmare of a first over that conceded 17, but he's staying alert out there. Keeps the ball in play. Comes wider of the crease this time. This is towards us in the commentary box. We're ducking for cover, but it's gone over our heads, so we needn't do so. Sikander Ali is having all the fun today. That's 6 number 2 for him in this innings. 6 number 8 for the day. And with the power play done, they are 50 without loss. And they're actually going pretty slowly. because against the Catalonia Tigers by this point they had 70.
Yeah,
But
they did.
they're just going steady, so they're 50 without loss from 3, as you do.
They're going steady, but of course, they don't have to stop until that last ball is bowled in the 10th over, whereas when they're chasing,
Yep.
they're getting to the runs very quickly. Like I said, on 3 occasions, they're doing it before they even get to the halfway stage when they're chasing. So here, nothing's stopping them. They can carry on till the end of the 10th over. And like we say, the highest runs that have been scored so far in this European Cricket Series in Barcelona, well, is in danger.
Amit Das to bowl. That's nicely bowled by Das. I beg your pardon, it's Nouman Ali. 2 bowlers both with number 8 on their backs.
Yeah, Nouman Ali's got the slightly faded number 1, I would say painted in the front of his shirt.
Yeah, it's a bit like an eye test, and well, one man who doesn't need an eye test is the man smashing sixes for fun. Mohamed Ihsan, the biggest 6-hitter at this tournament, extends his lead at the top of the most sixes hit here at the Barcelona Bash with yet another one.
Yeah, he also extends his lead at the top of the board of the highest run scorers. He was on 211 before the start of this innings, and that's just growing even bigger and bigger and bigger. Balle, balle, balle. That is big. Ginna badda shaka. He's seeing it so well here, Michael.
Well, it's a shame the first ball was a dot, because otherwise, who knows, 6 sixes might be on. From 1 over last week, we saw the first 4 balls all go for 6. And then the sequence was cruelly denied. Over still ended up going for 30, though. Oh, he's got inside out. He'll get lucky here. Sweeper out at deep cover comes round. That is well bowled by Nouman Ali. Takes a lot to come back with a little cutter like that induces the false shot when you've just been battered away twice in a row for 6. Well, this was sort of leg spinner he tried here. And it was slog swept, kind of thing you normally would see when a spinner's bowling.
Yeah, from outside the off stump. Look at this again. You don't quite see how far outside the off stump he fished for that one. He was a long way outside. An interesting choice of shots.
Well, he was trying to get it behind square on the leg side because it would have almost certainly been 4 then. Pierces the gap at extra cover. That will be 4. And this opening partnership just keeps going and going and going. 95 without loss in 4 overs and 2 balls earlier today against Catalonia Tigers. And now flying along here. 4 overs gone, 68 without loss. And this is exhilarating stroke play. These two are matching each other shot for shot, really. It's almost like there's a bit of a mini competition between them. And it is great fun to be here watching it in the flesh.
Well, going for spin again here, running out of options. Not sure that this could be the best option for them at the moment, bearing in mind how they took a liking to him in his first over.
Went for 17 from his first over, Garang, but he's brought back to bowl the 5th of the innings. He really held this back. They'll get 1. 3 out patrolling the leg side rope. And sweepers out at deep cover point and long off on the offside. Boundary options behind square both sides of the wicket. That's deliberately where he's gone. Square leg will get round.
It's well bowled, that one by Gurang. He sort of pushed that through. Notice he's not giving it as much flight as he did in his first over at the moment. Bowling it a lot flatter.
Met on the half volley. Lovely dancing footwork. And then the shot to match. Deliberately scooped up, up, up and over the rope. And this is yet more brilliant batting from the man who's having his day in the sun. He had a bit of a nightmare last week. Just 27 runs across 5 innings. This is Sikandar Ali's day. He goes again. That's 6. That's probably 10. Big old hit. It bounces just in front of the Pack Eye Care batting dugout, who are almost so bored of these 6s flying that they barely celebrate. It's almost just like, yes, tick it off. Another one in the book. Keep going, lads. Well done. Oh, he's coming right around Garang. Dangerous, that only plays all the more into the arc of Sikandar. He's 1 hit away. 45 off 15 balls. That's a full toss. Oh, he might well perish. Taken. Good catch on the run. And Sikandar Ali is denied back-to-back 50s in the same day. He goes, Manish Manwani with a good take, running 15 yards around to his right. Gorang sensed the eagerness of Ali to get after him. And it was a ball that, if it was left, would definitely have been a wide. Instead, mistimed. It still needed some catching. Manwani's come round from long off and has taken that on the onside eventually. And so, this opening partnership that put on 95 unbroken against Catalonia Tigers finishes here, having added 82 in the first half of the innings. Sikandar Ali gone for 45 off 16 with 4 4s and 4 6s. 95, in fact 96 runs for him across the day. Mohammed Kamran out to bat. He's at the non-striker's end. And the score is 82 for 1 after 5 overs.
Abhishek Bodikar coming on to bowl. It's time now for Mohammad Ishan to take over the role in supplying the fireworks. We've been enjoying around this ground. And off he goes. He's straight over the top of Manish Manwani to the right of us here in the commentary station. 6 more. And that takes him into the 40s. 43 or 15. Anything pitched up has just been rocketed past the bowler. 6 runs. Oh, balle, balle, balle. Didn't he pick that up so sweetly? 6 more, 2 balls, 2 6s. He's in the mood to party. That takes him to 49, 16 balls. Manish Manwani coming to have a chat with Abhishek. Well, what can you say to him? The only thing I can think is say, right, try if you can. Bowling it outside the off stump, make him play a different shot. Go 2 6s of 2 balls so far. Oh, he's got his man. And well, Mohammad Ishan is absolutely gutted with himself, as was Sikandar Ali. Both of them getting out when they should have been registering their 50s. This is well bowled though. Credit to the bowler. Kept his head, pitched it right up there again. Wasn't afraid to do so. And he castles his man out. Mohammad Ishan for 49. That's well done. Good work.
Doesn't get much better than that. Top of the off stump hit. So Sun departs, having taken his tournament tally to a cool 25 6s. And out steps Shiraz Ahmed, who will be desperate to try and avoid being the Lord Mayor's show, but difficult to not in this batting lineup coming after those 2 openers. But these 2 in their own right are very capable hitters as well. Pack Eye Care aren't top of the table just through having a pair of good openers. Make no doubt about that.
Good start from Abhishek. Just trying to probably strayed a little bit too much towards the legs there, trying to get it right up in the block hole.
Now, I suspect this is part of the reason they've won the toss and chosen to have a bat, because the problem when you keep winning games quickly whilst chasing and your openers are going well is your middle order don't get much of a hit, and then suddenly you can be in a semi-final situation and you need them to come good because the openers have failed.
Mohammed Cameron just respecting that one. Now he's the last 2 innings that he's come in, he hasn't really looked the part, hasn't really played some good shots. He's been scratching around, and he normally comes in and starts firing all cylinders, but he's trying to make an innings here for himself. That's very good cricket. Good work there. Manish Manwani, young man, has the vision. Stop the ball, throw it to his fielder before he goes over the rope. Shout to catch it. Well,
he did retreat backwards, but it would have been an exceptional take, and he valued stopping the boundary over it. We've seen him take one very good catch already to get rid of Sikandar Ali, so if he felt there was half a chance of taking it, he surely would have gone for it. Cameron so far, just picking up on your theme, with 23 runs in his 3 innings so far. We know from his performances for Pakai Care in domestic Spanish and Catalan cricket that he's much better than those numbers would suggest. 96 for 2 off 6. 14 coming from that 6th.
Get a single for that. Amit Daz, the bowler. You see all of a sudden 2 new batsmen, even though they're good batsmen within their own right, all of a sudden the boundaries have dried up a little bit. Bit of pressure on them. Shiraz Ahmed and Mohammed Cameron trying to follow what's been happening before them, and that's a big ask. Even though we know Mohammed Cameron can do it. Slower ball or bowled. Fielders have to come across to stop it. Good work. All of a sudden, with those 2 wickets back, Raval Sporting starting to believe it's going to be a big score, we know that, but they've got to stay positive. Wickets dries up the runs, that's for sure. It's going to be a no ball pitching off the pitch here, the artificial track. Free hit. Held that one back. Slow ball. Mohammed Cameron hitting it out on the offside for a single. Wide again. Just trying to vary it a little bit too much, you think, here, Michael? Matt Daz, he's got a good slow ball, but he's trying too many different things, I think, rather than just focusing and get the ball in the right place.
But you can
complete the over.
You can sympathise though, because he feels like if he just bowls the same ball over and over again with length, he might well get pummeled like that.
Well, that was short and horrible. He gets what he deserves. Manos arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras. It's a big hit.
Yep, and this is why they chose to bat first, so that Cameron and Ahmed, as well as Bilal Hassan and Atif Mohammed, who may well follow next, can get a chance to have a hit.
He's lost his line completely here. Amit Daz just needs to have a little chat. Just losing it in his run. Just got to get focused again. Get the ball in the right areas. That's better. That's better from him. That's a good shout. The umpire deciding, Stefan Gooch, that maybe that was going to go on to drift past the leg stump. He bowled it from quite wide. Yeah, the ball had a lot of movement on it. Good decision.
Still had longer to travel as well. It's often forgotten when people see it thumping into the pad and the pad in the way of the stumps. It's not one of those classic concrete artificial tracks where almost everything might well be bouncing over though, because it's a wooden plywood surface and then a double matting set up on top of it, which is why you get this slightly unpredictable bounce.
The score on 108, bowler 108 to come and bowl. Numan Ali. That's a good start from him. Fielded there by Gurvinder Singh. Now he's going to have a big part to play in this game. You know, he's a master blaster in his own right. Good work from Abhishek. Gets down low. This is good from Numan. Getting good support from his fielders and his team.
And he needs it because he's the elusive fifth bowler, the man given the task of filling in the 2 overs. Went for 18 from his first. Nearly cost them the game, their issues with 5th and 6th bowler earlier on today. Ravel Sporting in their match against Minaj. Rizvan and Ansar went for 40 between them off their 2 overs, so it's unsurprising that neither of them have been used in this game.
Oh, that's beautifully picked up. Lovely shot. Got into position and just sent it over there on the, well, way over the boundary on extra cover. Picked up so sweetly. Effortless. Just goes to show it's not just all about brute force. Oh, that's nicely hit. Oh, and this time, well, I think in 2 minds, the fielder, Manish Mawani. It was either should I go for the catch, made that decision late, and then tried to stop it and was unable to.
Well, to me, on first glance, this looked like a refusal from Mamwani. Got to say. Lovely checked drive. Well timed. Coming round. Doesn't quite show you there, but had he continued on the path he was running, he could have taken a very similar catch to the catch that he took to dismiss Sikander Ali. And I'm surprised that he didn't think to go for it again.
Well bowled, right in the block hole. They'll come through for the single. Don't mind that too much. It's all about, at the moment, trying to stop the boundaries. Good over from him. 120. 2 gone. Wickets. That's the end of the 8th over. 2 to come.
Remember, one thing we do know about Ravel Sporting is they're a much stronger batting team than they are a bowling team. Now, against the Catalunya Tigers and Catalunya on Friday, in both games they hit 128. 128 for 4 against the Catalunya Tigers, they were 20 runs short. And 128 for 3 against Catalunya, falling 37 short. So they'll feel like if they can just keep these last 2 tight, it'll give them a chance. But that is not tight. That is another boundary to the score.
बड़ा अच्छा शॉट टाइमिंग सोनी से फील्डर है किसी कोशिश की थी बच्चों का हो गया. Just played that beautifully in the gap. He's played a couple of shots now out there on that offside. Yeah, Michael, agree with you. The only thing is they're missing their classy captain, Ishan Patel. I know he didn't perform this morning, but he's sort of playing a game and missing a game, and that's keeping him out of form, I think. He needs to get out there and register a few innings. Take a leg by there. Reply from Das, seeing that Mohammed Cameron was moving early, fires it into the pads.
Certainly got no shortage of fixtures this week, Ravel Sporting. This their 4th game of 8. They've got 3 games on Wednesday. It's not often seen in the ECS that a team plays 3 times on the same day, but that they shall. So on Wednesday, they've got Falco in the first match of the day. Then Badalona Shaheen in the second. And then in the fourth and final game of the day, they face Fatu.
Oh, that is glorious. Ginna, Badda, Shakar, out of the ground. Once more, as we've seen it several times today, on top of the net, on the other side of the ground. Picked that up beautifully. Looked classy as well. Look at that. Delightful. This is Mohammed Cameron at his best.
Well, I said last week we brought plenty of spare balls. I'm told now, at the start of week 2, we're actually running out. So I'm told that resources are being pulled in, and we will have enough cricket balls. But,
Yes, this is where our sponsors come in handy. Kookaburra will get them made, and Bizaway Travel will get them over to us. No problems there at all.
might need Bizarre Travel to fetch some of the ones back that have been hit so far as well to use as spares. Littered across the Olympic Park.
Got away with that one, I think. Amit Daz was a bit high. Umpire square leg. Probably thinking that dipped. That was Abdul Khan. Stefan Gooch now making his way to square leg as Abdul comes to the striker's end. Score. 9 overs gone. 135 for 2. Well, at one stage, when it was 82 at the halfway stage and 95 off that 6th over, it was looking like we were going to be going anywhere near the 160 plus. Still 6 balls or 6 legal deliveries left in this over. That's to be bowled by Manish Manwani. And if he can keep this score to under 150, he'll feel his team have recovered very well. Starts with a wide, and that's clever batting. That's something which we didn't see Fateh do very well in the last game. You see the batsman there just stepping inside, taking the wide ball. Has to be bowled again, so still 6 to come. Better delivery from Manish. Closer, but unfortunately for him, it's gone all the way to the boundary. And that's 4 byes. Difficult one for the wicket keeper, staying low. Manish disappointed. Was hoping that he would have stopped that. Kish Patel. He's a man who's got a job to do as well. No doubt he'll be opening the batting straight after his work as the wicket keeper. Hit hard. There was a fielder there. Chase on for him. Should get down. Does. Batsman not risking the second run, even though we are in this, the 10th over. Score 1-4-1. Mohammed Cameron will want to get after this. He gets hold of it. Didn't find the middle, but still enough to send it out of the ground. Top shot. This is quality hitting. We were saying he's been a little bit out of sorts. He needed a good knock. He's come in here and producing it.
He scored more runs in this knock than his previous 3 in the tournament put together.
That's well bowled.
Oh, well.
Well, it's been given a dead ball.
Now, what's going on here? Cameron stepped a long way away. It'd be great to get a replay of this because there was all sorts happening before the ball was even bowled. So hopefully we might be able to catch a second look.
I'm not sure what the dead ball was for. I mean, the batsman, to me, wasn't walking away because he wanted to stop. I think he was trying to put the bowler off.
Absolutely.
That's well played. Inside out. Goes for 4 runs. Manish Manwani, I can understand, a little bit disappointed why the ball before this one was given as a dead ball. I think he bowled very cleverly.
Yeah, it looked a dot ball for all of our.
We shall find out later, no doubt, the reasoning. But as a moment, here he comes again. Oh, he's got to go. Well bowled, but right across the line there, Mohammed Cameron. Trying to send it out of the ground, and get him into the 40s and perhaps have a go at his own 50. Watches again, dead straight, slower ball, well bowled. Well done to Manish Mamwani. Sends back Mohammed Kamran.
Comfortably his best score of the tournament.
Yeah, 36 of 17. That's good from him. Again, just showing the strength and quality of this side, Pack Eye Care. Ball to go, 151. 3 wickets down. Want to get this in quick to the wicketkeeper. Abhishek, good work. It's well done. Good fight back from Raval Sporting. And this is one thing this team does. They show good character, always in good spirit, even when things aren't going their way. And when you think that 50 was scored of 3 overs of the power play, I think they've done well to restrict this very strong Pack Eye Care team to 152, losing 3 wickets in the end. That's well done, and that's without their captain, or the usual captain, leading them. Well, they've got a lot of work to do here. Now, they do have what it takes as we watch these highlights. They went with spin to open up. And Sakinder Ali and Mohammad Ishan like that very much indeed. Abhishek wasn't available for the first game. Came back. Did take a bit of clout. First 3 balls were sent for 6. But he did come back strong in the end. That was a lovely shot for Sakinder. Just helping that ball away. Bit of width. So boundaries all parts of the ground to begin with. They needed a breakthrough. Gurang, well, gets it courtesy of this. A very good catch. Ball was going wide. Didn't really have to play for that at all. Getting the catch. Sakinder gone. Then it was turned for Mohammad Ishan to get going. And he was going well. Approaching his 50. And then going for an awful shot all the way across the line. Out 49 of 17 balls. With that brought together Mohammed Kamran with Sharaz Ahmed. Sharaz Ahmed was, well, a bit of tiki-taka. 12 of 10. Whereas, well, Mohammed Kamran was about the boom-boom. He wasn't afraid to hit the ball. And when he did, it was epic. It was majestic. Look at that. What a beautiful sight. Everything right about it. Once more there. Gets underneath the ball. Makes it look good. Lovely shot. This time on the offside. And, well, he too, 36 of 17. Going for 1 shot too many. That was cleverly bowled by standing captain Manish Manwani. Getting his man LBW. And in the end, led a good fight back for his team. Well, they've got some work to do. I believe they have what it takes in their tank to get these runs. But don't forget, they're going to have to negotiate. Well, they've already seen what the firecracker Mohammed Kamran can do when he's batting. And now they're going to have to face him when he's steaming in and sending those in-swinging Yorkers and short balls their way. Let's see how they get on. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back to see if Raval Sporting can pull off a surprise and make it 2 wins out of 2 today when they try to chase down 152. Hasta ahora.
Welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic ground for what promises to be an exciting conclusion to day 6 of this European Cricket Series. Barcelona Bash, so good we came back after the first 3-week tournament that was won by Catalunya. The defending champions back here with 5 wins from 6. In action here in match number 24 of this competition is the side who look best placed to challenge them. Pakai Care with 5 wins from 6 so far, looking to make it 6 from 7. They've put up 152 for 3 against a strong Ravel Sporting batting lineup. Here's the first ball of the run chase. Jab down and some uncertain running means ends up being a dot ball. Farhat Azim opening the bowling. He was excellent for Pakai Care earlier on, 1 for 10 from his 2 overs, bowling the first and the third in the power play against the Catalunya Tigers. Kishij Patel, left-handed aggressive opener on strike. He hit 28 off 17 for Raval earlier on in the day against Minaj. Govinda Singh, pardon me, at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Govinda Singh, rightly so, being promoted up the order. They need somebody to score runs quickly in this power play to give them a good chance of getting to this target. And also in the absence of their captain, Ishan Patel, they do need somebody who's able to support Patel.
Yeah, and he's got a strike rate in the tournament of almost 3 a ball, Govinda. Comfortably best of anyone in a Sporting Raval shirt, so seems a very sensible decision to get him up the order. Right now, he's frustrated at the non-strikers. It's gone right the way through Kishitij, who has 99 runs in the tournament so far and has been out just twice. Very healthy strike rate of 180 runs per 100 balls. I do often have people ask me, why isn't strike rate done in the same way as economy rate is done for bowlers? Never really understood a good reason for it. It does make stats all the more complicated, but anyway. Patel facing up. You won't have to do anything with that, though, because that will disappear off the edge of the strip. It will be a no ball to go with a batch of byes, and one really does have to feel for the wicketkeeper here, because what on earth is he meant to do about that? But if the ball pitches off the matting, it's a no ball, and by quirk of the way rules work, it would be 5 wides, but instead, because it's a no ball, it's 4 byes.
And a free hit, of course.
Well, yes, but if you're looking at it from the wicketkeeper, Mohammed's point of view, we've seen starring with a bat through this competition. He's sitting there thinking, well, I've lost my clean sheet. I've not done anything wrong.
An interesting delivery that was, follow after getting one right on the button like this one.
Well, it's maybe just a touch too full. Allows him to swing his hands through it. Was a bit of an outside edge on first viewing, but it's the first boundary off the bat in the innings. That will get them going. Nice freebie the previous ball. And now the first runs off the bat going to Kishijid. So 9 without loss now. 3 balls bowled in the innings. 6-3 field. Nobody back on the leg side. Can't afford to bowl there. And that's the area he's targeted, just to my left in the commentary box. And the ball perilously close to us as I fetch it back whilst describing henceforth the dangerous action that put us briefly in peril, but thankfully all good here. Kishitij Patel with the first 6 of the innings, so he's into double figures. This is exactly what they needed. They believe they can cause an upset here, and they're showing that early on. It's gone straight through him.
Well,
looked initially like a full toss. It did dip.
Yep, that's twice he's been done like that. He's lucky still to be there and have his stumps intact.
I wonder whether he's just lost that, but I'm trying to think of possible distractions behind the bowler's arm. I mean, we're here, we haven't moved at all. There isn't a huge amount else on this cloudy autumnal Catalan day.
mean, you've got 15 on the board already. You don't need to give your wicket away. Well, that's 16. Wide ball. Interesting over this, isn't it? He's got such a dangerous ball when he gets it right up there. He bowls a good line. And then we've already seen some wides. We've seen that no ball, which followed up a really good ball. So what's going on in the mindset, you wonder, for the bowler?
I think sometimes people can overthink and overanalyze it. It's kind of our job in the commentary box in a way. But I actually would perceive this as being as simple as he's just not able to adjust to the left-hander. Or adjust consistently, shall we say. Because when he's got it right, goodness me, it's been good from Nazim. Again gets it right there, finds leading edge. Kishitage on it very early, so end of the first over, 16 without loss.
Yeah, 16 without loss. I mean, you say he's struggling to get the line right to the left hand. I could understand if he had bowling to the left and right, but he hadn't bowled a ball to the right hand, has he? So it's interesting. But anyway, it's good for Raval Sporting. Got 16 on the board, haven't lost a wicket. And, well, it's now that man, the firecracker as we call him.
They're all smiles. I just wonder whether they're a touch relaxed out here, Pakai Care. Their mentality is we've got a big score on the board. We've got the bowling depth to defend it. Here's Mohammed Kamran. Oh, knocks him over. Slower ball first up from Mohammed Kamran. And, well, that's why he was so relaxed, because he knows that's what he can produce. Just trots in. Rolls his arm across it. He can bowl twice as quick as that, but he didn't need to there. Just hits the bottom of the middle pin. Govinda gone for golden duck.
Golden duck. I mean, he was 36 of 9 in previous innings. So it just goes to show quality is quality. You get the ball in the right areas. Job done.
New batsman is Shubdeep Deb, who had a difficult time of it in the run chase. He only managed 5 not out of 9 balls. He was very reliant on Govinda Singh, who came out and smashed 36 not out of just 9 deliveries, but who we've just seen perish for a golden duck. And they're going to need the diminutive Deb to produce something much better and more fluent than anything he showed this morning.
Well, if he bowls a similar ball, I think it's going to be a similar result, Michael. I just do. I think it's thinking back to Deb's previous innings. I think it'd be too good for him. Here we go. We shall see.
That was a mistimed sort of bottom-handed clunk. Unconvincing, but it did the job. I wonder if Mohammed Kamran's got an injury here. The reason I say that is he's bowling at about 50% of his full pace. We've seen him in week 1 often come off the edge of the 30-yard circle and charge in. Or maybe it's just he wants a greater degree of accuracy. Bowlers often feel they can get that off a shorter run. But that's gone for 4. Too short, too wide.
Yeah, I think he's decided, my guess is that he's not going to get too much from this pitch. So he's not giving 100% in trying to get the pace right. He's concentrating more on the line.
And he's also thinking that he's always got that effort ball of a bouncer in his locker. Goodness me, he'd have enjoyed it in Rome, Kamran. That was a properly bouncy, newly laid concrete artificial track where you could get bouncers properly whizzing up past batsman's helmet, even if you weren't that quick. And he is that quick. This is a slower surface. He's now going to adjust to the left-handed Kishitage. Well, the onus has got to be on Kishitage Patel here to go. Because in a run chase like this, you just cannot afford a quiet over. Well, they've had 1 quiet over there, just 5 conceded by Kamran, and he picked up the wicket of Govinda. But 2 quiet overs in a row, and the game is a long way towards being gone. So they have no choice but to be positive in this last over of the power play coming up now. Farhat Azim is going to bowl out just like he did in the game against Minaj this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Ravo. I mean, you keep mentioning that the captain's missing, but they also got Gurpreet Singh, who's not playing this game. So they're short on batsmen. So really, after this, Manish Manwani is all they've got left to come.
It's a decent touch shot from Deb, who's actually yet to get out in this tournament. He scored 31 runs. The problem is that his strike rate is only just above a run a ball, which isn't really that useful on this ground where par is probably in and around the 120 mark.
The sun's gone in, that wind just picking up a little bit. You can probably see it from the European cricket flags playing around. It's well bowled. He certainly is testing the left-hander Kish Patel with the fuller ball, trying to get it under his guard. He's beaten him twice in his first over, and that's his line of attack to the left-hander. To the right-hander, to Shubdeep Deb. He probably would not be wanting to give him width. That seems to be Shubdeep's preferred shot. It's the cut shot.
He's had a very decent first day of European Cricket Series action, Farhat Azim. Didn't bowl last week. Didn't play last week. But showing now that maybe he should have done. It just shows the strength in depth that Pak Eye Care have got. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs against Catalonia Tigers, and he's containing things pretty well here.
Oh, he's gone. Well bowled. You can see the effort in the bowler. A little bit of movement away, I think we'll see here, as that's guided into him. And a straightforward catch taken by the wicket keeper. So that's good work. Mohammad Ishan in the action, behind the stumps as well. Good pace bowling.
And from the man who was just praising Farhat Azim, identified that weakness of Deb, which is often looking to come outside the leg stump, make room through the offside. And Manish Manwani steps out to bat with Ravel Sporting in tatters. 23 for 3. Deb gone for 6 off 7. Caught by Mohammad Hassan off the bowling of Farhat Azim.
Yeah, 2 left-handers now coming together. I just hope that Manish and Kish Patel to a degree just decide that they've got to occupy the crease a little. Yeah, they're going to, the run rate is creeping up. But just occupy the crease, not play any hard shots, not try to go big straight away. Get to about 6-7 overs and then make the call.
It's easy to say that, but they need 3 a ball.
But there's nobody else to come. What I'm saying is
yes.
It could be disastrous, or it could be, again, we go back to that net
run rate. Yep. Could all be pivotal in the final push. So far in the tournament, Manwani has 31 runs in 2 innings. A strike rate of around 1.5 runs per ball. Now he's facing Azim. Big appeals and given. Oh, he's got him down the leg side. A golden quacker for Manish Manwani. And he's on a hat-trick. Farhat Azim on his first day of ECS action in the wickets. It's by no means the most vintage wicket or the most aesthetically pleasing, but just a little tickle off the glove. And any takedown leg side by a keeper is a decent one. Mohammad Ishan makes no mistakes behind the stumps. And so Amit Das comes out to face a hat-trick ball. 23 for 4.
Horrible way to get out for Manish Manwani. It was a loose delivery down the leg side. If he left it alone, he was getting a wide. But it's that mindset, isn't it? You need runs. You've got to try and find the boundary. He went to try and get it. Gets a little touch, and he knew he touched it, didn't he, straight away?
Now, here we go. This is what we like to see here at the European Cricket Series. A team properly changing the field for the hat-trick ball. We've got 2 slips in, 6-3 offside field. In comes Azim to bowl to Amit Das on a hat-trick. Oh, and he bowls a waist-high full toss that should have been hit into the middle of Catalan city centre.
Not on a hat-trick. He's just happy to play
Well,
it
yes, he
down.
was.
Went for the Yorker. Went for the Yorker, didn't he?
You can't blame him. Tried to execute and just couldn't quite do so. Nerves slightly maybe getting the better of Farhat Azim, and who could blame him? But what a good spell he's bowled. 2 for 14 he finishes with, to go with 2 for 10 in his earlier game today. And the score after 3 overs, a power play that leaves Revel Sporting in tatters, is 23 for 3.
Yeah, he seems to have hurt himself there, the bowler, Azim. I mean, as soon as he let go of that ball, he was holding his hand. You saw him there going back to his mark, and he's holding it. He bent over. So I wonder if he's carrying an injury.
Now, this Pakai Care lineup keep coming at you. They just don't stop. Hassan Gondal comes on, the second highest wicket taker in the tournament. This is why they're top of the table. They're just relentless. Gondal doesn't even get the new ball. Comes on first change for them. Picked up 2 for 9 earlier today against the Catalunya Tigers. And starts here right on the button. Could be a run out at the bowler's end. Shy at the stumps. And had he hit Faizan Raja, might well have got his man. Amit Das relieved to survive. Kshitij Patel on strike. Now he knows about the relative lack of batting coming behind him. Is he circumspect against Gondal, or does he go for it? Required run rate already skyrocketed. Everybody back on the leg side, all 4 fielders. It seems like Gondal's just going to put the ball there. And he's going to say, look, if you want to fetch this from outside the off stump and hit it over the head of any of my 4 sweepers on the leg side for 6, fair enough. I'm just going to stay in this channel. And the thing we know about Hassan Gondal is he's got the discipline to execute on this plan. The 5th most economical bowler in the whole tournament. That swung away, and that is entirely fortune. Well, he didn't mean this at all, Kshitij. Straight off the outside edge. And the ballerina turn and spin to look where on earth it had gone slightly gave that away, if you couldn't already tell.
Yeah, well, the answer to your question is he's going to take it on, isn't he? He's not doesn't want to hang around. He wants to play his shots.
Meets this on the half volley, and that is quite by a mile the best blow we've seen from anyone in a Revel Sporting jersey in this innings. The second 6 of the innings from Patel, and comfortably the better of the 2, clouted down the ground.
It's a lovely shot. As we say, and we've been saying, they have got batting, but they all need to support each other, and they haven't done that here today.
Slower ball. Met on the half volley. 4-3 point. Well, he meant that. A square drive, a proper cricket shot from Kshitij. And that's 4 more. He's on to 25.
Making some movements now. So the man who is backward point comes up.
We know he can bat. He hit 65 against Catalunya last Friday evening in game 20. And he's at it again here. That's 6 down the ground. That's a big one. Over the nets. Well, this target looks a long way away. But Kshitij Patel is still having fun out there. 4-6, 4-6 to end the 4th over. Revel Sporting 43 for 3. With the foregone, Amit Das is yet to score from 1 ball face, and Gondal concedes 20 from that over. That is double a number that had before that been his most expensive over of the entire tournament. So that really gives you a sense of just what impressive hitting that was from Kišetić.
Well, I wouldn't say that they should be too concerned at this moment of time, but they're concerned enough to try and break this partnership already, as it looks like Mohammed Cameron is going to come and bowl this, the fifth over.
Now, sometimes they save Cameron second for the death, but they've got him back on early, maybe with those last 4 balls in mind. Of course, another way you can pile pressure on Kišetić is to get batsmen at the other end out. Amit Das facing up.
He'll have a go here. No, he held it back. There were fielders backing up, bowling with his cap on.
Yeah, he's pretty casual this evening, isn't he? I mean, the very first ball he bowled that dismissed Govinde sort of trotted in. You know he can bowl a lot quicker than this. That's another intentional shot that gets Das off the mark. One of those could have been bat or hit. You can guarantee that had it been a catching chance, he'd have been signalling hip to umpire Gooch. As it was, he trotted down the pitch and gave a gentle point to his bat. And it was bat from the looks of things, in fairness.
Well, this will be the test. This is what he's on for. See if he can remove this man. Probably the last hope that Raval Sporting have.
There's only been 7 runs off the bat that haven't been scored by man on strike now. Oh, that's a proper bounce to that. Well, we've kept telling you in this innings that Mohammed Cameron can bowl a lot quicker than this. And that maybe he's trying out coming off a medium paces run up. That's the surprise ball, the bouncer. Whistles past the head and the helmet of Kišetić. Does he go full now, or is it double bluff? Yes, he does go full. Big appeal, not given by umpire Gooch. He's unmoved. Kišetić probably a bit relieved to be up at the non-striker's end now.
No signal from the umpire, so there was obviously some bat on this.
Well, that looks at that replay and the angle, possibly sliding down leg as well. Assertive calling from Das, and eventually, reluctantly, Patel agrees and jogs his way down to the keeper's end. They got there in the end.
There in the end. Probably didn't fancy any more chin music, maybe. That'll be good if he could get the last say and send this one packing. Having a look around Cameron, looks like he's set a trap here.
He's fired that Yorker in. Rightly sent back, Das. Definitely wasn't a single there. That is the end of Cameron's spell, and the nature of T10 means that any individual contest, such as Cameron against Patel there, is short-lived because the bowlers only get 2 overs. And Cameron finishes his 2 off very impressively. 1 for 8 for him from his 12 balls. At the midway point of this run chase, Ravel Sporting struggling. Unless your name is Kišetić Patel, he has 32 not out off 17, but has little to no support at the other end so far in the innings. They are 46 for 3.
Second Das. He's coming on to bowl now. He's been quite an economical bowler for them. Been in the wickets. He's one of those that entices the batsman to have a go. Amit Das on facing. And there you go. He's got to be quick here. Asking the question of square leg. No, gets himself in. All sorts of things being shouted to the wicketkeeper. Mohammed Cameron from the boundary. Bye is signalled. Not happy that they got that single. Not sure why in the context of this game they're so worried about the single.
One word, standards.
Mm.
They want to win this tournament. And they want to keep those standards high no matter what the game situation is.
So, Kish Patel, he's going to have a go. You've got the feeling he is. There he goes. He chipped it straight up into the air. And it's been dropped. And that was a case of taking your eye off the ball. And Hussein Gondal, Mr. Reliable with the ball, drop it, a very easy catch. Wow, that was just moved away. Wasn't the right shot to be playing. Looking for that cut shot once more. And he's on his way back, bowled. Sakinder Ali not too disappointed with the catch being dropped. Just looked at the fielder and said, don't worry about it.
Well, he seemed to be anticipating this was going to turn away from him, hence making the room for that cut shot. And instead, it was the one from Sikander that came back. So he has his 9th wicket, his 7th wicket of the tournament. Got a bit of a pasting earlier on against the Catalonian Tigers. He's come back well enough in his first over here. And with this sporting lineup that's so dependent on the top order, he might fancy himself a little middle order pie here.
New batsman, Ali. It's pitching leg. So obviously he has got this to come back into him, but those ones are not going to be given. But Nouman Ali's got to move his feet a little bit. Can't be kept rooted in his crease. Swing and a miss. You fancy a straight ball, we'll have him here. Especially one where he's right on his toes, because the batsman's not moving his feet at all. And, well, it didn't even need a straight ball. The way he's playing at that, it just chops that onto his stumps. Another one gone. Second wicket in the over for Sikander Ali. And this is becoming a sad conclusion. Only Kish Patel left stranded at the other end. Oh, he takes a walk to the strikers. And now that was the end of the over. 48. 5 wickets down now. Well, the required runs per over are way above the 25 mark now. So it's, I think, all about Kish Patel.
Well, he's got the strike back at least.
Yeah, it's all about Kish Patel trying to make a respectable score. Maybe set a landmark of his own by scoring some. He's joined by the young leg spinner, Gurang Yevanashi.
But we've spoken about the relentlessness of this Pak Eye Care attack. And in comes another of the top wicket takers in the tournament, Atif Mohammed.
Starts with a dot, keeping it outside the off stump to Kish Patel.
And much like Sikander Ali, wasn't at his best this morning, but he still has 8 wickets in the tournament at an average of 10. He can be quite expensive. His economy rate across the competition just short of double figures, but he makes things happen. It's one of those fast bowlers, when he's on, you want to be watching, because the game will move along one way or the other. For now, though, the game is stationary because he's taking some time to sort his field.
Here comes Atif Mohammed to the left-hander. Tries to punch that in the gap, the offside. Gurang quite sprightly. He's not. He's quite happy to try and get to the other end. He's backing up well. Well, he'll get there now. Hassan Gondal does the work on the outfield, getting to the ball, getting it in.
just needs a bit of support. Ishitij, 34 of 22 for him. No one else has double figures.
Well played. Majavanashi gets off the mark.
Of course, it's only around 55-metre boundary, so if you've got a good fielding side, which Pakai Care are, and you attack the ball, there shouldn't be many twos around.
Short and dispatched. You can't bowl that to me, he says. That's a big hit. Ginnaba Shaka, loving that. Well, he's dried up a little bit. Hasn't had too much of the strike. He's seen wickets tumble all around him. But there he just stood up and sent that packing. I have the power, he says, and he does.
I think he's taken out the frustration he's feeling towards his teammates on the ball there. That is the best way to do it.
Oh, dear. And in the end, he goes in an ugly way. Going for one big hit too many. He's getting frustrated, I suppose. And that came back, nipped back in. I had to look at it again just to be sure. I weren't sure if he got a little bit of bat onto it to play it on, but watching the replay, that certainly nipped back. That's good bowling. And that's the reply from the young bowler, Atif Mohammed, 20 years old, thinking, yeah, you can hit me out the ground. I accept I bowled you a bad ball. Well, I'm going to follow it up with a good one. And it was too good. Kish Patel, well, we gave it his everything. Frustrated the wicketkeeper will be. He scored 40 of 24. Needed some support, needed somebody to be there with him. And nobody was able to provide it. The 6th wicket goes down at the end of the over. It's 56. 6 wickets. And maybe time here for Pakai Care to maybe do a little bit of experimenting with other bowlers.
Sahid Shafat comes on. Does seem like they're going a bit down the give everybody a go route. Understandable though, as we draw to a conclusion. First day of week 2. What an entertaining day of cricket it's been.
Abhishek Warakar now having to do a bit of batting. That's nicely played, nice straight bat.
Worth remembering that in the first 3 games they posted 128 for 4 and 128 for 3 in losing chases, and then 104 for 3 against Minaj in the successful chase. So this is the first time we've seen the middle order of Ravel Sporting exposed. You wouldn't say it struck fear into their opponents' hearts.
That's well hit. It's got enough on that to go to the boundary, does it? And yes, it does. That's a lovely shot. He guided that to where he wanted it to go. Hit it firmly enough. 4 runs.
Well, if he keeps playing shots like this, he'll make a mockery of this batting order.
So Saeed Shafat needs to find a response to this. Pakai Care at the moment won't be too concerned. That's better from him. Quicker ball in the right lines. Sikandar Ali right on the boundary there. Mid wicket still talking, keeping these bowlers disciplined. Nicely played. Just thought that maybe Budikar there could have just dangled his wrist slightly and helped that away to that big vacant gap there from where Sikandar Ali is to the man who's on the boundary there on the 45. Oh, it's a swing and a miss at that one. That's obviously where he prefers it. Signals the end of another over. Getting through their overs very quickly here. And why not indeed? They know they've done their job. They don't particularly want to be out there any longer than they have to be. It's been another very dominant display in Pack Eye Care. Well, a display that will see them sitting pretty at the top of the standings.
I was just going to say, if you're Catalonia CC watching this, I think you're pretty worried. They, of course, lost the head-to-head against Pack Eye Care. They're trying to defend their ECS crown. When the two met last Wednesday, it was Pack Eye Care who prevailed, winning by 6 wickets with 3 balls to spare.
Short from Mohammed Mochism. So it looks like a name that doesn't ring a bell, Michael.
Yeah, it's his first over of the tournament. So they're using a chance to go through their bowling options. There's no real benefit to giving Hassan Gondal or Sikandar Ali a second, or Atif Mohammed a second over here. You're not going to learn anything more about them than you already know.
Yeah,
if they fail in another pressure game.
And to be fair, nice action. He's running in, keeping his balance. He's not stopping, and good high delivery.
They've got depth, Pack Eye Care. They remind me a touch, albeit they're a better batting side, in their bowling department of Bergamo United, who won the recent ECS in Rome. Stacked full of high-quality seam bowlers. Don't really have the spin options, but they've got so much pace in their ranks.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty. You mentioned the word pace. Well, there was no pace there. Took it right off. That was delightful. And this man looks like a youngster, maybe one of their under-90s. This was gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Abhishek Barakar lost it completely. What a nice delivery. What a lovely moment it is for him. It's his first bowling. He's got Malik on his back, so maybe that's his first name. Malik Mohammed Motisham. What a moment. His first wicket in the European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. And that will be captured, and the memory that he will save and go back to time and time again. And he's just showing Mohammed Cameron there what he did. Yeah, this is what I did. And he comes again. That one's wide. Just try to do too much with that. Yudhvir Singh, the new bat.
Yeah, not the easiest time to come out and bat. It's getting quite cold again. Run chase well out of sight. Opposition fired up and bowling well.
Tried it again. And why not? Indeed, it's got you a wicket once already, but this time it's gone down the leg side. Goes for a wide.
Well, if there's ever a time to go through your variations in a game without worrying about the consequences, then this is it. Might as well.
Watisham. Just trying. I think this is one of those cases here, Michael, where he's come on to bowl a good line. He's got a wicket. He's got excited. He's got a little bit excited. Just trying to do a little bit too much now with the ball, and he just needs a cool, mature head to say to him, "Come on, young man, just go back to what you were doing. Go back to the normal run. Don't try and run in too fast. Take a yard or two off. Just get the ball in the right place. That's all he needs to do." That's better. Batsman will go through for a single. Gurang Mavanashi has only faced 3 balls for 3. Seems like he's been in there a long time. Once more, all the action seems to be happening at the other end. So, youngster to youngster. Going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Pass in for the LB, but well, there was a big yay there as the umpire. Has that been given out? Oh, I think it has.
I believe umpire Geach has given him out, yes.
This is, well, we'll see that again for sure. It'll come in replay. I was rather surprised here. I thought, I know the batsman had come across. I thought it was going on to miss leg stump. Nandan Batani is the new bat coming in. I don't know if you've got a replay of that LBW.
It's all ending in a heap here for Ravel Sporting.
See if our production team can get that up for us. Daniel Darko and Mate doing a great job. As we see the new batsman coming to the crease, Batani.
Almost certainly going to be their lowest score of the tournament so far, Ravel Sporting. They've got to 3 figures in all of their 3 innings so far until this one.
Wide ball. Well, he's got 2 wickets in the over, the youngster. A great introduction to European cricket for him. Just struggling with his line a little bit. If it weren't for those wides, well, if it weren't for those wides, it would have just been the 1 run that's come off the bat.
2 singles,
2 singles,
5 extras. That's the thing to work on. Make that 6. It's a no ball, so free hit will follow. It kind of sort of feels in keeping with the day, given that we saw 19 wides in the first innings of the day. Generously bowled by Ravel Sporting, that in Cricketing Karma, right at the end of the day, they're now receiving some of that charity back, albeit not in a very helpful cause, given they need so many more to win.
That's better. Stayed tall when he delivered, didn't fall over. And therefore the ball continued its natural line. End of a very good over. Well bowled to the young man, Mohammed Muhtisham. He's bowled. He's over there. Just 7 of it. 2 off the bat and 2 wickets.
Yep, we're just dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
9 overs gone. 68 for 8.
And this is almost certainly going to be the biggest defeat here in Barcelona we've seen in terms of runs. Falco beat Fateh by 66 runs in match number 16. Still well short of even getting to that margin of defeat.
Bilal Hussain, bowler. We'll see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 as well. That one's called a wide. Rushing through. Looks like another young player. Just needs to calm down a little bit and take his time.
And again, for the 3rd over in a row, his first over of the tournament, and why not? And I've got a lot of time for that. I was about to say, you can tell how chilled out this guy is, and the game situation is that he's decided he's not just going to bowl with his hat on, he's going to bowl with his snapback on backwards. He's eventually decided, you know what, I should actually take it off. It's probably for the best. I'd agree with that.
Well, they've got to be quick. Oh, a good throw there from Syed Shafat, and would have been interesting.
Because you don't want your friends and family watching you play on TV as well as the world. So you've got the chance to bowl. What are you doing in a snapback hat on backwards, man?
I'll tell you what, I'll answer that in a minute. That's a good ball right in the block. Probably because of this man here who's doing the fielding now.
Well, Mohammed Cameron's starting the trend, you're saying.
Yeah, he's thinking, well, I can be like the big man as well. I can bowl with me cap on backwards.
Yeah, but if you put your cap on backwards, that doesn't mean you're as good at bowling as Mohammed Cameron. That's not how it works.
No, you've got to have the same cap, the magic cap, which of course we can't do under COVID protocol, so wouldn't be allowed. And these two are trying whatever they can to maybe get one or the other run out. Once more, no need for it. Not going to make no difference in the context of the game.
Oh 0602 034 21.
Go on then, carry on.
And that is not a phone number. That is the batting card for Ravel Sporting if you take out Kishitij Patel's 40. And that is why they've fallen well short in this run chase.
These two just played the over out, taking the singles. 73. The score they managed to get to. They've lost 8 wickets in that. And, well, it wasn't the reply that Ravel Sporting would have wanted to make. It made their life difficult right at the beginning, really. Only Kish Patel, as you said, making any real contribution or any contribution worth talking about in that innings. Gurvinder Singh, he disappointed, went for very first ball golden duck, and you can see quite rightly so some celebrations there. Pakai Care as they go off. They'll be a happy team. They've done a good day's work. Farhad Azim struggling early on, and there we go. That's what he can do in swinging Yorker. And Gurvinder Singh, who can hit the ball quite well, needed to really, wasn't able to. Great catch there. Shubdeep, Deb, caught behind. And this man made the odd flurry of shots, Kish Patel. And he got hold of him, hit him big, but one man alone, when wickets are tumbling down the other end, cannot make the difference as much as he tried. And then, well, got a bit lucky there. Sakinda did take a wicket the very next ball. At that time, wasn't the man that they wanted. They needed Kish Patel, the left-hander. And you can see to the disappointment of Kish Patel there when Numan Ali went playing on. He knew how important he just was desperate for somebody to stick around with him, he could make a bit of a partnership. And in the end, well, bowled himself by a good one. That one did a bit from Atif Mohammed, certainly did come in a lot. And it was nice to see the youngsters coming on at the end. Good bit of bowling. Abhishek Borakar totally outfoxed with the slow ball. And, well, you see some lovely drone footage of this beautiful Olympic ground here in Mount Dewey, which is home to the European Cricket Series at the moment. Gives me a chance to thank the European Cricket Network team, Max Bai, Sharad Brumbat, Med Dowd, Stefan Gooch, Alex Natman, Andy House, book scorer Ibrah Hussain, doing a great job there, folks. Thanks goes out to Saeed Khan, the president of Barcelona Cricket. And of course our sponsors, Spring Productions and Sports Flick, Kookaburra Balls, Bizaway Travel, and, well, what everybody's playing for, those magnificent trophies provided by Locker Lifestyle. Well, they'll be on show on Friday as we get to finals day. Well, looks like Michael McCann is getting ready to tell us who the player of the match is. It's been a good day. Great day's cricket. Don't forget, more to come. Tomorrow first up is Fateh versus Catalonia. And Catalonia will be eyeing up a big win so they can return back to the top of the table. For now, Michael McCann, play the match, please.
Well, it wasn't bad for a Monday, was it? A very exciting day of cricket here at the Montjuïc Olympic Ground concludes with yet another win for Pak Iker. 6 victories from 7 for them in the tournament so far. And a big reason is the man a couple of people to my left. Sharad is going to translate for us. Mohammed Ishan is our player of the match for game 24. 49 not out, falling just short of the milestone, but 7 sixes in his blistering knock, and then 2 catches, including a very nice one down the leg side. Well, is it getting a bit boring for you doing this over and over again, Mohammed?
ये मतलब अभी आदत बन गई है मैन ऑफ द मैच लेने की, रन ज़्यादा मारने की. क्या कहना है इसके बारे में?
सबसे पहले तो मैं शुक्र अदा करता हूँ अल्लाह का जिसने इतनी इज़्ज़त दी, और मेरी टीम का सपोर्ट था और माई कोच का कि आप खेलो, अपनी नेशनल गेम करो. तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अच्छा खेले हैं.
Well, he would like to thank his teammates and his coach for the support that he has been receiving and the freedom to go out and express himself, and it is coming off well for him.
Well, our viewers certainly will have noticed him expressing himself. 7 sixes. He now has 25 across the tournament, more than anyone else. And of course, That unsurprisingly makes him the tournament's top run scorer. But on the wicket keeping, 2 more catches for you there. We were calling you Superman last week with some of your takes. Yet you're not the regular wicket keeper for Pak Care. Has that changed now?
आपने पहले भी बड़े अच्छे कैच पकड़े कीपिंग में, आज भी 2 अच्छे कैच पकड़े, पर आप पाक हाई करके रेगुलर कीपर नहीं हो, तो अभी वो बदलेंगे आपको कि क्या लगता है आपको?
नहीं, अभी पूरी सीरीज़ में मैं ही कीपिंग करूँगा, क्योंकि हमारे जो कीपर हैं, जो टीम का हिस्सा थे, वो अभी बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं सिकंदर, लेकिन उनकी जगह मैंने कीपिंग करनी है। शायद कोई नेक्स्ट हमारा खिलाड़ी आ जाए तो उसकी जगह चेंजिंग हो सकती है, लेकिन अभी तक तो नहीं।
Well, yeah, for this whole tournament, he's gonna keep because the regular keeper Sikandar enjoys his bowling a bit off now in this tournament, so he's taken his place.
6 wins from 7 now. Do you think anyone can stop you? And if so, which team do you think is most likely to?
आपके 7 गेम में से 6 विन हो गई है, तो अभी आपको लगता है कोई टीम आपको ये टूर्नामेंट में हरा सकती है, और हाँ तो कौन सी टीम आपको लगता है बड़ी चैलेंजिंग होगी?
नहीं, मेरे ख्याल में तो अभी कतलोनिया टाइगर और कतलोनिया है, अभी वो खेल रहे हैं, अच्छी गेम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्रिकेट है इसका कोई पता नहीं, कोई भी टीम बैड लक हो सकती है।
Well, yeah, they reckon that Catalonia Tigers and Catalonia CC are 2 strong teams who are playing good cricket right now, and it's cricket, you know, on their day anyone can be deadly.
So a day that will be remembered as much as anything else for the destructive powers of Mohammad Ishan and Sikandar Ali. Pak Care with 2 wins from 2. They're top of the pile with 6 victories from 7. Join us tomorrow to see if anyone can stop them as we continue the Barcelona Bash.